Next, Dr. Carol Foster consciously took these 3 sera to William Stryker, who was still sleeping on the experimental platform, and made preliminary preparations for the experiment, leaving the space for the preparation area of X-gene serum for Chen Mo. Chen Mo has consulted all the research materials of the X-Weapons program before. He is very clear about the principle, production method, and steps of X-gene serum. With the actual operation just now, there is no problem for him to make X-gene serum. Soon, he used the instruments in the laboratory to make the blood in 4 test tubes into serum. However, he did not rush to strengthen himself, but collected 4 serum and came to the experimental platform slowly. Dr. Carol Forster is ready for the experiment. William Stryker lies on the platform and is firmly fixed. The clothes on his back have been cut by Dr. Carol Forster, and the whole back is completely exposed. At this time, it can be clearly seen that William Stryker's back is close to both sides of the spine, and 2 butterfly wings are produced. Around the place where the wings are growing, in an area of more than 10 cm on both sides of the spine, William Stryker's skin is obviously changed, covered by a layer of black horny hard shell, which is high and bulging, and the bottom is very clear, obviously hides strong muscles, so he can support his body to fly from the ground to the air. When Chen Mo came to the test stand and stopped, Dr. Carol Foster saw his coming, raised his head and nodded at him, saying slowly, "Colonel, it's time to start." Chen Mo took a look at the 3 syringes on the side-by-side equipment car beside Dr. Carol Foster and asked, "Which one are you going to start with?" Dr. Carol Foster looked down at the 3 syringes, reached for the leftmost one, looked at the crystal yellow liquid inside and said, "Start with angels." When Dr. Carol Foster finished, he turned around, stabbed the syringe into William Stryker's arm and slowly injected the X-gene serum. The X-gene serum didn't work very quickly. The whole process took a few minutes. Chen Mo and Dr. Carol Forster were not worried. They just stood by and watched William Stryker, who was sleeping on the experimental platform, more accurately, his back. A few minutes later, William Stryker, who had been unresponsive, finally changed. On his naked back, the black crustaceans with butterfly wings on both sides about the scapula had no abnormal skin gradually bulged up. It seemed that something was growing rapidly below, pushing up the skin, forming 2 large sarcoma. With the passage of time, the 2 sarcomas grow larger and larger and grow rapidly to the length of nearly half a meter. At the next moment, under the gaze of Dr. Chen Mo and Dr. Carol Foster, the 2 sarcomas are almost burst at the same time, and the 2 huge white wings are like blooming flowers. At this time, William Stryker's back was strange and grew 2 pairs of wings belonging to different creatures at the same time, close to the spine position, the butterfly wings growing on a black shell, and the white wings closer to both sides of the body, located at the scapula position. Chen Mo and Dr. Carol Foster couldn't help glancing at each other. Chen Mo once again glanced at the 2 distinct wings on William Stryker's back and smiled at Dr. Carol Foster. "It seems that this first attempt failed." Dr. Carol Foster nodded, then lowered his head and picked up the second syringe on one side, raised it in front of him and said slowly, "This time it's bat wings." The second X-gene serum was injected into William Stryker's body again, while William Stryker, who had been given a powerful anesthetic by Chen Mo, was still in a deep coma and did not feel the changes in his body. But this time, Dr. Carol Foster's expression became more focused. The 2 kinds of wings before belonged to insects and birds. The difference between the 2 is too big. The structure of bone and muscle is totally different, and it is impossible to be compatible at all. The serum injected this time is batwing, which has a lot in common with the wing, and the possibility of combination is greater. After the second serum injection, William Stryker's body changed again, but this time it was not a new wing from his back, but a new change on a pair of newly born wings. Originally, the long and thin wings were slowly widened, and a wider wing surface was gradually formed between the tip of the wing and the root of the wing, which was more like the wings of bats from the shape alone. At the tip of the wing and the joint in the middle, sharp bone spines were also produced, which looked ferocious as demons. Really integrated. Dr. Carol Foster looked at Chen Mo excitedly. Her guess really came true. Two abilities of the same type will merge. I just don't know whether this fusion is a complete fusion at the gene level into a gene, or just an external fusion, or actually two abilities. It's easy to know what's going on. Just give William Stryker an X-gene serum. Now William Stryker has copied 4 abilities. If the latter 2 abilities are completely integrated into one, then another injection of a new X-gene serum will only obtain new abilities. If there is no real fusion, then when the number of abilities is full, another injection of X-gene serum will not have Rogan's self-healing ability. William there's only one thing that's going to happen to Trek. It's a gene crash. It's a suicide. Continue. Chen Mo was not as excited as Dr. Carol Foster. He just nodded calmly to Dr. Carol Foster and ordered to continue the experiment. Dr. Carol Foster also put away the excitement in his heart after hearing the speech. Now it's really not the time for excitement. This integration can't explain anything. The final step is the key. So she took the last serum directly and injected William Stryker with a serious face. The result depends on this time. This time, the change happened a lot faster. It didn't wait for a few minutes. It was not long before the injection, and the pain began to appear on William Stryker's face. As time went on, the expression on William Stryker's face became more and more painful, and his body began to shake uncontrollably. However, the effect of powerful anesthetics has not passed, and he did not wake up. All this is just his instinctive reaction. Dr. Carol Foster and Chen Mo look at each other once again. Chi shakes his head. Obviously, this is not the response that normal reinforcement should have. The result is obvious. The experiment failed. The ability of wing and bat wing of William Stryker is not integrated. Now he has injected the 5th X-gene serum. The body cannot bear it and is about to collapse. With the shaking of William Stryker, blood began to flow out of his mouth and nose, and then the skin on his body began to change, gradually turning red like blood. On the huge wings, the white feathers began to fall off rapidly and soon spread on the ground. Dr. Carol Foster saw it and knew that the end had been decided. He quickly stepped back and pressed a red button on the console next to him. Brush. An arc-shaped reinforced glass shield quickly rises from the bottom of the experimental platform and covers the whole experimental platform. William Stryker on the experimental platform is also buckled by the shield. In a few minutes, William Stryker's body finally stopped shaking unconsciously and became completely quiet. However, on the experimental platform, a pool of blood quickly spread from him. The change didn't end there. William Stryker's red and bloody body inflated slowly as if inflated, and the bigger and bigger it was. Finally, with a dull explosion, William Stryker's body expanded to 3 or 4 sizes and burst directly. This time, he lost his vitality completely. Chen Mo took a look at the glass shield completely covered with blood and spread out his hands to Dr. Carol Foster, who looked disappointed. Well, it seems that the experiment failed, and the cleaning work will be left to you. Chen Mo then turned and left the lab, leaving Dr. Carol Foster with a helpless look at the bloody glass shield. In fact, Chen Mo didn't plan to let William Stryker go from the very beginning. The villain who hated the mutants from his heart has always been aiming to eliminate the mutants. It's a disaster to leave him here sooner or later. The main purpose of leaving him behind is to carry out the mutation ability enhancement test for ordinary people. At first, Chen Mo was going to solve him before he left, but after hearing the curse in Annie's heart, Chen Mo changed his mind. Anyway, now that the experiment has been completed, William Stryker has no value for him. Why keep this heart to curse his enemies? Now that the villain in the play has been solved, Chen Mo's mood is much better. With the 4 X-gene serum made, Chen Mo returns to his office. Then it's time to officially strengthen. Although the process of X-gene serum strengthening is only a few minutes, and it will not lead to coma or total loss of combat effectiveness from previous experiments, Chen Mo is not sure whether the process of gene transformation will affect combat effectiveness. So on the side of caution, Chen Mo summoned the base armed forces led by X-Team and the original Special Combat Team 1, and implemented vigilance outside his office. After all, there are many powerful mutants in the world. If they kill them, they may pose a threat to Chen Mo without any preparation. Hundreds of fully armed soldiers set up a cordon at the outer edge of the office, blocking all the corridors and passages leading to Chen Mo's office. One pair of sharp eyes patrol around. If there is any mistake, they will attack immediately. The weapons in their hands are not only powerful anesthesia guns for mutants, but also real automatic rifles and machine guns. They do not use special rifles with any metal components, high-voltage electric shock guns, enhanced capture power grids, flamethrowers, and other special weapons. It is very difficult for ordinary special forces or powerful mutants in a short time break through their defenses. After the first line of defense composed of these elite soldiers, a group of members of team scattered evenly around Chen Mo's office. In addition to Logan, who was at the door, the remaining 6 guards the office from other directions. Even if the enemy breaks through the first line of defense composed of soldiers, they will face these top-level battles' crazy attack of scholars. You know, almost every member of team can be 100 advanced mutants. It's much more difficult to break through their defense than to break through the blockade of the soldiers in front of them. This kind of defense force is already quite strong, and only a few of the most powerful old-fashioned mutants in the world can break through. In the office, Chen Mo sat on the broad sofa and said in his heart, "Defense mode." With his instruction, the Zhenjin Nano battle suit, which was completely hidden under the shirt, changed. A layer of strange black material, not to mention liquid or solid, gushed out from the neckline and wrist and spread rapidly to the head and hand against his skin. It took only a few seconds to completely cover his whole body. With the defense of Zhenjin Nano battle suit, even if the Magneto King comes, he will not be able to win in a short time. As for the Edelman alloy steel war suit, Chen Mo neither chose to wear it directly, nor released it to let Jarvis control it for vigilance. He will inject X-Gene serum later. It's not convenient for him to wear steel war clothes. Instead of putting the war clothes out for warning, it's better to put them in the space and put them out at any time when he needs to. With all the preparation, Chen took out a syringe from the space. Looking at the crystal yellow liquid in the syringe, Chen Mo's mood can't help but be a little complicated, which contains the X-Gene serum containing Logan's self-healing ability. It's also the biggest purpose for him to come to the world. 100 years of waiting for this day. As long as this serum is injected into the body, he will soon be able to obtain the self-healing ability as powerful as Logan. Now, Chen Mo is no longer hesitant. After controlling the nano combat suit to open a small hole in his left arm, Chen Mo raises his right hand, stabs the syringe into the blood vessel accurately, and slowly injects X-Gene serum into the body. A strange tingling sensation spreads along with the blood flow towards Chen Mo's whole body. Compared with the transformation process of super soldier serum, X-Gene serum is much softer, not too painful, and even comfortable. A few minutes passed quickly. The first genetic transformation ended quietly. On the surface, Chen Mo's body didn't seem to change much, but he knew that everything had changed. Chen Mo feels the situation in his body with his heart. He can feel clearly that the cells in his body become more active than before and seem to be full of infinite vitality. When his mind moved, Chen Mo controlled the wristwatch to take back the nano combat suit in the left-hand position, while his right hand took out an Edelman alloy throwing knife from the space. Chen Mo first reached out a finger of his left hand and poked it gently on the tip of the throwing knife. The Aden alloy throwing knife, which can easily penetrate the steel wall, easily pricked a half-centimeter wide wound on Chen Mo's fingers that are several times tougher than ordinary people. Chen Mo quickly took back his finger and raised it to his eyes. He saw that the half-centimeter wide and half-centimeter deep wound healed rapidly at the speed visible to the naked eye. Even before the blood flowed out, it healed completely. The whole process took less than a second. Chen Mo's eyes flashed a little excitement, and then he simply spread out the palm of his left hand, palm up, while his right hand held a sharp throwing knife and crossed the palm. The tough skin was easily cut by the throwing knife again. This time, he deliberately controlled the strength and let the throwing knife cut a part of the metacarpal bone together. The whole wound seemed to be bone deep. The skin turned to both sides. On the white metacarpal bone below, the deep fracture cut by the throwing knife was clearly visible. The sharp pain in his hand made Chen Mo frown slightly, but with his willpower, although he could not get used to the pain completely like Logan and Victor, and regarded it as enjoyment, he could bear the pain completely. Chen Mo carefully stared at the terrible wounds on his palm, especially the deepest ones, which had been cut several millimeters deep. Under Chen Mo's gaze, the incision on the bone quickly healed and smoothed, and the tissue, muscle and skin on both sides of the incision quickly closed together. In a short time of about 1 second, the bone was deeply visible, and the terrible wound running through the whole palm was completely healed, and no trace of injury could be seen. Chen Mu as like as 2 peas in the palm of his hand, he felt the same bone in his palm as he felt before the injury. He told him that the wound cut by the flying knife completely healed from inside to outside. In terms of the speed of wound healing, it's even faster than Logan and Victor. Chen Mo guesses that this is probably because his physical quality is above Logan's. After gaining his self-healing ability, his ability level has directly reached 8 levels corresponding to his own physical quality, which is good news for him. He doesn't need to start from scratch anymore. Originally, Chen Mo was not sure what level of ability he got, because he was not a mutant after all. Dr. Carol Forster's theory of ability level classification and ability level after ability replication was not necessarily applicable to him. That is to say, all the 4 abilities he got are likely to be the weakest level, and Chen Mo has done a good job the preparation for the last period of time to exercise from scratch. But now it seems that there is no need for this, and Chen Mo can basically conclude that other abilities should be the same. According to Dr. Carol Forster's theory, his ability level of variation will directly reach level 8. The first reason why Chen Mo chose to strengthen Logan's self-healing ability was that he valued it most. With the self-healing ability he just showed, the attack and injury in the ordinary sense have completely lost the threat to him. So far, he really has the immortal body. The immortal body brought by the original perfect blood only gives him eternal life, so that he will not grow old with time, but the fatal injury will still make him die. Now, whether it's guns, swords, poisons, or flames, he can't die anymore. All the wounds will be healed in a short time. Even if the heart and the heart are damaged, they can be reborn quickly, immortal. The only way to kill him is to cut off his head. But don't forget, Chen Mo also has Zhenjin Nano Battle Suit and more powerful defense Edelman Alloy Steel Battle Suit. Logan's Aiden alloy bone just injected his whole body into the Aiden alloy, and the neck spine bones can still be cut off. But Chen Mo's 2 sets of battle clothes are all full body wrapped, so it is impossible to cut his head. Under the condition of equipped battle clothes, even if the shock damage caused to Chen Mo's body by the extremely powerful attack beyond the buffer limit of the battle clothes, will be quickly repaired by self-healing ability. It is difficult to kill Chen Mo by any physical attack. Chen Mo's current survival ability will be greatly improved. However, Chen Mo's emphasis on self-healing ability is not only the improvement of his own survival ability, but also an important reason that it can make the seriously injured ordinary people return to normal. Chen Mo never forgets that in the real world, his grandfather is still lying in the hospital. Although through Jarvis, he knows that Chen Jing's situation has been stable, but he still wants to wake him up as soon as possible. Now, the X-Gene serum that can give ordinary people strong self-healing ability has proved the effect on him. Even if Chen Jing has only 1 level of mutant after injection, it can definitely cure his injury. Chen Mo has experienced 5 worlds. In this journey, Chen Mo seems to have been looking for a way to strengthen himself, but he has never given up looking for a way to cure Chen Jing. However, in the world he has experienced before, there is no reliable way to save Chen Jing from serious injury and coma. Super Soldier Serum is mainly used to strengthen the body, and the strengthening process is very intense. Even the improved serum Chen Jinged may not be able to support it, and even if it is a fluke, it has little effect on the situation of Chen Jinged, so Chen Mo has not considered it all the time. Perfect blood can also strengthen the body and bring eternal life, but it also has little effect on the treatment of injuries. Most of the other ways of strengthening are the same. Knowing that this time he came to the world of Wolverine, Chen Mo first thought of not how much he could improve his ability, but how to cure Chen Jinged with the help of Logan's powerful self-healing ability and William Stryker's variant ability replication technology. Now he has personally verified the feasibility of this idea. Chen Jing's injury will soon be cured. Chen Mo is naturally delighted. However, the enhancement is not over yet. The first variant has been successfully replicated. After Chen Mo is excited for a while, he directly begins the enhancement of the second capability. This time, he chose to move in an instant. Similarly, the syringe was stabbed into the arm, and the crystal yellow serum containing Factor X slowly entered Chen Mo's blood vessel. Put down the syringe, Chen Mo quietly felt the changes in his body. A few minutes passed quickly. When he felt that the changes in his body had been completed, Chen Mo stood up directly from the sofa. Standing there, Chen Mo gently closed his eyes and carefully felt the changes in his body. This time, Chen Mo felt that his body had not changed as much as the previous self-healing enhancement, but there were some unusual changes in his mind. Originally, the spiritual power as scattered as mist has become more solid than before. What's more, the former Chen Mo can only sense the existence of spiritual power, but can't mobilize and use them. Now, Chen Mo obviously feels that the connection between his consciousness and these spiritual forces has deepened, and he can control these spiritual forces to a certain extent. In fact, these spiritual forces are like a lake in Chen Mo's heart. They belong to Chen Mo's power. However, before, he didn't know how to use them. He could only stand by the lake and have a look. Now, he has a bucket in his hand, and he can finally use the bucket to pump up the water from the lake. The changes in Chen Mo's mind are actually very subtle. After strengthening the connection with mental power, Chen Mo finds that he can finally control these unresponsive mental power before. With Chen Mo's idea, a lot of mental power is solidified in his mind more than before. Under his mobilization, it flows out of his mind without any hindrance, spreads rapidly to the body, and finally extends to the body's surface. The whole body is covered by his mental power. After mental power covers the whole body, Chen Mo can clearly feel every detail of the body, which is clearer and clearer than his previous perception of himself. In the past, it was like closing his eyes to touch an object. Although Chen Mo can also feel every detail above, it is far less clear than the direct use of eyes now. Chen Mo tries to continue to explore the mental force, but finds that, when the mental force leaves the body, it is not as easy as before when it expands on the body. However, under his control, the mental force continues to expand rapidly. When it reaches 1 meter away from the body, Chen Mo finds that it can no longer extend outward. The distance of 1 meter on the body's surface is the limit of Chen Mo's mental power. It's not that Chen Mo's mental power is not strong enough. In fact, although his current mental power can't be compared with Professor X's, it's still much stronger than the general mental department variety. The reason why he can't continue to extend is that his mental power is not concise enough. However, within this meter, Chen Mo feels that he has complete control over the space. It seems that he can move the space to another place as long as he is between the actions and thoughts. This should be the function of the blinking ability from the Phantom. Instead of trying to blink like this, Chen Mo first collected the mental force back to the body's surface, only wrapped his body and the clothes and shoes he was wearing, and then he took out a handcuff from the space and put it on his right wrist. Then, Chen Mo looked at the location a few meters ahead and silently gave the command of blinking in his mind. At the next moment, Chen Mo's figure suddenly disappeared in place, appeared a few meters away in front of him, and his original position, A silver handcuffs lost the support of the object, fell from the air to the ground. Chen Mo felt a flower in front of her eyes, and her body moved forward. Pata. A sound of the object falling to the ground was heard immediately behind Chen Mo. Chen Mo slowly turned around, looked at the handcuffs falling on the ground, raised his right hand, looked at his empty wrist, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He can feel the moment when the blink just happened, and the mental power he used to wrap his whole body is consumed in an instant. It seems that the power of blink must be completed by mental power, and the scope covered by mental power determines the subject of blink. If he wants to carry out blink together, he must wrap it with mental power, and the larger the scope covered by mental power, the blink the more mental energy you expend. But fortunately, according to Chen Mo's induction, the mental power consumed by the blink just now only accounts for less than 1/1000th of all mental power in his mind. That is to say, if Chen Mo only blinks himself in the way just like this, he can blink thousands of times in a row, then he will lose his mental strength and lose the ability to continue to use blink. This is enough for Chen Mo to fight. After all, he doesn't fight completely by blinking. Blinking is just a supplementary means of fighting. When it's critical, only when it is engraved can it play the most important role. However, if Chen Mo extends his mental power and carries other people or objects to blink, the mental power consumed will obviously be more. From the previous attempt, it is basically proportional to the volume, and the maximum range cannot exceed 1 meter around his body. As for the distance of blink, Chen Mo is not convenient for the experiment at present. He plans to wait until the reinforcement is completed and try again. Now, it's better to continue to strengthen. Heart read a move. Chen Mo's body disappeared from the spot in an instant, and then directly appeared in front of the sofa. This time, Chen Mo did not look at the position he was going to appear, but based on his memory, he imagined the specific location in his mind and directly launched the blink, which was indeed successful. Before strengthening, Chen Mo had asked about the use method and related details of Mirage blinking ability. In addition, he knew the ability of Mirage very well before, but now it is not very strange to use it. Of course, the real use of distance still needs a period of familiarity and training to fully play the power of blink. The blinking ability of Mirage is similar to that of Nightwalker. It is not necessary to look at the destination to be able to blink. As long as the safety of the place to be blinked can be determined, it is no problem to directly control the direction and distance of the blinking to blink. As soon as he moved back to the sofa, Chen Mo sat on the sofa again and took out the third X-gene serum from the space. For those who pursue powerful abilities, they want one of the most powerful variant abilities they can't get, but they can easily get an X-gene serum here. If those who work hard to improve their abilities know that they won't be jealous, their eyes will be full of blood. However, some things can't be envied. Today, Chen Mo seems to be easy to get. He got the variety ability he wanted, but all this was the power he accumulated in the past 100 years and his own plans and efforts in recent years. Now, Chen Mo just picked the fruit when it was ripe. The third X-gene serum Chen Mo took out was Annie's Mind Power Serum. Chen Mo quietly waits for the serum to play its role. Chen Mo knows that his genes are adding a new powerful ability. At the same time, Chen Mo can feel that new changes are brewing in the brain. A few minutes later, the feeling of numbness in the body gradually disappeared. The genetic transformation has been completed. New ability factors have been implanted into Chen Mo's genes, and the changes in Chen Mo's mind are just beginning. After the strengthening of the blinking ability, Chen Mo's mental power has become more solid than before. In Chen Mo's mind, it seems that it has changed from the original wispy, hazy mist state into a white, thick fog. With the completion of gene reinforcement of mental ability, the change of mental level begins. The vast white fog that originally enveloped the silent mind begins to gather in the middle gradually. With the continuous compression of occupied space, the color of white fog like mental power becomes more and more thick, and then it even becomes as pure as milk. However, if you look carefully, the mental power at this time actually appears it's still foggy. It's still foggy. It's just thicker. But the change did not stop. Compression is still continuing. The volume has been reduced dozens of times than the original mental force. Some crystal light spots gradually appear in the thick white mental force cloud. As the mental force cloud continues to compress, there are more and more crystal light spots, but the color of the cloud begins to become lighter gradually. Finally, when the mental force compression is completely over, it is suspended in Chen Mo's mind. It is a clear and transparent spirit sea like spring water, but it seems to be invisible and immaterial. Chen Mo feels that his thinking has never been as clear and thorough as it is now. He seems to sweep away all the clouds and mist in his mind. He can't say how refreshing and comfortable it is. Try to control the mental power in his mind again. Chen Mo finds that the mental power after the change is more easily and smoothly controlled, such as using his hands and fingers. As soon as the mind comes up, the mental power quickly responds. The change of mental power delighted Chen Moxon, but he didn't rush to test the newly acquired mental power. Instead, he used the more concrete mental power to start the blink again after the change. Compared with the last time of blinking, the time that the fog-like mental power spread to the whole body was a few tenths of a second. This time, almost between moving and thinking, the mental power suddenly covered Chen Mo's whole body. If the expansion speed of the fog-like mental power before was compared to the speed of sound, then the more solid mental power now is comparable to the speed of light. The moving and thinking is as fast as Chen Mo feeling. This is the effect that true mental power should have. Although the time spent in the former is still negligible compared with the time spent in the space jumping of the Devil system, it is possible to catch the top-level strong person with strong reaction ability, while the latter is almost impossible. Chen Mo also tried to extend the mental force around the body. This time, the mental force exceeded the original range of 1 meter and reached a distance of 10 meters. However, Chen Mo could feel that after the mental force exceeded the range of 1 meter, the feeling that the space was completely mastered disappeared. That is to say, beyond the space that Chen Mo could be bound with himself to move in a blink room range. It seems that the mental power enhancement brought by mental power only changes the performance of mental power and improves the speed, control, and flexibility in an all-round way. However, there is no enhancement effect for the spatial attribute of blink ability itself, which is also expected by Chen Mo. After all, according to the previous enhancement test of mutants, what X gene serum replicates is only a special ability of variation, which will not directly improve the strength level of mutants. Chen Mo feels that it is an unexpected harvest that mindfulness can enhance the speed of blink. In fact, Nyanli X gene serum only strengthens the mental power attribute of Chen Mo, makes it more concise, can be fully controlled and flexibly used. But Chen Mo's own mental power has not increased, just the quality has improved, which may be the reason why the transportable space of the blink ability has not improved. Although the speed of 10-ton tractor is different from that of 10-ton heavy truck, the load is the same. Chen Mo's body disappeared from the sofa and appeared in the chair behind the desk. Sure enough, as Chen Mo inferred, the blinking process has not changed, which is no different from the last time. Then Chen Mo no longer tries to blink but formally tries to think. It's best to verify the control of objects. Chen Mo directly expands his mental power to the maximum, that is, the 10-meter distance previously tested. In this range, Chen Mo can clearly know all the situations inside. Without looking, Chen Mo can know what is in the desk drawer through the solid wood. The books on the shelf can directly check each page of the printed text. Outside the room, the members of team who are all on guard can clearly sense the look, equipment, heartbeat, and breath of each of them, and even the flow of blood in the blood vessels. It is clearer, more accurate, and more detailed than what he felt before by his keen hearing. Within the scope of spiritual power, Chen Mo is like opening a 3D panoramic scan. Every detail can be clearly perceived by him. It's really like opening a god's perspective. He has a sense of omniscient control. This is also a function of mindfulness. Mental scanning can be used to detect the battlefield situation and all details covered by mental power. After discovering the new application of mental power by accident, Chen Mo began to try mental power control. First, he put his mind on a pen on the desk in front of him. As his mind began to focus, his mental power began to gather around the pen, wrapping it up like a hand. When Chen Mo controlled the mental power to rise slowly, the pen that was lying quietly on the desk floated up with Chen Mo's mental power palm. Chen Mo did not stop at this point and kept the pen floating in front of him. Chen Mo then separated some ideas and put them in the pen holder aside. With Chen Mo's mental power being activated again, the 3 pens in the pen holder float up at the same time. With the previous one, they line up in front of Chen Mo. Next, Chen Mo tried to control their flying in the air. At first, Chen Mo, who was not used to multitasking, often let several pens touch each other carelessly. But soon, with the powerful brain of the peerless genius, he could easily master the method of distraction and control 4 pens at the same time. He controlled the 4 pens like fingers and arms. The speed of flying was faster and faster, which made people see I was dazzled. With Chen Mo's heart moving, the 4 pens in front of him, which were flying like butterflies in flowers, stopped in an instant and suspended quietly in the air. Under the control of Chen Mo's mind power, their caps were taken off at the same time and fell on the table. Then, Chen Mo manipulated 4 pens to write on the paper together, which was no different from his own writing with his hands. In the controlled state, the mind power is equal to the extension of Chen Mo's hands, and it is more flexible and faster than his hands. The specific ability value Chen Mo didn't need to be tested urgently. These can be left together after the end of the enhancement. At least from Chen Mo's preliminary attempt, the ability of mind power and object control is very practical, which can greatly improve Chen Mo's combat effectiveness. This made Chen Mo's face appear a satisfied smile. After controlling the 4 pens and putting on the cap again, Chen Mo flew back to the pen holder. Chen Mo once again extended his mental power to the outside of the room. Under his mental induction, Logan was standing at the door of his office with a solemn face. The alderman claws between his fingers had been extended, and a pair of fierce eyes were injected in front of him with vigilance. The muscles of the whole body were in 1/2 tense state, as long as there is a situation, can quickly attack at any time. For Chen Mo's task to protect his strength and safety, Logan saw it more important than his own safety, and his eyes were more cautious than ever before. Looking at Logan's face as if facing the enemy's solemn expression, Chen Mo couldn't help but smile, and then put his mental strength into Logan's mind. Find Logan's consciousness in his mind, and Chen Mo controls his mental power to slowly wrap up his consciousness. Then, Chen Mo orders Logan to make a face through his mind. So when all the people around hold their breath and are alert, Logan, who is in the most critical position behind them, suddenly turns his eyes and spits out his tongue. His behavior and the solemn atmosphere around him form a strong contrast. Fortunately, everyone is focused on the front. No one can see his face, otherwise he will think he has neuropathy. Through the telepathy, he clearly saw Logan's face, and Chen Mo smiled as if he had succeeded in a prank. Then he took back his mental strength and turned to Victor's mind. After Chen Mo's mental power was removed, Logan could not help smashing his mouth. Did his tongue just move? I don't think so. Logan shook his head doubtfully, then looked forward again. Chen Mo, who used mental control for the first time, didn't grasp the strength well, which made Logan realize a little difference, but it was a slight feeling, and he only regarded it as his own illusion. On the other hand, Chen Mo put his mental power into Victor's mind and connected his consciousness directly. He said in his mind, "Victor." Under the induction of Chen Mo, Victor obviously heard Chen Mo's call and turned around. Victor was familiar with Chen Mo's voice, so he didn't attack directly. However, when he turned around and looked behind, he found that there was no one behind him. When Victor was confused and thought that he had heard it wrong, Chen Mo's voice rang in his mind again. "I'm communicating with you by telepathy. You can talk directly in your mind. I can hear you. Master, did your reinforcement succeed?" The voice with deep joy in Victor's mind was directly received by Chen Mo. Come on, keep the alert. Chen Mo uses his mind to convey the message. Yes, Victor replied in his mind, and then he turned his sharp eyes to the front again. Chen Mo drew his mental strength away again and put it into the other side of Agent Zero's mind. This time, Chen Mo wants to test consciousness reading ability. After wrapping Agent Zero's consciousness with mental force, Chen Mo continues to control the mental force to infiltrate into Agent Zero's consciousness, and soon enters Agent Zero's consciousness surface layer. Then, the thoughts in Agent Zero's mind are clearly introduced into Chen Mo's brain. After a while, Chen Mo smiled and withdrew his mental strength. Just now, there were only two ideas he felt in Agent Zero's mind. Protect the commander. There's no pardon for the intruders. For Chen Mo, the commander, Agent Number 0, had some resistance at first, but later he was completely convinced and admired Chen Mo from the bottom of his heart. Chen Mo is very clear about the change of Agent Zero's attitude, but now he can read it directly from Agent Zero's consciousness through thought reading. It's another feeling, which is much simpler and more reliable than his analysis and judgment through psychology and expression, heartbeat and breath. What Chen Mo read is the most real idea in his heart. It can't be fake. It's more reliable than a lie detector. After roughly testing several abilities of mental power, Chen Mo has recovered his mental power again. Next, he is going to start to strengthen the fourth and last variant abilities. Taking out the last X gene serum in the space, Chen Mo injected it directly into the body without hesitation. The familiar feeling of crispy hemp reappeared soon. Chen Mo focused on his mind and felt the changes carefully. Yes, this last ability, Chen Mo, is still the ability of choosing the type of mental power. Compared with the strengthening of the body, the mental abilities are more precious and difficult to obtain. So, in addition to Chen Mo's powerful self-healing ability, Chen Mo has strengthened 3 types of spiritual abilities. Although the last ability of Chen Mo's choice surprised Dr. Carol Foster, it was not inferior to the powerful variety ability of blink and thought. Under Chen Mo's induction, with the bursts of crisp numbness coming from the cell level, his brain appeared some subtle changes. In a small area of the brain cells that were dormant were activated, and the new synapses began to extend outward, so that they established a set of completely different and brand new neural connections with a special rule with each other. At the same time of brain changes, Chen Mo's mental power has also changed again. The blue light flashes in it, and appears, strengthens and disappears with Chen Mo's consciousness. When the reinforcement is over, compared with the 2 previous reinforcement, Chen Mo's mental strength seems to have no change. However, when Chen Mo's thoughts are aroused, the wisps of blue light will be aroused with Chen Mo's thoughts. The change of Chen Mo's brain is more magical. When Chen Mo put consciousness into it, he found that it is more like a biological computer. The new neural connection structure between the activated brain cells enables them to operate like the computer's processor. When analyzing and processing the input information, its operation speed is much faster than Chen Mo's normal thinking speed. No, compared with all kinds of concrete abstract thinking, perception, movement, language, and other functions that the whole brain can perform, the function of this newly activated brain area appears to be a little single and mechanized. Its function is simply to say that there is only one, that is, computing, information and data computing like computers. As for its practical application, Chen Mo will try it soon, but before that, he released the mental power in his mind. In the corner of the desk in front of Chen Mo, there is a desk lamp. Under the influence of Chen Mo's mind, the lamp bulb of the desk lamp rotates itself, falls off the desk lamp and slowly floats to Chen Mo. At the next moment, the light bulb that was going out suddenly lights up gradually from dark to light. At this time, its end interface is not connected with any power supply. This light bulb is suspended in the air and lights up. Chen Mo enhanced the 4th ability. It is from the ex-team member Bradley's electromagnetic control. Bradley, the most humble mutant in the movie, is also the earliest mutant who died in Team X even now. He is still the weakest one among the team whose overall strength has been improved a lot under the leadership and guidance of Chen Mo, but Chen Mo pays great attention to him. Bradley has only one ability, to control electromagnetism. Electricity and magnetism seem to be two different abilities, but in fact, they have a very close relationship. The changing current can produce a magnetic field, and the changing magnetic field can also produce an electric field. They can be said to be one and two sides. Electromagnet is the most typical phenomenon of electromagnetism. Motor and generator are the further application of electromagnetic induction. At present, Bradley can only control a voltage up to 1000 volts. Speaking of attack power, Bradley is not as good as the rest of Team X. William Stryker used to use him as an assistant, a humanoid radio station and remote control. But in Chen Mo's view, his ability is very precious. There are many mutants who can control the current or magnetic field, but their ability is only limited to one of them, or electric over magnetism, even Magneto King, and only Bradley can master the two together, and the control is very delicate. And the reason why he can achieve the electromagnetic dual control that even the King of Magnetism can't do is because of the particularity of his ability. In terms of power, Bradley's electromagnetic ability, let alone that of the boss, is far inferior to that of other ordinary controllers of electric and magnetic ability. Some mutants with the ability to control current can directly send electric arcs with voltage up to tens of thousands of volts through their bodies to attack. In contrast, Bradley's voltage is still less than 1000 volts. It's okay to deal with ordinary people. If you meet someone with strong physical quality, you can only scratch the enemy. However, the strength of Bradley's ability is not in power, but in fine control of current. The use of electric energy and magnetic field by other mutants is mostly simple and extensive attack of strong voltage and current, adsorption of metal, or more cool release of arc, control of metal attack. They can't control the current precisely, or even stabilize it, or generate a stable magnetic field that can be used. Although Bradley can't use the violent current to launch a powerful attack like other people, he can control the current according to his mind. Whether it is to supply power to mechanical and electronic equipment smoothly, or to make the current change rapidly, high-frequency vibration, and generate electromagnetic waves, Bradley can control it well. He can directly control the internal current of the precision instrument, and then realize the control of the whole precision and complex instrument. Whether it is the aircraft control equipment or the computer, Bradley can control it at will. He can also transmit and receive electromagnetic waves as stable and accurate as an instrument, and analyze the contents of electromagnetic waves, and restore them to sound signals. Now, under Chen Mo's training, he can even receive and process video signals, directly connect with UAV, control and investigate, which is equivalent to a supercomputer equipped with strong signal transceiver. The new area of Chen Mo's brain is the core processor of the supercomputer. Compared with him, the same kind of people with strong attack power are more like electric sticks. The attack power is not weak, but the use of electric current is too shallow. Most of them use current directly to attack, and the way to strengthen the attack power is just to increase the voltage and current continuously, and there is almost no deep application of current. As for Magneto King, he is naturally much more powerful than ordinary mutants, and his control of magnetic force is very fine. He can use magnetic field to control metal to change it into the shape he wants, such as sword or steel ball to attack. But his ability is limited to magnetic force. He can control the magnetic force well to fight, but he still can't control the magnetic field itself slightly to generate controllable current, let alone control electronic equipment as freely as Bradley. If you want to make an analogy, Magneto King is like an electric shock gun. Its power, precision, and control are all on top of the ordinary mutant like an electric baton. But compared with Bradley like a supercomputer, it is still much worse in terms of fine control. Magneto is not only unable to control the current through the magnetic field, but also unable to transmit and receive electromagnetic waves. Its application to the magnetic field is limited to the control of metal substances. Therefore, many people will think that the ability of Magneto is to control metal. However, in terms of magnetic force, Bradley doesn't make much use of it, mainly because the magnetic field strength generated by his original ability is too weak, and there is no problem affecting electronic equipment. If he wants to control metal like Magneto, he will be much worse. Most importantly, he has never tried to control metal in the past. Before the awakening of the variant ability, Bradley was just an ordinary person. His vision was limited. After the unexpected awakening of the variant ability, his development and cognition of his ability had been limited to controlling small electronic devices such as radio, electric toys, and receiving radio signals directly, until he was recruited by William Stryker after joining Team X. He really got in touch with other varieties of people, and applied his ability to fly airplanes, receive and transmit radios and other higher fields. But in fact, at this time, his development of his ability is still very shallow. Until Chen Mo's appearance, everything began to change. In addition to the expansion of his original capabilities, using wireless power supply to charge the UAV and carry out radio remote control, he has also gained the ability of video image transmission and analysis, which can use the UAV for remote detection and monitoring. After Chen Mo had a deeper understanding of his electromagnetic ability, Chen Mo began to exercise his ability to use the magnetic field to directly control the metal. Bradley did not meet the king of magnetism, and did not know the powerful use of the magnetic field in this regard. Chen Mo, who saw the movie, was no longer clear. Although Bradley's magnetic field is not as powerful as Magneto King's, there is no problem in controlling some coins to attack. This also enables him to maintain sufficient combat effectiveness even when the UAV is completely damaged or not around. His survival and combat effectiveness on the battlefield are greatly enhanced. He is no longer the only logistics personnel the weak. However, Bradley can only control the smaller metal to attack at present, and can't change the shape of metal by using the force of magnetic field like Magneto, which needs more powerful force. He can't reach it now, so Bradley can't directly separate the metal circle from the surrounding metal objects like Magneto Ball attack, but always with a large handful of coins, which also led to X-Team members in the outside of the mission often find him to borrow coins to buy water. Bradley finally got his nickname, Little Vault. Although Chen Mo helped Bradley develop the ability to use magnetic field to control metal, for Chen Mo himself, the ability to use magnetic field to control metal is not so important, because his current ability to control objects with mental force is not very different from that of Magneto King in function. As long as the mental force is strong enough, the metal can be changed at will shape, and mindfulness is not just about metal, it's about all matter. Therefore, what Chen Mo really values is not Bradley's ability to control the magnetic force, but his ability to control the electricity to the extreme. With mindfulness, Chen Mo has no lack of ability to control objects, while Bradley's ability to control electricity has a strong ability that none of the other variants have. Directly and fundamentally control all electronic machinery, including computers, mechanical equipment, aircraft, cars, tanks, and robots. After so many space traverses, Chen Mo has summed up the rules. No matter the world he has traversed, or the world represented by the light ball that has appeared but not been chosen by him, they all have one thing in common. They are the world of movies, and they are the world of science fiction movies. In addition to a few films like The Legend of the Night, which happened in the ancient movie world, most sci-fi films are inseparable from high-tech equipment and weapons, warships, spaceships, and robots, which are often seen in sci-fi films. Chen Mo, 1 or 2 robots doesn't pay much attention, but what about 100, 1,000, 1,000? Even if there is an invincible sword of the king, Chen Mo can't resist it at all. The only choice is to retreat. And if it's as powerful as a steel suit or a giant robot in the Pacific Rim, Chen's advantage is even smaller. Bradley's ability is naturally restrained by these electronic and mechanical devices. His brain is like a computer, which can directly process electronic information and data. He not only can directly invade and control these electronic devices like Jarvis, but also he is more powerful than Jarvis. Jarvis can only invade through technical means, but Bradley can directly rewrite the program. He doesn't need to invade the target through loopholes. Even if the other party doesn't connect to the internet, or even closes all communication and information receiving ports, Bradley can directly attack its processor and hard disk. Through his subtle control of electricity to the extreme, he can directly tamper with its data in control. After all, the information processing, storage, and control of electronic devices, whether robots or warships, are all carried out by electrical signals. Even Bradley can directly increase the current to burn the processor and other components of the other party, or more simply control the power supply of the other party to stop. No matter how severe you are, I can directly cut off your power supply and forcibly shut down the machine. Even the most advanced machine can only be shut down. Even the top AI Jarvis is not an opponent to Bradley at all. He is a natural killer of robots with excellent power control ability. In the X-Men movie, the Sentinel robot that will almost exterminate the mutants is still a computer-controlled robot after all. Even if the second generation of Sentinel robot in the later period did not use any metal, the outer armor has the ability to change shape and imitate after integrating the deformation ability of the Magic Shape Woman, and the defense and attack ability are extremely strong, but it's the internal control center is still a computer, and the analysis and processing of information still rely on the internal microcurrent. Although their special armor shell can resist direct electromagnetic attack, it can't prevent Bradley's ability to completely control the current. Moreover, the operation and communication of Sentinel robots are also inseparable from electromagnetic wave, which is still the field that Bradley can completely control. Therefore, if Bradley is not killed by Victor in the movie, the future mutants will not be reduced to the point of being chased and killed by Sentinel robots and almost wiped out. Bradley, who has precise electromagnetic control ability, is the killer of robots. Even the Sentinel robot, which is powerful enough to exterminate mutants, has to be forced to shut down before Bradley. Of course, even without Bradley's ability, Chen Mo is not afraid of the Sentinel robot that is so powerful that even Magneto King and Professor X can only retreat. Because Chen Mo has the indestructible Edelman alloy steel battle suit and the powerful sonic gun. Most importantly, Chen Mo's seemingly ancient medieval knight's heavy sword, the indestructible King's sword, it can easily cut through the strong defense of Sentinel robots, and with the flying ability of steel battle clothes, it's just like cutting melons and vegetables to deal with them. As long as the number is not too much to kill, Chen Mo can still cope with it. But if the number is too much, Chen Mo can only choose to retreat temporarily. Moreover, although he is not afraid of it, it does not mean that other people can be like him. If a large number of Sentinel robots attack, Chen Mo can protect himself, but it is difficult to protect other people from harm. After all, the efficiency of killing enemies is limited. In the face of the endless Sentinel robots in the movie, it is inevitable to lose one or the other. At this time, Bradley's ability shows its strength. Although the distance to directly control the current is limited, the transmission and reception of electromagnetic waves are almost unlimited. As long as he controls a Sentinel robot, Bradley can directly and violently crack the program, including the encryption control program, and then he can directly force through electromagnetic waves. The efficiency of controlling all Sentinel robots is much higher than Chen Mo's sword cutting. Although Bradley's electromagnetic control ability itself does not have a strong attack power, it is extremely practical for Chen Mo, who constantly shuttles through the world of science fiction movies. With Bradley's ability to control electricity, Chen Mo will have no future in the world of technologically advanced science and technology movies. Even if Jarvis can't make sure of the situation, he can do it himself, and easily. What's more, the power of this power control ability is not as weak as Bradley's, only a few light bulbs. Bradley himself has been able to release a voltage of 1,000 volts. He can also play a great power against a variety of people whose general physical fitness is not particularly strong. Moreover, thanks to the precise control of the current, Bradley can directly create and release an arc in the air after his ability is improved. Although the power has not been greatly improved, it can also directly create and release an arc in Logan and Wei, Germany, and other people still cannot constitute a threat, but the momentum is full. The deterrent force in the battlefield can be even greater than that of Billy Claws and Double Swords. On the whole, Bradley's ability to control electromagnetism is similar to Annie's mind power, and it also has many powerful functions, which can play a role in many aspects, and also has great potential to be developed. So far, Chen Mo has completed the enhancement of all kinds of abilities. This time, although Chen Mo's physical quality has not been improved much, with these 4 kinds of abilities, his overall strength has been greatly improved, which is far greater than the previous experience of several worlds. After the reinforcement, Chen Mo disarmed the outside of the office and let the Special Forces soldiers and ex-team members leave, while he became familiar with these new variants. There is nothing to try for self-healing ability. Logan and Victor's self-healing ability is weaker than him, and they have no fear of any harm. Chen Mo has no interest in doing experiments such as cutting the abdomen and digging the heart again. He is not the 2 masochists, especially enjoying the feeling of being shot into a sieve by the quilt. As a nearly cheating mobile way, the ability of Blink will be used frequently in Chen Mo's future battles, so Chen Mo intends to study it well. Chen first tried the Blink distance. The teleportation distance of the Phantom is only 20 meters at most, but his mental power is much weaker than Chen Mo, and he can't carry the objects within 1 meter around his body for teleportation just like Chen Mo. The mental power of the Phantom can only support him to carry his own equipment and weapons for teleportation. Chen Mo estimated that his blink distance must be far than welcome me, but he has no bottom on how far he can be. Distance is not as fast as the ghost space jump. The uncontrollable jumping time and the huge cost of turning into the devil make Chen Mo choose the former. With a very relaxed mood after the wish is fulfilled, Chen Mo strolls through the base, slowly walking towards the top of the base, passing through a heavy steel gate at the end of the passage. In the awe of the standing guard soldiers, Chen Mo leaves the base and arrives at a hidden platform at the top of the mountain. Looked up at the sky above, Chen Muring thought a move, directly launched the blink direction, sky, distance, the largest. At the next moment, Chen Mo only felt that when the scene in front of him changed, his feet suddenly emptied. Before his body fell down, Chen Mo started his mental energy and held himself up directly. Although Chen Mo has not tested the maximum strength of his mind power, he can feel that there is no problem in using the mind power to lift his weight through the relaxed feeling of controlling the pen before. Even if his estimation is wrong, he can't really. Chen Mo can also release steel battle clothes at any time to dress quickly and die. No way. It turns out that Chen Mo's estimation is not wrong. There is no problem in lifting his weight, but it's also very easy. It can be seen that the limit of mindfulness is far beyond this controlling mindfulness to stay in the mid-air stably. Chen Mo looks down at the bottom and finds that the top platform he was on just now is under his feet. As for the distance, Chen Mo roughly estimates the corner of his mouth. I couldn't help but smile. Jarvis, what was my blink distance just now? Floating in the air, Chen Mo asked Jarvis in his watch. Master, it's just 100 meters. Jarvis's respectful voice sounded in the open air. 100 meters, almost the same as Chen Mo's own estimation, is far away from the Phantom. Chen Mo is very satisfied with this. The blink distance of Mirage is only 20 meters. It's enough for ordinary close combat, but on the whole, it's still too close. Now Chenmo's 100-meter blink distance is much better. It can basically meet the needs of Chenmo's battle, and its role in the battlefield is greatly improved. Jarvis, after answering Chenmo's questions, went on. Master, congratulations on learning to fly. Chenmo can't help but smile when he hears the words. Yes, with the power of thinking, he can float in the air at will or even fly in the air, just like he controls the pen to fly in the air, but the object of the power of thinking becomes himself. Thinking of this, Chenmo temporarily stopped his intention to continue blinking and directly used his mind power to control his body to fly in the air. Mental control is the embodiment of mental power. It can directly transform mental power into invisible force and act on objects, no matter other objects or Chenmo himself. Chen first controlled himself to rise, fall, roll, and turn in the air, and was familiar with the flight ability of additional gift, of mindfulness. When Chenmo is familiar with the feeling and control of mindfulness flight, he stops and hovers quietly in the air. Then he adjusts his body shape and slowly rotates forward 90 degrees. The whole face lies flat in the air, just like Superman in flight, but Chenmo doesn't put his hands forward like the guy in underpants. Chenmo, who is used to the flying style of iron and steel battle clothes, put his hands back and naturally on his side. Although his posture is not cool enough, Chenmo feels that it's like surrendering to lift his hands forward from below. Besides, it's tiring to lift them for a long time. Jarvis, prepare the record. After Chenmo finished, he controlled Zhenjin battle suit to wrap his body and eyes together. Yes, sir. Ready, Chenmo found a direction directly. He suddenly increased the output of his mind power to the maximum and used it to push himself forward and accelerate his flight. Chenmo's great force acted on him, which made him gallop forward at a far faster acceleration than the free-falling body, and soon reached a very high speed. However, the faster the speed, the greater the air resistance Chenmo felt, and the slower the speed increased, and finally kept stable at a speed. Jarvis, speed. The huge outside noise did not prevent Chenmo from using the built-in communication device of Zhenjin Nano combat suit to communicate with Jarvis. 475 kph. In terms of body flying, the speed is already very high. Generally, people with wings, such as angels, can't fly faster than 200 kilometers per hour. However, Chenmo is not satisfied with the data. He knows that the effect of mindfulness is far more than that. Soon Chenmo thought of the problem, the drag coefficient. He is now flying directly at high speed with his body. The wind resistance coefficient is much higher than that of the aircraft, and the resistance is naturally greater. A lot of force is used to offset the resistance, so the speed of the aircraft can't be improved. Thinking of this, Chenmo has a new idea. Since mind power can produce power to control things in substance, can it change the air flow in substance? Just think about it. While Chenmo is flying at full speed, he slowly controls the mind force to cover the whole body and gradually adjusts the shape of the mind force, forming a cone shape, which completely covers Chenmo. Next, Chenmo tries to control the cone-shaped mind force. He doesn't need to exert any force. He just needs to be as hard as a real object and be able to withstand the strong wind. It has to be said that the potential of mindfulness is really great. In other words, it is a substantial part of mindfulness, but it has not been used before. With the control of Chenmo's consciousness, the cone-shaped meditation force wrapped by Chenmo is really consolidated. Although it is still invisible, Chenmo can obviously feel that the air resistance in front of him is suddenly reduced, and the flight speed that has been stagnated and no longer improved is rapidly increased again. Chenmo's heart is happy. It seems that it really works. All of a sudden, he not only solved the problem of great flight resistance of the body, but also found a new use of mindfulness, substantiation. This kind of materialization is different from that of mind power control. The former mind power control is not to materialize the mind power, and then use the mind power after the materialization to move the object, but directly apply the mind power to the object. If we want to compare, then the mind power control is more like using the wind to blow the object, while the mind power materialization is to turn the invisible but powerful wind into a wall. So far, in addition to being able to shape and change the wind resistance, substantiation should also be able to resist attacks. As for how strong an attack can be resisted, it needs to be tested separately. In any case, Chen Mo found a new use of mindfulness, which was also a windfall. This time, after changing the flight shape and reducing the drag coefficient, Chen Mo's speed finally broke through the sound barrier and reached the state of supersonic speed, but that's all. After breaking the sound barrier, the drag increased faster with the speed, and the speed increased more slowly. When the speed increased to 2 Mach, he finally stopped completely, no longer growth. Chen Mo tries to change the shape of the outer cone. The cone is not the shape with the smallest wind resistance coefficient. Chen Mo just found a relatively favorable shape for flight before. In addition to aircraft, the most common water drop in nature is the one with the smallest wind resistance coefficient. Like the fastest sports car in the automobile, the wind resistance coefficient is generally about 0.3. The aircraft can reach 0.08, and the raindrop falling in the air can reach 0.05, which is the shape with the least wind resistance coefficient among all known shapes. However, Chen Mo did not adjust the shape of the mind force wrapped in the outside of the body to the shape of water drop. Although the drag coefficient of water droplet is the smallest, it is limited to the case of conventional speed. Once the speed exceeds the speed of sound, the situation will be more complex. When the aircraft is flying in the air, the front end will disturb the air. This disturbance will propagate in the form of disturbance wave at the speed of sound. When the speed of the aircraft is less than the speed of sound, the disturbance wave will propagate directly in all directions and will not affect the aircraft. However, when the object is moving at supersonic speed, the propagation speed of the disturbance wave is smaller than the forward speed of the aircraft. In this way, the subsequent disturbance generated by the aircraft will be superposed with the previous disturbance wave, forming a strong wave, and the air will be strongly compressed to form a shock wave. In a sonic fighter, the shock resistance will account for a large proportion in supersonic flight. In order to reduce the shock resistance, the fighter needs to be designed to conform to the shape of area ratio and the design of area ratio. In short, the cross-sectional area of the aircraft should be increased smoothly from the nose to the place close to the tail, and then reduced smoothly until the end of the tail. The overall cross-sectional area of the aircraft should be reduced as much as possible. That's why we see ordinary airliners that are closer to water droplets, while supersonic fighters are more flat and sharp. Therefore, after Chen Mo tried according to this rule, he finally controlled his mind power to become a flat shuttle shape that could cover his body. The largest cross-sectional area in the middle of the shuttle shape is basically the same as that of his trunk part, and the front and rear head and foot parts are gradually reduced, forming 2 sharp corners as sharp as the tip of the sword. The shape of is the principle of Chen Min's minimum flight resistance adjusted by the principle of minimizing air resistance and shock resistance. Jarvis reports speed. Chen felt that after changing the shape of the mental shell, the speed of flight increased. When the speed increased to the highest level, he asked Jarvis again, "Sir, you are now flying at Mach 3. Hearing this, Chen Mo shook his head regretfully, which was a lot higher than before, but the highest speed was still much lower than that of the 6 Mach of the iron and steel battle clothes. It seems that long-distance flight depends on iron and steel battle clothes. At least at present, his own flight speed is not as fast as that of iron and steel battle clothes, and he has to continuously consume mental power. Although the consumption range is very small with his current mental strength, it's no problem to fly with all his strength for several hours, but after all, it's not as simple and convenient as iron and steel battle clothes. But when he thought of steel battle clothes, Chen Mo soon had a new idea. He first slowed down and hovered in the air. Then he thought about it, and then he released the steel armor directly from the space. The dark Edelman alloy steel battlesuit appeared in front of Chen Mo instantly, wrapped the first half of his body directly, and then a low mechanical transmission sound accompanied by the crisp metal impact sound sounded continuously. The armor unfolded on both sides of the battle suit quickly deformed and closed, wrapping Chen Mo completely. Dress up. The whole process takes less than a second. From the release of the battle clothes to the deformation and closure of the armor, the speed is extremely fast. Almost in a flash, the clothing has been completed. This is the result of Chen Mo's continuous optimization and improvement in order to shorten the clothing time as much as possible, so as not to be caught by the enemy. After putting on the steel battle suit, Chen Mo didn't start the propeller, but still used his mind to hold the battle suit and himself in the air. This time, Chen clearly felt the weight increase. Although he didn't use the power to fly at full speed just now, it was not as easy as at the beginning. Chen Mo's own weight is about 100 kg. With the weight of 200 kg of steel and war clothes, the overall weight has reached 300 kg. However, Chen Mo just feels heavier. With his current strength of mind power, it's no problem to lift the weight of 300 kg. Although it hasn't been tested accurately, according to his feeling, the current maximum strength of mind power control object should be able to reach 1 ton left and right. We'll talk about the air adjustment posture. The steel war suit itself is controlled by the thrusters of the hands and feet and chest and abdomen. Although Chen Mo can manipulate, it can be manipulated flexibly, but it is far less convenient and faster than the mental power. Chen Mo directly uses the power to control the battle suit to adjust the flight posture, and his hands are still stretched on the sides of the body naturally. Then, under the control of Chen Mo, the propellers of the feet, hands and chest and abdomen of the iron and steel war clothes were started at the same time, and the white flames were ejected, pushing the war clothes to fly forward rapidly. When the holographic projection inside the helmet shows that the speed reaches the maximum speed and Mach 6, Chen Mo once again applies his mind power to the battle suit, adding another impetus to it. The iron and steel battle suit with stable speed accelerates again and continues to improve rapidly. Soon it reaches a new speed limit, Mach 7. Although the speed is only increased by 1 Mach, in the case of supersonic speed, with the increase of speed, the increase of resistance will be larger and larger, and the later, the harder the speed is to be improved. In the real world, the speed of the fastest fighter is only Mach 3.2. NASA has built a hypersonic aircraft with a maximum speed of Mach 9.8, the X-43. It's just an unmanned test aircraft dedicated to the research of scramjet. It has no practical value at all. Its flight needs to be carried to a height of 100,000 feet by a B-52 bomber, and then by a fire the rocket takes it into a higher orbit and accelerates to a very high speed. Finally, it is separated from the rocket. It is powered by a specially developed supersonic ramjet engine. It can continue to fly for about 10 seconds. After reaching the limit speed of Mach 9.8 for a short time, it will lose its power and fall into the sea. Compared with them, Chen Mo's current speed of Mach 7 is astounding, and it's not over yet. Although the shape of the iron and steel battle suit has been optimized and the wind resistance coefficient is very low, its main function is to fight, so the shape cannot be changed too much in order to pursue low wind resistance. Therefore, compared with the fighter, its flight resistance is still a little large. Although the powerful power enables it to maintain a high speed, if the shape can be further optimized, we can still make great progress. Therefore, Chen Mo once again formed a new armor on the outer layer of the battle suit, changed its dynamic shape into a shuttle shape, and the flight speed of the battle suit was also increased again, finally reaching 8 times the speed of sound. That is 9,800 kilometers per hour, nearly 10,000 kilometers per hour. At this terrifying speed of nearly 10,000 kilometers per hour, it takes only 4 hours to circle the Earth, and no more than 2 hours to reach any place on the Earth. Chen Mo's long-distance mobility is greatly enhanced. However, this is not Chen Mo's fastest speed. To say that the fastest moving speed is blinking. Although Chen Mo's maximum distance of each blink is only 100 meters, Chen Mo's blink does not have the time interval like the devil's blink. The only time that takes time is the time that the mind determines the location and distance of the blink, and issues the command of the blink between the two blinks, which is short to only a moment. After Chen Mo tried to fly at super high speed under the combination of mental strength and steel battle suit, Chen Mo did not rush to remove the battle suit and reclaim the space, but continued to float in the air wearing the battle suit. After several flight experiments just now, Chen Mo is far away from the base, and the distance shown in the helmet is more than 1,000 kilometers. Jarvis, show the direction of return and update the location and distance in real time. As soon as Chen Mo's voice fell, Jarvis's steady voice began to ring in his helmet. Yes, sir. With Jarvis's voice, a suspended scissor is also displayed on the holographic screen, which points to the direction of the base just as it hovers in the air in front of Chen Mo's eyes. Chen Mo nodded his head with satisfaction, glanced at the distance and time displayed on one side, then looked at the direction pointed by the arrow, moved in his heart, and started blinking. At the next moment, Chen Mo appears 100 meters away, but his figure disappears again in a flash, then appears in the sky farther away, and then disappears again. Chen Mo's figure is like a ghost. It flickers rapidly at the height of 10,000 meters, and the time is shorter and shorter, and the frequency of blinking is faster and faster. If you stand on the track of Chen Mo's blinking and look in the direction of Chen Mo's blinking, you will find that Chen Mo's figure is rapidly disappearing at a very high speed, but you can't find the flickering of his figure. It looks like same as the continuous picture. Because Chen Mo's blinking frequency is too high, the ability of ordinary people to capture images is limited. When there are more than 10 pictures in a second, they will be regarded as continuous pictures, and more than 24 pictures are completely indistinguishable. Chen Mo's flash frequency has exceeded 50 times per second, which is impossible for the naked eye to distinguish. Even in the distance, Chen Mo stays for less than 0.02 seconds every time he appears. Ordinary people can't even find Chen Mo. Chen Mo has reached 100 meters in each blink, so that he can move more than 5,000 meters in a second, which is 15 times the speed of sound. In addition, Chen Mo's instantaneous movement mode, though faster than the speed of sound, does not actually move in the air, does not break through the sound barrier, neither the sonic boom nor the loud noise in high-speed flight. It is completely silent movement. With his short flash time beyond the human eye, the whole movement is almost invisible. It will not be detected at all, and it has a high concealment in actual combat. However, Chen Mo did not successfully use the blink to flash all the way back to the base. At the same time, with such a high frequency of blink, Chen Mo could feel that the mental power in his mind was being rapidly consumed, far faster than his previous use of mental power to fly. Just over a minute later, Chen Mo felt that the mental power consumed more than half. Chen Mo doesn't continue to blink. Look at the limit of blink and feel that he has consumed most of his mental power. Chen Mo is almost at the bottom. After all, blink is to tear space for instant movement. Although it has a special talent of mutants, it's easy to launch, and it doesn't consume much energy, but compared with a simple mind power control object, it still needs a lot more. If it's just a low-intensity use, there's no pressure to use Chen's great mental power, but no matter how strong the mental power is, it's also difficult without Chen Mo's ultra-high frequency of more than 50 blinks in a second. The recovery speed of mental power can't keep up with the consumption at all, and it will soon be exhausted. It seems that, although the overall movement speed of the blink is very fast, it can only be used for a distance of hundreds of kilometers. Beyond this range, thousands of kilometers still depend on the steel battle clothes with nearly unlimited endurance. Starting the propeller of the battle suit again, Chen Mo didn't use the mental force, so he flew towards the base at the speed of Mach 6. When he returned to the base after more than 10 minutes, the mental force in Chen Mo's mind also recovered a small part. Chen Mo roughly estimated that it would take several hours for him to recover according to this speed, and the complete consumption of mental concentration only when Chen Mo, who didn't have mental ability before and didn't consume much mental power, didn't know his mental power recovery speed until now. He didn't think it was too slow. After all, mental power is not like physical power. It's more difficult to improve and recover. However, Chen Mo believes that with his mental power improving, the recovery speed will definitely improve. It is not impossible to travel across continents in a blink of an eye. After experimenting with the new ability of blink and mental power outside the base, Chen Mo controlled the steel battle suit to slowly land on the hidden platform above the base, and then quickly removed the steel battle suit and recovered the space. Later, Chen Mo did not return the original way. He entered the base from the steel gate when he came out. Instead, he thought directly and disappeared on the platform. At the next moment, Chen Mo's figure appears in the office. After just using, Chen Mo has been very skilled in the control of blink. Relying on the accurate control of the terrain orientation and distance within the base, Chen Mo directly crossed tens of meters and blinked back to his office. In the next few days, Chen Mo has been familiarizing himself with and exercising several varieties of abilities, especially mental power and electromagnetic control. It doesn't need to be said that Chen Mo has been skillful in mind control, telepathy, mind reading, and mind control. Chen Mo can be used easily and freely, which doesn't take Chen Mo too much time. Instead, electromagnetic control takes Chen Mo quite a long time to get familiar with and exercise. The coolest move of Bradley's is to control the electric current to form an arc in the air to attack. Chen Mo quickly mastered the main idea and can extend the arc for 10 meters to attack enemies in the distance. Chen Mo's mental power and other qualities are much better than Bradley, so the power he can control is much better than Bradley. Chen Mo can produce a voltage of up to 2,000 volts, almost 10 times the AC voltage of the household, 6 times the industrial voltage, not to mention ordinary people. Even for Agent Zero and Wade, it is also a great threat, and only Rogan and Victor with strong self-healing ability can resist Chen Mo's arc attack. Chen Mo also has his own magic attack means. Even if he doesn't have technology weapons such as steel battle clothes and sonic guns, Chen Mo can also carry out energy attack. Compared with the intangible and immaterial mental power, arc attack is much cooler and can bring more deterrent power to the enemy. Of course, its own attack power is also not weak. Not only can it cause great damage to the human body, but if Chen Mo's electric arc is directly hit on the wall, it can directly crack the position contacting the electric arc. Its power is not weaker than that of heavy guns. If it is hit on steel, it can instantly heat the position hit by the electric arc to several Beidou through the electric arc discharge, and become a red semi-molten state, and it can be completely melted by continuous discharge. So, even without any weapons and equipment, Chen Mo's steps could not be stopped by the general metal gate and cage, only depending on his own ability. And this cool arc attack is actually the simplest application of electromagnetic control ability, including the ability to transmit electric energy, control electric energy to directly drive electric mechanical equipment, etc., which are also well controlled. What really costs Chen Mo a lot of time is the seemingly simple and useless micro-current control and electromagnetic wave control. That is to say, Bradley's main work as a logistics support team member before was also the two abilities he used most. Mind control plane and brain receive and transmit radio communication. These two capabilities seem to be of little use, but the role they can play in the technological world is amazing, and their use is far more complicated than using electric current or arc to attack. Compared with other self-healing, meditation, blinking, and other very simple and direct abilities, the application of microcurrent and electromagnetic wave is more complex. Bradley also found these uses of his abilities in the long-term use and exploration, and he really mastered these seemingly useless abilities after countless experiments. From controlling the light bulb to controlling the airplane, his efforts are unimaginable, and the receiving, analyzing, processing, and transmitting of radio waves are finally realized after a lot of exploration. Although Chen Mo has Bradley's experience in the past, it's not a matter of one day and one night to really master these abilities, let alone skillfully use them. Chen Mo is also trying to receive the simplest radio waves first and process them, turn them into sound information, and then gradually try to transmit radio signals, as well as receive more complex text, image, and video information and deal with them. For the processing of these electromagnetic signals, Chen Mo's original brain is not enough. Although Chen Mo's brain is much faster than ordinary people's, it is still not as fast as a computer and can't process these signals effectively. However, the newly activated brain area plays a role in obtaining Bradley's variant ability. The special neural connection of that area makes it like a biological computer, which can carry out high-speed operation on data. It is equivalent to implanting a micro supercomputer in Chen Mo's brain, and perfectly integrating with his brain, Chen Mo can control it freely. The electromagnetic signals that ordinary people cannot receive or understand are directly received and processed by this super biological computer, and transformed into sounds, words, images, and video images that Chen Mo can directly understand. But at the beginning, there was no program installed in this super biological computer, which can't directly process and interpret these signals. It needs a lot of exploration and practice. After generating this kind of processing program a little, it can finally freely process various electromagnetic signals. This is where Chen Mo spent a lot of time. However, with Bradley's experience, Chen Mo took a few days to successfully complete the program of this super biological computer, and gradually mastered the reception, processing, and emission of electromagnetic waves. Whether it's radio, TV signals, or mobile phone network signals, they are actually electromagnetic waves, all within Chen Mo's receiving and processing range. In the past, the communication between Chen Mo and Jarvis was mostly through speech. Only by controlling the dress and release of Zhenjin Nano Battle Suit, some simple commands can be controlled through preset brain wave signals, but they can't completely control consciousness. Now, with the super biological computer in mind and the ability to send, receive, and process electromagnetic wave signals, Chen Mo can directly pass through electromagnetic waves, communicate, and control with Jarvis in the watch. However, Chen Mo, who has just acquired this ability, can't grasp it very well. Simple commands and communication are good. When it comes to complex control, voice and image transmission, he often makes mistakes. Therefore, after mastering the ability of receiving and transmitting electromagnetic wave, Chen Mo found a UAV used by Bradley for further practice. Flight control, voice and image transmission, gun control, and several functions are turned on at the same time. Chen Mo spends a lot of time every day controlling the UAV for combat practice, while exercising his mastery of electromagnetic wave. At first, Chen Mo often lost control of the UAV due to signal interruption or error. When the program of the super biological computer is continuously improved, Chen Mo's mastery of electromagnetic wave is deeper and deeper, and his control of the UAV is more and more skilled. After being able to control the UAV skillfully for flight, combat, and investigation, Chen Mo began to practice another ability. In addition to controlling UAV and other electronic machinery by electromagnetic wave and remote control, there is another more direct, or more violent way, which is to directly hijack the internal control electric circuit of these machinery through the subtle control of the current, shield the original internal control current, and according to their own needs create new control current, or even more directly and violently control all the power devices. For example, directly power the UAV's flight motors. Of course, unless it is a device that has been cut off from the power supply. In fact, it is easier and more convenient to control the internal microcurrent. The control of electronic mechanical equipment is carried out by electrical signals. If the control current is cut off, the control will be lost. As long as the external or internal program's automatic control current signal is shielded, it can be isolated or restarted, and then new electrical signals can be directly produced to control these equipment, which is more than the direct output energy drive. Each power mechanism is much simpler. Electromagnetic wave control is not omnipotent. After all, not all equipment can be directly controlled by electromagnetic wave. This UAV is made by Chen Mo. He knows the internal control procedures and signal transmission methods, ports and passwords. It can be controlled directly by electromagnetic wave. But the enemy's equipment will not disclose the most confidential information, so it can't be controlled directly through electromagnetic wave, which is equivalent to not knowing the control password of the other party. And your computer can't seize the control right of the other party's equipment no matter how advanced it is. Of course, it can also be hacked like General Hackers or Jarvis, but it will take quite a long time, and it will not be able to crack. Once the other party directly turns off the signal receiving device, it will no longer receive the electromagnetic wave signal, or it simply has no remote control function, but depends on internal program control. Then the electromagnetic wave will rise. It doesn't work. At this time, the control circuit must be forcibly hijacked by controlling the current. At this time, even the enemy can no longer control its own equipment. In fact, in addition to these two methods of control through current and electromagnetic wave, there is a better way to combine the two. For the enemy's equipment, because it does not know its internal control password and communication password, it cannot be directly controlled by electromagnetic wave, but the current control does not matter these. It is directly controlled by violence. If the enemy's equipment is controlled by current, it can directly crack its internal data by violence, obtain its highest control right, control program and control the password and communication password can be modified so that electromagnetic wave can be used for remote control. On the contrary, the enemy will completely lose the control ability of his equipment. But this kind of ability of forcibly reading and rewriting the program and data on the memory and hard disk of the device requires higher ability of microcurrent control and information processing. Chen Mo has the longest time to spend on this. However, after the success, the significance for Chen Mo is enormous. Any high-tech electronic and mechanical equipment in front of Chen Mo will lose its threat and become the existence that Chen Mo can control at will. With this ability, Chen Mo can become the master of all machines. It took a lot of time. Chen Mo finally mastered several new varieties of abilities. In fact, many of them have great potential to be explored. However, it depends on Chen Mo himself to explore them. Their original masters have not developed them, and they cannot bring reference and help to Chen Mo. Therefore, Chen Mo is not eager to study them here now. The goal of coming to this world has been overfulfilled. Chen Mo is ready to go back. It took more than 100 years in the world of Wolverine, but compared with the final harvest, it's still worth it. Chen Mo's overall strength has been greatly improved, and he has many special abilities with different functions and huge functions. In many aspects, Chen Mo can play a huge role and make up for many shortcomings of Chen Mo, so that his abilities can be improved, become more comprehensive and balanced. But before leaving, Chen Mo still has some things to do. The plot of the movie has been completely changed by Chen Mo. William Stryker is dead, but Team is all alive and more powerful and united than that of the movie. The secret base of X-Weapons program, which was originally used to study and maim mutants, has become a school of mutants, a paradise in the eyes of those mutants who used to hide and escape from the outside world all day long, suffering from discrimination and strain, eyes the Eden that can live happily and carefree. In the movie, The transformation of Wade into a dead man by William Stryker didn't happen, but Chen Mo did it for him when William Stryker didn't have time to do it. Moreover, not only Wade, the whole X-team, together with the first team of the special battle, all strengthened. These are Chen Mo's most loyal team. Chen Mo naturally hopes that they can be more powerful. For their enhancement, self-healing ability and physical quality enhancement are standard, and other abilities are different according to the characteristics of each person. Wade and Agent Zero also learned the skill of gun fighting, even the ability strengthened by the Dead Enemy Division brothers who had similar weapon costumes. They have the ability to strengthen their physical quality, in addition to the standard self-healing ability to protect their life and strengthen their endurance. Chen Mo has chosen Blink and Mental Power for them. As for the strengthening of Edelman Alloy, Chen Mo did not strengthen others except Victor. Agent Wade and Agent Zero mainly use double knives and pistols. They are on the agile route. They are strengthened by their 4-level physical quality, that is, 4 times the physical quality of ordinary people. Heavy Alderman Alloy will bring them a great burden, which will affect their saber technique and strength. Moreover, the defense ability brought by Alderman Alloy is not significant to them. They can use double blades to resist machine gun strafing and directly split the shot bullets. They do not need to rely on the body to resist hard, and with Logan's self-healing ability, they are not afraid of injury. It can be said that they have the body of immortality, and then accept the Aiden Alloy injection will be redundant. Not only will not improve their strength, but also reduce their combat effectiveness. Logan and Victor are different. The fighting style of the two of them is originally hard, mainly based on strength, but with their physical quality 6 times that of ordinary people. The weight of Edelman Alloy has little impact on them, but it will increase the attack power of their fists and feet, especially the claws of Edelman Alloy, which are more destructive than their original bone spurs and claws, and can play a role in the battle. It's more than a few times more powerful. In addition, Logan and Victor are not afraid of the shooting of ordinary guns by virtue of their strong self-healing ability, but their bones can be broken by the bullets of the powerful anti-equipment sniper guns, aviation machine guns, large-caliber guns, missiles, and other weapons. For their close combat strength fighters, an indestructible steel skeleton is very useful. Although Logan and Victor have 4 varieties of abilities, they can't be strengthened anymore, but their own strength is already strong under Chen Mo's years of training. Over the past 100 years, they have been shaped into super fighters with great fighting skills and experience. In addition, the indestructible Alderman Alloy skeleton, even after the other members of Team X have been strengthened, they have more powerful variety abilities, but they are still not their opponents. After all, even if they have the ability to blink, the huge gap in reaction, speed, strength, and skill experience cannot be easily eliminated. If they just run away, Logan and his wife can't help them. But if they fight head-on, even if they learn to blink, they will be caught by them sooner or later, just like the Phantom in the movie. Chen Mo's plan to strengthen Agent Wade and Agent Zero is totally different from William Stryker's Death Wader. In addition to Edelman Alloy, Chen Mo's ability of Laser Eye has not strengthened them either, because in Chen Mo's view, the function of Laser Eye is really small, and it's very troublesome to use. It takes nearly a second to prepare, and it's easy to be evaded or interrupted. Although its power is not small, it's first class to demolish buildings, but it's hard to cause too much damage to powerful enemies. At most, it can only fly. The real fight is not as good as Wade's Aiden Alloy long knife. And the role of mindfulness is much more comprehensive. That is to say, it can let them have the ability of mental attack and mindfulness to control things, and it can also bring great auxiliary effect to their fight and task. For the 2 people who already have strong attack ability, what they need more is actually the mental and control skills they didn't have originally, rather than another attack ability. Chen Mo is not worried about whether he will use his mind control ability to betray him. First of all, the mind control ability is not omnipotent. It is only useful for people whose mind power is weaker than theirs, and its effect is only temporary. If the mind control is not continuously strengthened, the controlled people will still wake up. With their highest 4 levels of mental power, they can only hypnotize the weak mutants and ordinary people, such as Chen Mo, Logan, and Victor, who can't control them at all. Moreover, Chen Mo is very relieved of their loyalty. Even though Chen Mo had no ability to control people's minds, he could accurately distinguish whether others were loyal to him through his keen perception. He can't directly turn the enemy into loyal to his subordinates, but he can screen out those who are truly reliable and loyal to him from the hands of many of his subordinates and reuse them, which is more reliable than any brainwashing method. Chen's perception can grasp all the subtle fluctuations of the other's body and infer their psychological activities. Even those elite agents who have been specially trained can hide their expressions, eyes, and movements from the most authoritative psychologists, and their heartbeat and breath can be detected by the most strict lie detector. But they are only aiming at the conventional vision after all judging and testing equipment training. When people are engaged in various psychological activities, whether lie, hate, happy, or sad, the body will have corresponding reactions from inside to outside, not only control the heartbeat. Breath, expression, eyes can be completely hidden, but also cannot be completely hidden. Hundreds of muscles in the whole body can't be controlled completely, especially the smooth muscle that is not controlled by consciousness. The contraction of blood vessels in various parts of the body, the peristalsis of intestines, the tightening of bladder, etc., are subtle, invisible to the naked eye, and the internal activities of the body that can't be detected by the lie detector can all reflect the psychological state of people at that time. And the most subtle fluctuations of the body will be detected by Chen Mo, and then judge their real psychological activities at this time. To some extent, Chen Mo already has the ability to read the heart, but it's not as magical as those mental abilities. It's all about the application of biology, medicine, and psychology. Although it's impossible to know clearly what the other party thinks in their brains, what they ate last night, how many passwords they have, and what action plans they have, it's impossible to directly obtain the information, but it can distinguish their real mental activities, whether they are real or lie words, loyalty or deception. Any subtle emotional fluctuation can't escape Chen Mo's perception. Even if they have some specific information in their hearts, Chen Mo can get answers from their reactions through constant questions. Therefore, Chen Mo's mind-reading skill allows him to easily select a group of loyal subordinates. This is also how he trusted Logan, Victor, Zachary Taylor, Abraham Lincoln, the soldiers of the 1st Special War Team, General Munson and Dr. Carol Foster, as well as all members of Team X among them. The loyalty of Wade and Agent Zero was only under Logan, Victor, and 2 presidents who had been with him for more than 100 years. Therefore, Chen Mo only strengthened the potential of the 2 of them. The reason why their loyalty is higher than other people's is not only because of their own reasons, but also because of Chen Mo's efforts. As long as Chen Mo is not too paranoid and hates Chen Mo very much, with the rich psychological knowledge Chen Mo has obtained from a large number of books and long-term brainwashing research, it is not a problem to cultivate his loyalty. The mental reading ability brought by keen perception has played a huge role, so that Chen Mo can master their psychology at any time according to their reactions and make appropriate adjustments in integrity, and be able to constantly test their loyalty to achieve foolproof. During the years of commanding Team X, Chen Mo never stopped brainwashing. Of course, this kind of brainwashing is actually a kind of subtle influence, which won't play a significant role in a short time. So Agent Number 0 actually contradicted Chen Mo at the beginning, but slowly accepted him later. Chen Mo's way of brainwashing is soft, but firm, like a breeze blowing on his face, which cannot be detected at all, but can build up a firm loyalty in the accumulation of time. This kind of brainwashing is much more advanced than William Stryker's way of clearing memory and drug control. In fact, it should not be called brainwashing. To be precise, it is actually to cultivate loyalty, but compared with other people's means of coercion, inducement, and courtship, Chen Mo's cultivation method is more scientific, efficient, and stable. As long as time is enough, Chen Mo can completely obtain all the loyalty of a person, just like the original nine-headed snake and the Knights of the Night legend world sample. Chen Mo's people's loyalty to him is real and unbreakable. It was built up by them under Chen Mo's guidance and cultivation. It is not comparable to the violent control of mental control. The control of the spirit can be broken and eliminated. Sometimes the controlled people can break free and wake up, but Chen Mo's subordinates will not, because they are sober. Therefore, even if he has the ability of mind control, Chen Mo will use it to deal with enemies temporarily. For his subordinates, he will still use the original way to cultivate their loyalty in a more reliable and permanent way, though it takes a long time. However, with the ability of conscious reading, Chen Mo is able to understand each other's ideas more clearly, and it will become more convenient and handy to adjust. In addition to Team 1 and Team X of the special battle, Chen Mo did not forget to stay at the manor. Zachary Taylor and Abraham Lincoln, who were in charge of the industry and power for him, although they had eternal life after the transformation of vampire blood and perfect blood, they would still die if they were mortally hurt, so Chen Mo let them strengthen their self-healing ability for others. They choose by themselves. At the same time, Chen Mo told them that they would leave for a period of time and asked them to stay in New York to continue to take care of the huge industries and forces he left behind. As for Logan and Victor, Chen Mo gave the base to them. Now, the secret base that was originally used for the study of mutants has completely turned into a mutant school. The study of mutants has completely ended. Chen Mo has also released the prison of ordinary mutants. As long as he applies, he can control his own ability. After verification, you can leave the base and go back to your home without hurting ordinary people due to out-of-control ability. However, after finally gaining freedom, not many of the hundreds of mutants chose to leave. Before they were arrested, they had already experienced the difficulty of survival of mutants in the ordinary human society. Even if they have strong ability, they can't change the fear and exclusion of ordinary people. Compared with the human society, this one has completely changed. The mutant school, composed of people, can make them feel the warmth and beauty of home. If William Stryker had the chance to leave when he was in power, they would not hesitate to flee, because he did not treat them as human beings at all, but Chen Mo is different. Under his management, here is a paradise for them. So, although Chen Mo allows them to leave, they don't want to go back to the unfriendly world outside. Their choice is also expected by Chen Mo, but it's not a matter to hide in the base all day, so Chen Mo simply put their abilities into Team X, led by Rogan and other old players, and is specially responsible for going out to carry out the task of dealing with evil mutants. When they meet some new mutants who have awakened their ability of variety but can't control them well, they will also bring them back to school for teaching. Young Annie is now able to master her own ability, and she knows that she can't show her variety ability in front of ordinary people, so Chen Mo sent someone to send her back home. Such a small child still needs the care of her parents. Finally, after arranging all the rest and ordering Logan and Victor, Chen Mo disappears in the office in front of the two and returns to the real world. Master. Logan and Victor have long known that their master's background is extraordinary. Although they don't understand Chen Mo's temporary departure for a while, they also know that Chen Mo will not come back in a short time, combined with Chen Mo's careful arrangement and explanation of many things. This made Logan and Victor, who had followed Chen Mo for more than a century, lost and reluctant. In their hearts, Chen Mo is just like their father, who protects, teaches, and cares for them. It is because Chen Mo that they can have a home to go back to, so that they will not end up on the street in a miserable way. Now they leave feeling empty in their heart. They are reluctant to give up. However, they have to comply with Chen Mo's decision. Fortunately, Chen Mo says he just left temporarily and will come back later. The two of them have eternal life. Time is just a number for them. If Chen Mo doesn't come back in 1 year, they will wait for 1 year. If they don't come back in 10 years, they will wait for 10 years, even 100 years. Millennium, 10,000 years. They will wait until the day when Chen Mo returns. In a flash of white light, Chen Mo reappeared in the underground laboratory of the chateau. I scanned a strange and familiar scene around me. The advanced equipment from Iron Man World was still arranged neatly in the laboratory, and the flashing indicator light was no different from before. But all this in Chen Mo's eyes, but there is a sense of things and people. This time he left for a long time, until he had forgotten some unimportant details. For example, Chen Mo's memory of the layout of this unused laboratory, except for the space shuttle, was a little fuzzy. But it's also normal. Ordinary people will feel a little uncomfortable when they leave home to go to school or work for a few months, let alone Chen Mo, who has been away for more than 100 years. However, Chen Mo is not an ordinary person after all. In fact, those memories are not really forgotten, but are covered by a large number of new memories in the past century. Chen Mo stands in the same place, closes his eyes slightly, puts his consciousness into his mind, and recollects the memories before crossing, including all kinds of details, all of which emerge quickly in his mind. He killed people and fled, suffered an air crash, lived on a lonely island, set up a company, summoned Su Wan, released a knight, ran into Enron, and all kinds of follow-up as in yesterday. Open your eyes. Chen Mo's mouth corners raised a slight arc. I am back. Adjust the state. Chen Mo began to count the harvest of the Wolverine world. The biggest harvest is to finally find a safe way to save Grandpa Chen Jing. Secondly, it is a huge increase in strength. With the strengthening of 4 varieties of abilities, Chen Mo has been upgraded from a warrior who mainly relies on physical attack to an all-around strong one with complete abilities of far attack, close combat, physical, energy, and spiritual attack. This time it seems that Chen Mo has only strengthened 4 varieties of abilities. But in fact, Chen Mo has gained many abilities, such as immortal body, super endurance, blink, flight, object control, telepathy, mental control, consciousness reading, power control, electromagnetic wave control, mechanical control, and even a lot of powerful abilities that have not yet been developed, waiting for him to explore. Although many of these abilities are not very powerful, and even can only play some auxiliary roles, they have made up for Chen Mo's many shortcomings. At least he no longer has a very obvious weakness, and his survivability and combat effectiveness have increased greatly. However, Chen Mo is not complacent about this. He is very clear that this time, the improvement of his strength only complements the short board. Although the overall strength has been greatly improved, his longest board, as well as the most fundamental core ability, whether it is the strongest attack power, physical quality, or mental strength, have not been greatly improved. The strengthened Chen Mo can easily defeat the opponents who are equal to or slightly stronger than him, but the situation will not be greatly improved in the face of the enemies who are much stronger than him. In the movie world, there are many people who are stronger than him, and there is still a long way to go to improve his strength, but at least he has a solid foundation now. Even in the face of a stronger enemy, he has the ability to protect himself. As long as he continues to work hard to improve himself, Chen Mo will one day truly become a super strong man who is not afraid of any enemy. The future road is still long. In addition to the 4 variants, Chen Mo has more to gain. Gold and diamonds, needless to say, are just action funds that Chen Moshan carried. In Chen Moshan's space, a huge meteorite is lying there quietly. The Zhenjin meteorite that Chen Mo and his team brought back from Africa was brought back by Chen Mo. Except for what Logan and Victor strengthened, the rest is all here. Chen Mo is not going to leave it to others. In addition to the Zhenjin meteorite, Chen Mo also carries a lot of X-gene serum. Although he can't continue to strengthen himself, many abilities of the mutants are still very strange. Since he had a hard time, how could Chen Mo let it go easily? Almost all the mutants were collected by Chen Mo. Even if they can't be used temporarily, they can be kept for a rainy day. In addition to these things, there are 3 big metal boxes in the space. Chen Mo's heart moves and 3 boxes appear in the laboratory. These 3 metal boxes are more than 2 meters high and more than 1 meter long and wide. In addition to the silver metal shell on 5 sides, one side is a whole piece of transparent reinforced glass. These are 3 freezers used by William Stryker to freeze evil mutants. After the last successful use of the freezer from Iron Man World and bringing back the terrorist leader, Chen Mo had the intention to bring back people from the movie world. Besides technology and ability, loyal and capable people are also one of the important gains Chen Mo can get from the movie world. In the previous world of the End of Tears, Chen Mo didn't stay for a long time or deliberately cultivate loyal subordinates, so he didn't bring anyone back when he left. This time, he has been in the world of Wolverine for more than a century. He has never had enough time. Chen Mo has naturally trained a group of loyal people. This time back to the real world, he chose 3 of them to bring back. In terms of loyalty, Logan and Victor are the most powerful. However, their body shape and appearance are too special, their recognition is very high, and they attract too much attention in the real world. Moreover, their fighting mode is mainly hard close combat, and their weapons are extremely special Alderman alloy claws. As long as they are exposed in front of people, even if they are covered, they will also be one suddenly recognized, in exchange for a Wolverine. The exclamation of. Their alderman bones are also easy to detect abnormalities, so they are not suitable for being brought into the real world. However, Chen Mo chose to bring out these 3 people, although they didn't have Logan and Victor to follow him for a long time, but in terms of loyalty, they are not too bad. They are also loyal subordinates that can be fully trusted. Chen Mo can use them safely. After 3 freezers are taken out of the space, Chen Mo releases his mind and directly turns on the defrost switch of the 3 freezers. The defrosting program began to run. The cold white light in the glass cabin door immediately turned into warm yellow. The temperature in the freezing cabin rose rapidly. The ice and snow attached inside quickly melted, and the 3 people standing in the frozen cabin gradually recovered their vital signs, and finally slowly opened their eyes. Chen Mo then opened the doors of the 3 freezers with his mind, and the 3 people who had just recovered from the ice came out slowly. "Boss, is this hell? Is it Satan that you have hidden your true identity for many years? Are we going to fight angels? Give it to me. I'll use the long knives you gave me to cut off the wings of these birders." A handsome young white man with a strong body, a double knife and 2 pistol holsters fixed on both sides of his thighs came out of the freezer and scanned some dim space around him, as if he hadn't talked for hundreds of years. He kept on talking. It was Wade who exposed the nature of chattering. Chen Mo gave him a sidelong glance, doubting that he should not bring him back or that he should sew up his mouth like William Stryker. Chen Mo's strange eyes made Wade's back cool, and he could not help but shrink his neck and explain with a smile. "Boss, I'm joking. You must be God. Let's kill all the demons." As he said this, Wade found Chen Mo's eyes became more strange. Under Chen Mo's strange eyes, Wade began to feel uneasy and shut his mouth involuntarily. He dared not say anything. His intuition told him that if he said one more word, Chen Mo would probably put him back in the freezer and freeze again, so he tried to suppress his desire to speak and stood there quietly. Chen Mo took back his eyes and turned to another person. His body and equipment are no different from Wade, who is standing with his mouth closed, but his face is a sharp-edged, cold Asian look. This man is naturally Wade's good brother, Agent Zero, Commander. Agent Number 0 looked at Chen Murong and cried out. Then he stood still and did not speak. Chen Mo can't help nodding gently. This is the man he wants. As for Wade, Chen Mo turns his head and looks at Wade's eyes. He can't help shaking his head. This guy has to educate him better. He can't help him to correct his tuberculosis. Wade felt Chen Mo's eyes and immediately straightened up. He was as eyeless as Agent Zero, but Chen Mo knew that this guy could not last for a long time. If he had not received formal military training, he would not be able to do so. There was still a gap between him and the regular army. This loose problem had to be corrected. In fact, compared with the past, Wade has made a lot of progress. When William Stryker was in charge of the team, he was really lax, but compared with Chen Mo's many elite soldiers who had received regular training and forbidden, Wade really needs to improve. Later, Chen Mo took back his sight and turned to the last one. The figure of this man is slightly thinner than that of Wade and Agent Zero, and his height is also shorter than that of the two men. Although he is wearing the same battle suit as Wade and Agent Zero, his body is empty, not even a pistol. When Chen Mo saw it, he quickly stood up straight and shouted respectfully, "Commander!" Chen Mo smiled and nodded to him. This last man is Bradley, the weakest player in Team X. But now Bradley is not weak. The whole X team received the enhancement of X gene serum, and he was no exception. In addition to his original electromagnetic control, he also strengthened self-healing, mindfulness, and blink. Bradley was not good at close combat, so he did not strengthen physical fitness. Of course, Wade and Agent Zero Chen Mo value their strength and ability to handle affairs. They can help him deal with some things, such as the last spy incident. There should be many similar things in the future. With Agent Wade and Agent Zero, Chen Mo is much more relaxed. As for Bradley, Chen Mo doesn't want him to be a fighter. In addition to fighting, his ability can play a great role in many aspects. Although Chen Mo has his own ability, he can be replaced by others. Why should Chen Mo do it himself? He strengthens Bradley's ability to deal with enemies and threats in the movie world. Not in reality, the world finds things for itself. He gave Su Wan the full power to deal with Shendan Automobile Company. He stayed in the castle all day long as the handoff manager. Bradley's ability helped his future plan, but he was not interested in doing it himself. He just brought the original owner out and continued to work for him. But Chen Mo chose to bring them to the real world and asked for their consent. The three of them have no relatives in that world. They have nothing to be nostalgic about. It's a better choice for them to continue to follow Chen Mo. Otherwise, Chen Mo suddenly left. They are used to Chen Mo's leadership. They really don't know what to do. Scanning the three people standing side by side in front of him, Chen Mo nodded with satisfaction. In addition to Wade's chatterbox attribute, Chen Mo was very satisfied with the three men he had brought from the movie world to the real world. Looking at the three people in front of him, Chen Mo said slowly, "Here is the main world I told you. The world you used to live in is just a branch of this world. There are many similar worlds, you will know later." Chen Mo explained the situation of the real world to the three people. It's still very novel to know that the real world is the future world of the 21st century. However, Chen Mo is more curious that they know that their original world is the expression after the movie world. It must be wonderful. As a gift to come to the Lord's world, you three should inject this first, Chen Mo said. He took 2 enhanced super soldier serum and 1 improved super soldier serum from the space and handed them to Wade, Agent Zero, and Bradley respectively. With the willpower of Bradley, the logistics staff, they can't bear the transformation of the enhanced super soldier serum. The three people were also curious about Chen Mo's meeting ceremony, but they didn't ask much. They took the serum directly and injected it directly into the body. They will not doubt that Chen Mo will harm them. If they don't even have this trust, they will not be selected by Chen Mo and brought to the real world. Wade wanted to ask what it was, but he opened his mouth. He didn't dare to open his mouth. The freezer was just behind him. He didn't want to come out for a while, and then he was sent back by Chen Mo-sai. It's better to say a few words than not. The three men soon finished strengthening one after another. As Chen Mo expected, the 2 little giants were born again. The 2 people who were more than 1.8 meters tall grew to more than 1.9 meters tall. Fortunately, although their bodies became much stronger, they were not as conspicuous as Logan and Victor. They didn't seem to put on clothes to cover the muscle lines. It's very thick and strong, and it's relatively long and vigorous as a whole. Maybe because compared with Logan and Victor, who emphasize strength, Wade, who is good at using knives and guns, is more inclined to speed. In addition to their height and body shape, their appearance has also changed a lot. Compared with the past, they are more angular. They seem to have a general plastic surgery and become more handsome. Although it's a bit similar to the past, at first glance it seems that it's hard to connect with their former appearance. That's why Chen Mo asked them to carry out Super Soldier Serum strengthening. Their original looks are so similar to the characters in the movie that they can easily be recognized. Now it's okay. After strengthening, their physical quality is almost the same as that of Logan, reaching the level of 6 times that of ordinary people, and their abilities of various varieties are also promoted to level 6. Their overall strength should be similar to that of Logan. Bradley's original physical quality is similar to that of ordinary people, and his ability to change is about level 4. Now, after the improvement of Super Soldier Serum, his physical quality is 3 times that of ordinary people, and his ability to change has been improved to level 5. Although he is worse than Wade and Agent Number 0, team before him is only under Logan and Victor. Although his appearance has not changed a lot, it is also quite different from the image in the movie in combination with the changes of his body and temperament in the base for several years. Although his body and appearance changes are not as good as those of Wade's Two People's Congress. In fact, under the guidance of Chen Mo in recent years, his body has been stronger. His temperament is not as weak as before. Now after strengthening, he has become more vigorous and upright. His height has also increased slightly, and his face is more masculine and heroic, which is quite different from the past. The 3 people who have completed the enhancement feel that they have strengthened many forces and improved a large number of mutant abilities. They are all excited. When they were at the base, they have completed the enhancement of X-Gene Serum and obtained several new powerful mutant abilities. However, these abilities have just been obtained, and they are not proficient in using them in addition to the increase in the number of capabilities. Their original capabilities, the core strength is not improved, so the feeling is not particularly strong. Now, not only the original strength and ability have been improved, but also the new variety ability has been improved. How can they not be excited? If they had not known that they had left the original world, Wade and Agent 0 would have gone to Rogan and Victor for a fight, and found all the bullying they had suffered over the years. Seeing that the 3 men had completed the serum strengthening, Chen Mo, who was waiting for him, stepped forward to the 3 men. First, he took out several sets of his regular black combat suits from the space and put them on. Then, he came to Agent 0. He took out 2 samurai swords shining white and cold light from the space and handed them to him. Your weapons should be changed, too, Chen Mo said as he handed the knife to Agent 0. From the moment Chen Mo took out these 2 long knives, Agent 0's eyes were fixed on them. As like as 2 peas in Wade's hands, he could see at once that these 2 long knives, which are exactly the same as those behind Wade, are precious and invincible, and the long sword of the alderman alloy. Some excitedly took over 2 long knives. Agent Number fondly stroked them for a long time. Then he pulled out 2 samurai knives at the back and inserted the 2 Edelman alloy long knives into them. Thank you, Commander. Agent 0 looked at Chen Mo and said respectfully. Wade's 2 alderman alloy knives, which he had been longing for a long time, were finally achieved. Nodded, Chen Mo took out 2 black pistols and corresponding magazines from the space and handed them to Agent 0. These 2 pistols are specially designed for gun fighting. No matter the capacity, firing speed, accuracy, or power, they are much better than the pistols you used originally. With these 2 pistols, the power of your gun fighting will be greatly improved. When Agent 0's eyes brightened, he immediately reached for the pistol and the magazine and directly put them on his body. On the other hand, Wade looked at the 2 black pistols that Agent 0 inserted into the holster, which were full of science fiction. Obviously, they were more advanced than the standard pistols they used, but he opened his mouth and wanted to speak. But when he thought of Chen Mo's eyes, Wade still tried to resist his desire to speak, but his eyes were still tightly fixed on Chen Mo. I have the Edelman alloy long knife originally. Even if you don't give it to me, you can't forget me for such a good gun. Chen Mo naturally felt Wade's desire to say and stop, and the hot eyes projected on him. Seeing that he was still obedient, he was not nagging. Chen Mo did not intentionally lift his appetite. He took out 2 pistols and magazines brought by the torn Doomsday World from the space again and flew to Wade with his mind control. When Wade saw this, he quickly pulled out 2 pistols and threw them directly to the ground. Then he grabbed 2 pistols suspended in the air and quickly inserted them into the holster. Then he inserted the matching clip into his body, as if afraid of Chen Mo's remorse. Chen Mo gave him a bad look, then stopped paying attention to him and turned to Bradley. "The drone you used before is too backward. I'll make some new ones for you in a few days." "Yes, Commander." Bradley wondered why his UAV had not been brought. Chen Mo explained that he thought it was too backward. Those backward UAVs have greatly enhanced his strength. What would the more advanced UAV in Chen Mo's mouth look like? Bradley could not help but look forward to it. "Well, come out with me." After solving the appearance problem of the 3 and updating their backward weapons and equipment, Chen Mo took them directly out of the underground laboratory to the upper castle. If it's Logan and Victor, they will not be surprised. After all, they have lived with Chen Mo in the Brooklyn Manor for a long time, and the 3 Wades have been staying in the base except for their mission. Even before, they have never seen anyone live in such a grand and luxurious city castle. In their mind, they should all live in medieval kings, and it is true that in this era, most of the castles have become tourist attractions, just like the Forbidden City in China. If you tell me that my family lives in the palace, it will definitely change into a white eye. Chen Mo also likes the spacious and retro castle, which may be the influence of the world of the Legend of the Night. The iron blood and conquest in the Middle Ages affected his taste and aesthetics to a certain extent. In Tony Stark's view, the luxury villa lacks a charm and feelings. The 3 Wades were shocked by the magnificent castle. If Chen Mo had not said that they had come to the future world, they would have thought that they had come to the Middle Ages. The medieval oil paintings everywhere, the steel armor full of battle marks, the knight swords, and the antique furniture and furnishings full of historical flavor are easy to be mistaken for crossing back to the ancient castle of the Lord in the Middle Ages. It was hard to accept the fact that Chen Mo lived in the castle, and Wade's exclamation made them discover a new land. Wade was lying at the window, looking out at the boundless sea, and could not help shouting, "Boss, you can really enjoy it. Seaside castle cool." With that, Wade couldn't help turning his head to Chen Mo and continued excitedly, "Bods, you are Dracula, the legendary count of vampires, aren't you?" Chen Mo hears the words but takes a deep look at Wade and says slowly, "If you want to become a vampire, I can satisfy you." Wade thought Chen Mo was joking and wanted to nod his head, but his sudden uneasiness saved him again. Wade quietly scanned a circle of classical decorations around him. Although he didn't quite understand it, Wade knew that the luxurious but restrained layout here, full of solemn historical atmosphere, would never be decorated casually. Even the Queen's palace is just a little more gorgeous, not necessarily more profound than here. This makes Wade wonder whether Chen Mo is really a vampire who has lived for thousands of years. In the end, Wade's pupils shrank as his eyes fell on the cavalier's armor. This armor is not so gorgeous, but it is free of a strong and heavy atmosphere. Obviously, this armor is not a special art for decoration, but the equipment used by the real knights on the battlefield, which is full of traces of battle. The most obvious is a claw mark on the chest of the armor. Look at the shape of this claw mark. It's very similar to Victor's attack, but what really changed Wade's face was a row of teeth marks on his armor arm. 2 of them are deeply dented. Looking at the shape, they are clearly bitten by the sharp teeth of the beast. According to the distribution of the sharp teeth, Wade can easily guess that it is left by a beast like a dog-wolf with a very long snout. However, looking at that size, it's much bigger than any dog-wolf's body size. Wade's mind soon associated with a creature closely related to vampires, werewolf. Looking at Chen Mo's strange eyes, he seemed to be expecting his permission. Wade wisely closed his mouth tightly and shook his head hard. With a glance of Wade, Chen Mo didn't pay any more attention to him. He turned to the hall on the first floor and sat down on the sofa. When the 3 of Wade saw it, they stopped to visit the castle. They went downstairs and stood in a row in front of Chen Mo. Before long, a roar of engine came from far and near and finally stopped in the castle. When Wade and his 3 men strengthened their super soldier's serum, Chen Mo called Su Wan and called her back. Su Wan came out of the garage. As soon as he entered the hall, he felt the 3 eyes that had been cast on her. Su Wan looked up and saw 3 men in black combat suits. They were standing in front of Chen Mo and turning to look at her. Su Wan could not help looking at the 3 people carefully. One of them was normal. Although he was wearing combat clothes, his temperament was very gentle. After seeing her, he smiled at her and said hello. The other 2 are quite strange. They are tall, cold, and fierce, and their eyes are cold. The strangest thing is that they still carry 2 long knives on their backs, and 2 holsters are fixed on both sides of their thighs. The handle of the pistol in the holsters is exposed outside, which is obviously not decoration. If it wasn't for Chen Mo's phone call that someone wanted to introduce her, Su Wan would have thought that someone had broken in. Su Wan's heart was full of doubts, but he didn't stop. He walked quickly to Chen Mo's side and said softly after he stood still, "Boss, I'm back." "Well," Chen Mo nodded softly, pointed to the 3 people in front of him and said slowly, "The 3 of them are the bodyguards I've got. Please arrange a room for them." Su Wan nodded at his words, relieved. No wonder he had a gun with him. It turned out that he was the bodyguard the boss was looking for. Su Wan doesn't know Chen Mo's strength. Otherwise, he will be surprised how to hire bodyguards with the strength of the boss. Chen Mo didn't say much either. He handed the 3 to Su Wan and told them to listen to Su Wan's arrangement. After staying in the castle, he said he would go out and turn around to the garage. Chen Mo has a more important task to do when he has settled the first group of people he brought back from Wolverine. In total, it's 4 months since the plane crash. Chen Mo has also found a way to save his grandfather Chen Jingde. He can't wait to get back. In the garage, the steel warsuit was directly released to complete the dress, and the stealth equipment was loaded and the stealth mode was turned on. Then, Chen Makai started the propeller of the warsuit and flew out from the garage door. Su Wan, who was leading Wade's 3 men upstairs, frowned in disbelief as he listened to the familiar voice of the air outside. Did the boss make this sound? He bought a jet. After Chen Mo flew out of the villa and reached the sea, he directly released his thoughts, wrapped the war clothes and invisible devices, and formed an invisible and substantial shuttle-shaped shell. Then he applied all his thoughts to the war clothes, pushed them forward with all his strength, and the thrusters of the war clothes were maximized. The invisible steel battlesuit sped towards the other side of the Pacific at a speed of nearly Mach 8. Los Angeles is 10,000 kilometers away from Bincheng. It takes only 1 hour to reach it with the astonishing speed of steel battle clothes under the support of Nyanli. However, Bincheng and Los Angeles have a time difference of 16 hours. Chen Mo left in the afternoon and arrived at Bincheng at more than 8 o'clock in the morning. After arriving at the Bincheng area, Chen Mo didn't even use Jarvis navigation. He grew up in the city and was very familiar with it. Flying in the air, Chen Mo flew directly to the familiar building. Bang! A crisp metal collision sounds in the empty roof, and then suddenly there is a ripple in the air. This ripple-like water wave only appears for a short time and disappears even though it disappears. But on this empty roof, there is a tall and upright young man wearing a black leisure suit. After putting away his war clothes, Chen Mo glanced around the rooftop where he used to sneak up to play when he was a child. Obviously, he just left for a few months, but it felt like an afterlife to him. After all, he spent too long time in the movie world. Taking back his thoughts, Chen Mo tidies up his clothes and then starts to walk towards the entrance of the roof. The iron gate leading to the roof is closed. A rusty iron lock is hanging inside the iron gate, which locks the passage connecting the building and the roof. Chen Mo kept walking, and at the same time, he put out his mind to wrap the rusty iron lock. At the next moment, the iron lock that had not been opened for a long time suddenly opened by himself, and then came down from the iron ring with rotation. The closed iron door opened automatically with a squeak. Chen Mo stepped in and walked down the stairs. Behind him, the iron door closed again, and the iron lock was locked again through the iron ring. Except for a little rust scattered on the ground, no one knew that the long-standing iron door had been opened. Walking down to the fourth floor, Chen Mo stops in front of his house. After a few months, everything has not changed. The couplet he pasted himself on the New Year's Eve is still well hung there. The floor mat at the door is still clean and tidy. It's obvious that he often cleans it up. Chen Mo's mouth was full of a soft smile, and his heart was filled with the joy of returning home. This time, instead of thinking, he took a bunch of keys out of the space. Before the accident, his space was only the size of a backpack. In addition to dozens of throwing knives, Chen Mo also used them to put his wallet and keys. Now, these things are still in the corner of the expanded space, but they haven't been used for a long time. Skillfully grasped the key of the anti-theft door from the keychain and inserted it into the lock hole. The shush of the lock cylinder and the clatter of the key collision sounded in Chen Mo's ear as usual, with Chen Mo's gently twisting, click. Once the closed security door was opened by Chen Mo. With the sound of anti-theft door, the room also has a sound. Chen Mo can hear two familiar footsteps rushing from the inner room to the door. Because of the excited and rapid heartbeat, Chen Mo can hear clearly even through the anti-theft door. Feeling the two people waiting behind the door, Chen Mo has never been in a violent mood since he took revenge and left home that night, and can't help but get excited. Take a deep breath. Chen Mo pulls out the key and slowly pushes the door open. In the room, two familiar figures immediately came into the eyes of Chen Mo. Those two red eyes were filled with excitement and joy, and the tears in their eyes were about to burst out. Strong as Chen Mo, in this moment cannot help but eyes a red, heart a sour. At that time he was still young, too impulsive, and was confused by hatred and Chen Jing's safety. He only focused on revenge and money raising, and then chose the most direct way. Although Zia broke the ban with martial arts, he ignored his parents' feelings. At this time, seeing his parents' excited look, Chen Mo can imagine his parents' worries about him in these days, especially after the plane crash. His life and death are uncertain, his grandfather Chen Jing is unconscious, and how his parents spent that time. Thinking of this, Chen Mo, who was full of guilt, immediately closed the door and walked towards his parents excitedly. Just when he stepped out 2 steps, his excited father, Chen Weiguo, suddenly stepped forward and opened his arms to him. Seeing this, Chen Mo quickly extended his arms to welcome his father's rare warm embrace, but he listened to Chen Weiguo's sharp drink. "Stop! Who are you? How did you get in?" Chen Mo couldn't help but pause in the same place under this sharp drink, and his open arms were frozen in the air like that. "Dad, it's me. Chen Mo, didn't I just call you?" Chen Weiguo's face changed when he heard that, and his wife was firmly behind him. "Fart! My Chen Mo is dead. How can I come back? Say, who are you? I'll call the police if I don't tell the truth." Chen Weiguo said that he took out the phone from his pocket and tried to broadcast it. A pair of tiger eyes were fixed on Chen Mo, as if to guard against his sudden attack. Chen Mo can't help but feel helpless when he hears the words. The old man's defensive psychology is too strong. Do you think he plays spy movies? Listening to the spy war movie dialogue from the living room TV, Chen Mo looks at his father, Chen Weiguo, with tears on his face. His voice is soft and gentle as possible. "Dad, it's me. No one knows I'm alive except the 3 of us." Chen Weiguo hears the words but says it's bad in his heart. It must be that the phone has been bugged. They know that Chen Mo is still alive. "What should I do? Do you want to kill people?" Seeing Chen Weiguo's face is different, and his eyes are inadvertently glancing to the kitchen, Chen Mo only feels 10,000 heads of grass and mud galloping through his heart. No wonder I would have chosen to kill and escape. It was Chen Weiguo's gene. What's the name? Decisive in killing. Chen Mo is like as 2 peas. If Chen Weiguo did not start his own work, it would be very possible for Zhou Tianhao to personally make the mistake of being a brave man, who was punished in the army for beating the leadership of the army. He fought with Chen Muna on the battlefield of the war to resist U.S. aggression and aid Korea, and killed many of his grandfathers, Chen Jing's son, who was just like a man. He was upright, but very impetuous. He believed that men would not commit crimes without blood. The life creed of return blood to return tooth to tooth once violated the bottom line: do things regardless of the consequences. To a great extent, Chen Mo's character was also influenced by them. In ancient times, this family had 3 generations of ancestors and grandchildren. It was definitely a bandit who occupied the mountain as the king. In order to prevent the stimulation of the agent's attachment and the outbreak of his psychological state, Chen Mo retreats 2 steps backward and raises his hand, with a helpless persuasion on his face. "Look at my face and listen to my voice." Seeing Chen Mo's active retreat, Chen Weiguo temporarily put down his intention of killing people and looked at him defensively, but he said, "This voice is similar to learning, and it looks like 3 things, but do you think I'm a fool? Chen Mo in my family is not as tall as you. Don't tell me he's another one. Do you think I can believe it?" Hearing this, Chen Mo couldn't help turning his eyes. At this time, he deeply regretted his carelessness and forgot to explain the changes of his body and appearance to his parents in advance, which led to their doubts. After all, he carries the murder case on his back, and Chen Weiguo's worry is not without reason. Chen Mo had to explain patiently. "Dad, look at the phone call record. Every time I make a call, I will clean up all traces. No one can find them. It's impossible to eavesdrop. To the outside world, I'm dead. No one will doubt that I'm still alive." Chen Weiguo saw the mobile phone in his hand when he heard about it, which he had discovered for a long time. Therefore, he concluded that there was a powerful force behind Chen Mo who was helping him, and he would not be found. But listen to Chen Mo continue to say. "Even if there is any doubt, what they will do is to hide in the dark and lay traps for me to catch up with, rather than send a fake to scare the snake. As for my changes, it's a long story. Why do you think I survived the plane crash and escaped the search of the rescue team?" Chen Mo's explanation makes Chen Weiguo feel reasonable. Chen Mo's business has long passed. Before Chen Mo called him at the beginning, he thought Chen Mo was dead. No one would be free to continue to monitor them. And Chen Mo's several phone calls did show unusual ability, which should not be so easy to find. Not long ago, Chen Mo just called to say that he would come back. Even if the police really knew that he was going to be arrested, he should be hidden in the dark. When he came back, he would catch turtles in a jar. There was no need to do more than that. He sent a man with a big difference in height and body shape to pretend to be his son. Chen Weiguo is also skeptical because he suddenly sees Chen Mo's huge difference in appearance. Now, if you want to come, the person in front of you is probably his son Chen Mo. However, looking at Chen Mo, who is a head taller than before and has a much stronger body, Chen Weiguo still hesitates. Just then, Zhang Huilan, who has been blocked by Chen Weiguo, suddenly connects his back at the back and says softly, "Weiguo, it should be our son." Chen Mo is very happy to hear the words, but his mother knows him. Although his father can't recognize him, his mother finally recognizes him, which makes Chen Mo feel comforted but listen to Zhang Huilan. He turned as like as 2 peas before Chen's eyes. Chen Mo can't help turning a white eye again. "My mother, do you recognize me like this? Look as like as 2 peas. Naturally, Chen Weiguo also saw Chen Mo's white eyes. Both his father and his son have the same temper and they are stubborn to death. When Chen Weiguo sees Chen Weiguo's discomfort, he will directly say something about him. Generally, Chen Mo won't answer back, but he won't listen obediently. Usually, he turns his white eyes as if he can't hear. Every time, Chen Wei is angry to death. In the past, however, it was Chen Mo's no business obsession with exercise, fighting and throwing knives that made Chen Weiguo talk about him. Later, it was found that Chen Mo was unusual. His physical quality was comparable to that of top athletes, and he could learn things at the same time. Chen Weiguo thought that he was accepted as a disciple by martial arts experts and learned peerless martial arts. Since then, he rarely talked about him. On the contrary, he strongly supported his martial arts training career. As like as 2 peas, Chen Weiguo looked at Chen Mo's eyes again. It was exactly the same as before. However, looking at Chen Mo's different body shape and appearance, Chen Weiguo still has some doubts. Seeing that Chen Weiguo still didn't believe his identity, Chen Mo had to use his trump card. After a deep look at Chen Weiguo, Chen Mo said to himself, "I'm sorry. Dad, when I was 6 years old, you took me out by bike and my feet stopped in the wheels." Zhang Huilan nodded at the words. "That's what happened. I remember the injury was very serious and it took a long time to get swollen." But at this time, Chen Weiguo's expression was a little strange. He watched Chen Mo's words and stopped. Chen murmured that Chen Weiguo was still not sure of his identity, so he continued. At that time my foot got stuck in the wheel. You found that you could not pedal, so you stood up and pedaled. With Chen Mo's voice falling, Chen Weiguo finally determined that his son Chen Mo was the one who had changed greatly in front of him, because only two of them knew about this matter. At that time, in order to hide this matter, Chen Weiguo forced and lured Chen Mo, so he managed to deal with it and helped him keep the secret. At the same time, when he completely put down his doubts, Zhang Huilan, who had a kind face, gradually changed his face and looked at Chen Weiguo with a frosty face. Good you, Chen Weiguo. I said how Chen Mo hurt so badly at that time. You did it. You said he was careless. Although Zhang Huilan is usually obedient to Chen Weiguo, if she really wants to start a fire, Chen Weiguo has to let her score 3 points. Seeing that the secret hidden for many years has been revealed, Chen Weiguo's brain turns sharply. Seeing Chen Mo standing at the door, his eyes brighten, and he immediately interrupts Zhang Huilan with a wave of his hand, shouting, "What's the noise? Son is back. There is nothing more important than that." Chen Weiguo's move really succeeded in diverting Zhang Huilan's attention. Next, the reunion of the Return of the Wanderer finally returned to a normal state. His mother took Chen Mo's hand and sat down on the sofa, asking for help. Chen Weiguo asked her doubts. "What's the matter with your height and figure? What martial arts have long functions? 8 wasteland and 6 harmonies are my only merits." Hearing this, Chen Mo's heart couldn't help turning a blind eye. The martial arts fan's father really regarded himself as a martial arts expert, and even the 8 wasteland 6 harmonies exclusive skill came out. However, Chen Mo's ability to travel through time and space is really amazing. Chen Mo didn't intend to explain it to his parents in detail, but said it directly. "I'll talk about that later." Seeing Chen Weiguo's puzzled face, Chen Mo smiled and said, "I found a way to cure Grandpa." "What? Really?" Hearing this, Chen Weiguo and Zhang Huilan can't help but exclaim at the same time. Chen Mo is still alive, and now he is back in front of them. Their only regret now is that Chen Jing is still unconscious. Chen Mo's words can't help shaking their spirits. Chen Mo shows all sorts of extraordinary in front of them, which makes them believe that since Chen Mo said it, there should be a real way to cure Chen Jing, which makes them not happy. Chen Mo nodded, got up from the sofa and walked directly to the bedroom with the door closed. Seeing this, Chen Weiguo and Zhang Huilan immediately stood up and followed Chen Mo. Chen Mo pushes open the door, and a familiar figure in deep sleep comes into Chen Mo's eyes. Chen Jing is lying on the bed with his eyes closed tightly. His face is still covered with a respirator mask. His chest is slowly undulating with the operation of the respirator. Over the past 4 months, Chen Jing's condition has been stable for a long time. Although he is still unconscious and unable to breathe autonomously, he does not need to stay in the hospital directly. Considering that there will be as little doubt as possible in the future treatment of Chen Jing, Chen Mo has already asked Chen Weiguo to take the old man back through Jarvis. The couple also quit their jobs and stayed at home to serve Chen Jing, who was still in bed. At the same time, they retired ahead of time. Before Chen Mo left, he left them a large amount of money, enough for Chen Jing's hospitalization and their living use. In addition, the plane crash compensated them a sum of money. They resigned to take care of Chen Jing at home, but they didn't worry about causing suspicion. After Chen Mo entered the room, Chen Weiguo and his wife followed him closely. Chen Mo glanced at the window and drew the curtain. Chen Weiguo closed the door consciously, looking forward to Chen Mo standing in front of Chen Jing. How could he save the master? Acupuncture, internal skill, one yang finger, or is it the great pill that can rise from the dead? In Chen Weiguo's excited and expectant eyes, Chen's right hand on his side gently raised. In Chen Weiguo's excited and expectant eyes, Chen's right hand on his side was raised slowly, but there was a syringe in his palm. Chen Weiguo can't help but be shocked. He only feels that his brain can't turn around. What about a good Wulin expert? I'm waiting to see the martial arts secret medicine and internal skill healing. Would you fool me with the syringe at the clinic? At the moment, Chen Weiguo just feels his breath in his chest, hoping to slap Chen Mo on the head. What's the matter with him? Does he think a shot to his grandfather will cure him? Although he used to cheat Chen Mo when he was a child, he was not a 3-year-old. Chen Weiguo is trying to get angry with Chen Mo, but it's a little uncertain about Chen Mo's serious appearance. Although Chen Mo is not obedient and stubborn all the time, he doesn't play a joke on it because he does things seriously. Thinking of this, Chen Weiguo can't help but look at the syringe in Chen Mo's hand carefully again. Does it mean that now Wulin experts are advancing with the times, improving the prescriptions and making them into liquid medicine? Thinking that Chen Mo can quietly call them like a hacker without leaving any trace, Chen Weiguo can't help but be more determined about his guess, which should be the case. Wulin experts now use high technology. Chen Mo didn't know his father's idea. He took an X-gene serum containing self-healing factors from the space and injected it directly into Chen Jing, who was lying on the bed. With the rapid spread of blood serum in Chen Jing's body, a kind of magic change at the gene level is taking place in Chen Jing's body, but there is no change on the surface. Chen Weiguo waited for a while. Seeing that Chen Jing on the bed still hasn't changed, he couldn't help worrying and asked Chen Mo, "Are you reliable? It's not going to expire, is it?" Chen Moqiang, holding back the impulse of rolling his eyes, said definitely. "I've tried it myself. It's absolutely okay." Just a few minutes later, hearing this, Chen Weiguo looks at Chen Mo's figure, nods knowingly, and then looks at Chen Jing again, patiently waiting for the change. After a few minutes, Chen Jing finally changed. A blush appeared on his pale cheek, and the dull skin gradually returned to ruddy color. The mechanical passive breathing was also natural under the driving of the ventilator. The scars on his forehead, arms, neck, and other parts caused by the traffic accident, and the huge scars left by his head operation are slowly recovered and faded at a speed that can be recognized by the naked eye, although not as fast as Chen Mo and Logan's wounds healed. It did not take a minute for Chen Jing's scars to disappear completely. There was no trace of his serious injury. The whole man's complexion became healthy and rosy. Chen Weiguo and Zhang Huilan are shocked to see the changes in Chen Jing. Although Chen Mo says that he has found a way to cure Chen Jing, they only think that they can wake him up. Even if Chen Weiguo is poisoned by martial arts novels, they only think that they can cure Chen Jing's internal injuries. And look at the obvious scars on Chen Jing, especially the huge ones left by head surgery. The big scar disappeared in front of them. Both of them were stunned and shocked by the unexpected scene. Here. This is. Chen Weiguo was so excited that he didn't know what to say for a while. He has read so many martial arts novels, but no martial arts and elixir have such functions. Even the legendary Black Jade Intermittent Cream will take a while to grow better. It is impossible for him to recover completely in less than a minute at the speed visible to the naked eye. Chen Weiguo looks at Chen Mo with an unbelievable face. Now he really can't see through the escaped sun. What secret is hidden in him? It's not just about martial arts, is it? He is mending immortals. Chen Mo didn't use his mental power and didn't know Chen Weiguo's thoughts. Standing on Chen Jing's body, he felt the internal changes of Chen Jing's body. The injuries of muscles and internal organs were completely repaired in a short time, and his heart and breath became calm and powerful. Chen Mo immediately reached out to put Chen Jing's breathing face on his head. The cover was taken off. When Chen Weiguo saw that even if he wanted to stop it, Chen Jing's brain was damaged and he could not breathe autonomously. He only relied on the ventilator to maintain his breath. When he took off the mask, Chen Jing would soon suffocate. But then, he remembered that he had just witnessed the recovery of the wounds on Chen Jing's body and could not help but stop. After taking off the mask, Chen Jing's breathing was not stopped, but smoother and more natural than before. Chen Weiguo and Zhang Huilan immediately turned their heads and looked at each other, both of them beaming. "I can breathe by myself. Doesn't this mean that Chen Jing's brain has been healed?" Chen Weiguo looks at Chen Jing, who is lying on the bed with ruddy face after taking off the mask. It seems that Chen Jing, who is sleeping peacefully, lies down in front of the bed excitedly and shouts at Chen Jing. "Dad, wake up, wake up." With the cry of Chen Weiguo, Chen Jingde on the bed really has a reaction, only to see his closed eyelids gently shaking for 2 times, and then slowly opened up in the eyes of the 3 surprise. Chen Jingde only felt as if he had slept for a long time. He could not say how comfortable he was. A series of shouts in his ear woke him up from his sleep. When he opened his eyes, he saw an old face of his son Chen Weiguo lying in front of him, shouting excitedly, "Wake up! Really wake up! Great!" Seeing this, Chen Jingde immediately stares at the ox's eyes, raises his hand and slaps Chen Weiguo's head to one side. "Pa!" Seeing Chen Weiguo standing aside with his head covered, Chen Jingde sat up effortlessly and slowly from his bed and said with a straight face, "What are you shouting about in the morning? I'm not dead yet. Are you mourning here?" Hearing this, Chen Weiguo said with a face full of grievances and excitement, "Dad, you almost died." "Pa!" Before Chen Weiguo finished, Chen Jingde raised his hand and slapped it on his head. Chen Jingde's face is red with anger. He is still angry after slapping him. He plans to get out of bed on one side and teach Chen Weiguo a lesson. "Good, you son of a bitch, dare to curse me, see if I don't shoot you." "Dad, it's not Dad, listen to me." Seeing that his father was about to receive a fat beating from his father, his mother stood on the side of Chen Jingde's face because of his joy and relief, but she didn't mean to help at all. Obviously, she was still very upset about Chen Weiguo's mindless killing of the flowers of the motherland, which was just revealed by Chen Mo, and the vicious act of intimidating and luring the victims to conceal their crimes. Zhang Huilan is glad that her father-in-law woke up and seems to have recovered completely without any problems. At the same time, she is also happy to see Chen Jingde clean up Chen Weiguo, so she just stood by without a smile, and even took a wooden handle broom for bed sweeping from the bedside table and was going to hand it to Chen Jingde. Chen Mo saw a black line on his forehead and saw that Chen Jingde's hand had reached for the broom delivered by his daughter-in-law. If he didn't open his mouth again, Chen Weiguo's beating would not run away. Chen Mo quickly opened his mouth. "Grandpa!" Chen Jingde's hand reached out after hearing the words. Naturally, he recognized that it was his grandson Chen Mo who called him, but when he looked around, he could not help frowning. "Who are you?" Chen Mo felt powerless and began to wonder whether he was right or wrong when injecting super soldier serum. No one in his family could recognize him. He had no other choice but to explain patiently. "Grandpa, I'm Chen Mo." Chen Weiguo, who managed to escape a disaster, said in a hurry, "Dad, it's really Chen Mo. You forgot that you were hit by a car and have been in a coma for more than 4 months. A lot of things happened in the middle." Chen Jingde is like as 2 peas, and then he thought of what had been hit. He looked at Chen Mo carefully for a while. He found that the sound was almost the same as that of his voice. He had 3 similar looks. Chen Mo on one side clearly heard Chen Jingde muttering to himself, "How long can you grow when you are so big?" Chen Mo was speechless for a while, but he had to explain all the things since Chen Jingde's coma from the beginning, including his current situation in the United States. Of course, the things he went through were so strange that Chen Mo naturally didn't mention them, and he just took the things after the air crash. To the reason of the great change of his body shape, Chen Mo compiled according to Chen Weiguo's script, explaining that great progress in martial arts, a new generation. Hearing that Chen Mo said it was a new generation, Chen Weiguo looked at him carefully and nodded his head thoughtfully. It turned out that the top martial artist, a new generation, was like this. Later, all 3 of them focused on Chen Mo's story about his arrival in the U.S. for the first time. Chen Weiguo and Zhang Huilan knew that their son had opened a car company in the U.S. and bought a manor with an ancient castle. They also listened to Chen Mo's story with great interest. They didn't pay special attention to what Chen Mo had said. Anyway, they had long since determined that his son is a martial arts expert. All unreasonable places Chen Weiguo all his own brain. It's not that the Wulin experts will not die and live in a foreign country, but they have built up their own power quickly by their own powerful force. It's reasonable and no problem. It's the magic potion that cured Chen Jingde. Chen Weiguo couldn't figure out what was going on, so he asked, "What exactly is that needle you just gave your grandfather?" Chen Mo was prepared for this, explaining directly. I have been trying to find a way to treat my grandfather's injury since I arrived in the United States. For this reason, I secretly recruited a group of top scientists to set up a research team that specializes in the research of human body repair. They had some achievements in this field. Just a few days ago, they made a breakthrough and successfully created a serum that can make people have a strong self-healing ability. But when Chen Mo finished, he found that all three of them were at a loss. Obviously, they didn't understand each other very well. Chen Weiguo read a lot of martial arts novels, and he understood them as soon as he heard them. But he didn't really see much about science fiction. Listening to Chen Mo's explanation, he just felt confused. He said that the good big return pill and the good elixir for cultivating immortals. Chen Mo also knows that these middle-aged and elderly people, who can't even use smartphones, have limited knowledge of technology to computers, airplanes and aircraft carriers. He tells them that genetic engineering is a waste of breath, simply and directly. Simply put, as long as you inject this kind of medicine, you can make the recovery speed of people after injury many times faster, and any injury can heal quickly. This time, the three of them finally understood that, especially Chen Weiguo and his wife had witnessed the whole process of rapid recovery of the wounds on Chen Jing's body just now. A little association made them understand the magic effect of this medicine injected by Chen Mo to the old man, and they were all amazed. But then Chen Mo said to the three with a solemn look, "However, the function of this medicine is too powerful. Once it is leaked, it will inevitably attract the covet of various forces. So you must keep it secret and say that Grandpa is awake to the outside world." Hearing Chen Mo's words, the faces of the three men were also grim. Chen Jing heard that Chen Mo had avenged and killed for him, fled abroad, and almost died in the sea because of the plane crash. He was very moved. He thought he didn't hurt the grandson in vain. At this time, hearing Chen Mo's words, he immediately told his son's daughter-in-law sternly, "Did you two hear me?" After that, he said to the outside world that I was lucky and fateful, and that he was awake. Chen Mo and the matter of any potion should not be mentioned at all. "Don't worry, Dad." Zhang Huilan immediately obediently agreed, but Chen Weiguo was like a proud face. "Dad, let's have 100 hearts. In fact, we knew Chen Mo was okay, but we kept pretending that we didn't know. Nobody found out that it was wrong for such a long time. We still know the importance of it. To keep the secret, we usually watch spy dramas. Listen, it's still on TV outside." Hearing this, Chen Jing nodded, looked at Chen Weiguo with a rare look of approval, and said happily, "You've got a little brain and you didn't spend it in the army." When Chen Weiguo heard the praise of the old man, he could hardly find the north. He totally lost the image of the father when he faced Chen Mo. He said happily to the old man, "Ha ha, there's no comparison with your father, the old scout." It has to be said that Chen Weiguo, who was educated under Chen Jing's stick, never looked at other people's faces. Even the leader of the army dared to fight, but he could not stand up to his lazy at all. He was in his 50s. He was still like a child in front of Chen Jing. He was afraid of death. In fact, Chen Mo knows that this is a way for Chen Weiguo to show filial respect to his father. He never talks back to the old man, quarrels with him, lets him fight a few times and scolds him, as long as he is in a good mood. "Dad, how are you feeling now?" When Chen Jing hears the words, he just wants to check his body and move at will. Chen Jing only feels that his body is full of energy as if he had returned to his youth. No, he is more energetic than when he was young. He seems to have endless energy all over his body. Thinking of the magic effect of Chen Mo's words, Chen Jing can't help but lift his coat to check his body, but I found that the skin on my body was smooth, and the scars left by the previous war were all gone, and no trace was left. Think of Chen Mo saying that he was seriously injured by the car. His brain was damaged and his breathing was maintained by a ventilator, but now he doesn't feel any better than he was at his peak. Chen Jing really felt the magic of the potion in Chen Mo's mouth. But after all, he didn't see the magical changes in himself before, so he wanted to feel them for himself. So he told Chen Wei, "Get me a knife, I'll try it myself." When Chen Weiguo heard this, he immediately stopped him. "No, Dad, it hurts. We both saw it just now. After a while, all the scars on your body will disappear. Don't try again." But Chen Jing glared at Chen Weiguo and shouted impatiently, "If you want to get it, hurry up and say something. I'm in charge of you." Chen Weiguo can't help but shrink his neck for fear that Chen Jing will slap him again, and he is hesitant to take the risk of being beaten to persuade him again. But Chen Mo next to him says, "Don't bother, I have it." Chen Mo said that he took out a saber from the space and handed it to Chen Jing. It's not that he didn't give up the Aiden alloy throwing knife, but that the throwing knife was too sharp. Chen Mo was afraid that the old man would cut off the whole palm of his hand if he didn't pay attention. Although they didn't see how Chen Mo took out his saber, they only thought it was kung fu, but Chen Weiguo gave Chen Mo a fierce look but didn't say anything. Chen Jing took the saber in his right hand, raised the palm of his left hand, and without blinking made a stroke on his palm, and the blood flowed out immediately. However, Chen Jing did not frown and spread his palm in front of him. Chen Weiguo and Zhang Huilan could not help but put their heads together. Although they saw Chen Jing's old wound disappear just now, they were curious about how the newly cut wound would heal. Chen Jing's cut is not very deep, about half a centimeter long, but runs through the width of the whole palm. The flesh is slightly open, and the red blood slowly overflows along the wound, but it is much slower than Chen Jing's memory, and it stops completely soon, and there is not much blood in total. Under the three people's gaze, the long wound moved slowly, and the slightly separated flesh slowly closed towards the middle. The whole process lasted for several minutes, until the change of the wound stopped completely. The palm that had been scratched by the saber had completely recovered, and no trace of the injury could be seen. I witnessed the healing process of the wound with my own eyes. Chen Jing and his wife, both of whom witnessed it for the first time and the second time, were all amazed. It was amazing. At that time, Chen Jing realized the power of this kind of medicine. Once again, he asked Chen Weiguo and his wife to keep a secret for Chen Mo, and then he asked Chen Mo again, "Zai Omo, do you have any medicine for me? Give your parents 2 shots too. Next time I hit him, I won't have to keep my hand." Chen Weiguo doesn't know whether to be moved or angry when he hears the words. To be angry, the old man still thinks about him when he has good things. But to be moved, the old man's reason is to let go and beat him. This makes him quite contradictory. He doesn't know whether he should be hit like this or not. Your father is really my father. However, Chen Mo took out 2x gene sera directly from space. It's already ready. You don't have to worry about injuries after you inject this kind of serum. Then, Chen Mo injected his parents with serum to strengthen their self-healing ability. Although just strengthened, the ability level is only 1 level, which is similar to the self-healing speed of Logan when he first woke up. But the general indirect and fatal injuries are not enough to threaten the lives of 3 people. But in the same way, if the heart and brain are seriously damaged, and before the self-healing ability is completely repaired, the body cells have died, and they can't survive. Therefore, Chen Mo's reinforcement of the 3 people is not over. At least, he wants the 3 people to have the ability to survive in any unexpected way, even in a more serious accident, or even a gun attacks. Explosions and other vicious events can also survive safely. Chen Mo has 2 ways to improve his ability level. The easiest way is to inject the improved super soldier serum. Although the process is a little painful, it is still within the tolerance of ordinary people, and there is no danger. Among the 3, Chen Jing and Chen Weiguo and their father and son have been soldiers. There is no problem with willpower. Although Zhang Huilan is just an ordinary woman, the pain of giving birth to a child can be much greater than that of improved serum. I believe that she can also bear it. However, the only problem is that there is a side effect to the enhancement of the improved super soldier serum. Although it will not make a huge change in body appearance like the original serum or fortified serum, it will still make people look younger and more vigorous. The older the person is, the more obvious the change will be. For example, Agent Carter's change will not be big after he is strengthened, while the older Eddie and Colonel Phillips are obviously younger in their teens. However, Chen Mo's parents are not very old either. They are only in their 50s. After strengthening, they will be in their 40s, which is not particularly obvious. Many middle-aged people also look very young, and their mother and daughter look like sisters. Chen Jing's change may be more obvious. He is now in his 80s, and if he received improved super soldier serum fortification, his appearance should return to his 60s. But fortunately, Chen Jing's body was very strong originally, and he looked like he was in his 70s. In addition, he was in a coma for several months. Few people have seen him. Now he looks younger than 10 years, but it's not very abrupt. It's hard to avoid doubt that the three members of the family suddenly become young at the same time. However, since Chen Mo intends to strengthen them, he has a long way to go. As early as on his way here, Chen Mo has reported a domestic high-end travel group to the three of them through Jarvis to let them go out for a good time and celebrate Chen Jing's awakening. When he comes back, even if the neighbors find out that they are younger, they will only think that they are radiant, as long as they are not found that they have changed so much overnight, but given a buffer period, changes in appearance age are acceptable. When we meet happy events, we will feel refreshed. We will also meet people around us who meet happy events, feel better and look much younger. Therefore, after completing the X-gene serum enhancement, Chen Mo promoted another drug developed by his laboratory to the three people. The reinforcement just made you have some self-protection ability, but some fatal injuries can't be completely borne, and this other medicine can make up for its shortcomings. Chen Mo said, and took out a light blue modified super soldier serum, which reached out to the three men. It can comprehensively strengthen all kinds of abilities of the body, including strength, speed, brain power, and the self-healing ability you just got. After strengthening again, even if the heart is hit by a bullet, it will never die. It's just that the process of strengthening can be a little painful. If you change someone else, you will think Chen Mo is a charlatan selling dolly pill. However, Chen Jing's three people have personally experienced the magic of X-gene serum. Under the powerful self-healing ability, the old wounds and old problems are all gone, and the body can't be said to be relaxed, comfortable, and energetic. In addition, Chen Jing has personally verified the amazing speed of self-healing ability to repair wounds. For Chen Mo's new medicine that can comprehensively strengthen the physical quality, the three people firmly believe that no doubt. Chen Jing listened to Chen Mo and said that the side effects would be very painful. He waved his hand directly and said that he didn't care. What is the point of pain? Who are we old Chen family afraid of it? When the old man said something, Chen Mo didn't go on talking. He injected the improved super soldier serum directly to the three people again. This time, the strengthening time will be longer, but in addition to the obvious pain on Zhang Huilan's face, Chen Jinged and he just frowned. Obviously, this pain is nothing to them. Although Chen Mo loves his mother, it's worth the pain compared with the benefits after strengthening. Finally, the three people almost completed the strengthening at the same time, and their faces relaxed completely. However, under the speed of physical recovery brought by the strong self-healing ability, the three people soon passed the period of weakness after the strengthening and recovered all their physical strength. Compared with the former self-healing ability, after strengthening the bodies relaxed and comfortable, this time, the three people's feelings are more obvious. Originally, some aging bodies were full of vitality and strength again. The mind became extremely clear. Thinking is also very easy and transparent. The reaction speed and memory ability have been greatly improved. Chen Jing clenched his fists with great strength, only feeling an unprecedented sense of strength. It seems that as long as he wants, even the wall can break a hole. Chen Jing naturally won't follow this feeling to smash the wall. He glanced at the room and finally focused on Chen Weiguo. When Chen Weiguo saw that it was bad, he heard Chen Jing shout at him, "Come here." Although thousands of people in his heart do not want to, but in his father's wanton power, Chen Weiguo still had to dawdle in the past. But then Chen Weiguo found out the problem, looked at Chen Jing and said in a surprised voice, "Dad, why are you so young all of a sudden?" Chen Jing looks at his son and daughter-in-law and finds that they are also much younger than before. They look like they are in their 40s. They should be the same when they want to come. However, he didn't care much about his age. What he wanted to know most was how powerful he was. He immediately shouted at Chen Weiguo. "No matter how young you are also an old man. Come here for me." Chen Weiguo is helpless. Seeing that he can't escape, he has to be obedient. Originally thought that Chen Jingde would rely on his self-healing ability, he used him as a sandbag to practice his hand. When he was hesitating for a while whether to block, he saw Chen Jingde quickly put out his hand, grab the clothes on his chest, and then his arm pushed hard to lift him up easily. Whether Chen Weiguo is raised or Zhang Huilan is standing at the same time, she is shocked. Although Chen Weiguo is only 1.7 meters, she is very strong and weighs more than 140 jin. Ordinary people can't lift him to the sky directly with 2 hands. Chen Jingde, who is in his 80s, can easily do it with only 1 hand. It can be seen that he is now how powerful is it. However, at the same time of shock, Chen Weiguo can't help remembering the painful experience of being picked up by his father and beaten up by him when he was a child. He looked at Chen Jingde pitifully for fear that he would beat himself up again just like when he was a child. After Chen Jingde easily picked up Chen Weiguo, he felt the powerful power in his body, nodded his head with satisfaction, and put his son Chen Weiguo down, which made Shiran go to the mirror to look at his changes. Chen Jingde is also shocked at this look. He is a little younger than he imagined. He looks at least 20 years younger in the mirror. His gray hair has turned black completely, and his loose skin has become much stronger. Although there are still many wrinkles, they are not as gully as before. Originally, some of the thin body also became a lot of solid, straight as loose, looks a little similar to the body when he was young in the army. Looking back, Chen Weiguo and Zhang Huilan are the same. Although the change in age is not as great as Chen Jingde, they are at least 10 years younger, and their bodies have become more vigorous. They think that they should have a huge improvement in strength as he has. It's a great pleasure for Chen Jingde and his father, who were born in the army, to have stronger physical quality than when they were young. Both of them are not satisfied with the old, but as they grow older, their bodies are still getting worse and worse, and they are going backwards in all aspects. The former army leaders have become bad old men, and they have to bear the responsibility. If you think you are old, no matter how strong you can't escape the wear and tear of time. You will be old, but now they have another peak in their lives. After the enhancement of the improved super soldier serum, although their appearance did not recover when they were young, their physical quality was completely beyond the previous peak. How could they not be happy? If it wasn't for the family, the excited Chen Jingde led Chen Weiguo to have a good duel to find the feeling of dueling in the army in that year. But the happiest one among the three is the number of Huilan. No woman who doesn't like beauty, looking at the young teenager in the mirror, looks radiant and full of vitality. Zhang Huilan is only excited. She would like to go out and show off her sisters now. But at last, she remembered to keep the secret, and she soon managed to resist the impulse in her heart and boasted of Chen's silence. Chen Mo is also very happy to make his parents and grandpa happy. Looking at the family members who are healthy and radiant in front of him, Chen Mo only feels that his efforts have not been wasted. All he has done before is worth it. Chen Mo didn't tell them that they now have eternal life. One is that they are afraid that they can't accept it. After all, even if they don't understand science, they know how impossible it is to live forever. Self-healing and strengthening can be explained by scientific research. It's too mysterious to live forever. In addition, it's not necessarily a good thing to know that they live forever. It's good for the immortal, for example. Time is just a number. The current world is just a corner of history, and all things are short-lived passers-by compared with the eternal life. It is difficult to face with the past mentality and enjoy life like ordinary people. Chen Mo just wants his parents and family to live the life they want happily. Chen Mo once asked his parents if they wanted to go to the US with him. They refused without hesitation. They felt that their home was very good. Although the house was not big and the community was old, it was the place where they had lived for decades. There were their friends and relatives here. They were used to everything here. They would not feel comfortable going to other places. Chen Jing didn't want to live in the city, let alone in the countryside. However, Chen Weiguo was worried that he was too old to live in the village alone, so he took him to provide for the aged. Chen Jing didn't want to. He felt that he was strong and didn't need people to take care of him, but he couldn't stand Chen Weiguo's fist-boxing filial piety. Impatient with Chen Weiguo's entanglement, he just moved to the city. Here, he has to go back to the village to play chess with his old fellows for a while and chat with them. If he wants to go to the United States, he doesn't need to think about it at all. He cured Chen Jing and strengthened the three people so that they have a strong self-healing ability that can survive under any circumstances and a strong physical quality that is far beyond the ordinary people. The purpose of Chen Mo's return this time is successfully achieved. Then Chen Mo explained their current physical condition to their parents and Chen Jing, especially their bodies that are 3 times more than the ordinary people physical quality, guides them to be familiar with the power of their own sudden surge, and specially instructs them to pay attention in front of outsiders and try not to show too amazing power. With their current physical quality and self-healing ability, as well as Chen Jing and Chen Weiguo who have been in the army for many years, there is basically nothing that can threaten their safety. In general, they don't need to use all their strength at all, so although Chen Mo has asked for some time, he doesn't really worry about it. At noon, a family of 4 happily had a reunion dinner at home. Chen Weiguo and his wife were depressed for a long time by Chen Jing's serious injury and coma and Chen Mo's escape from abroad. Finally, Chen Mo cured his grandfather and they were also very happy. Chen Jing was very relieved. The 4 people had a very happy meal. After lunch, the whole family chatted with each other easily. Chen Mo told the 3 of them about the tour group and the reasons. Chen Jing and the 3 of them had a real reason. They had to be doubted if they went out directly. Especially Chen Jing, who had changed the most, was a miracle when he woke up. Suddenly, he became so young that many people Chen Jing will feel that there is a problem, and Chen Jing can't stay at home all the time. Chen Mo's method is the simplest and feasible one, so he gladly accepts Chen Mo's suggestion. At that time, the 3 people began to pack their bags. After dinner in the evening, they watched TV as usual. Chen Mo determined that there was no one in the community based on his perception, and then let the 3 people prepare to leave. Although the 3 of them are reluctant to part after just 1 day's reunion with Chen Mo said in the afternoon that he would often come back to have a look. The speed of iron and steel battle clothes and mental support is as high as 8 Mach. The super speed of nearly 10,000 km/h is only 1 hour to go home, which is very convenient. With the luggage prepared in the afternoon and the bank card with pocket money, given by Chen Magang, the 3 people bid farewell to Chen Mu and left the community at night. Although their enhanced perception is not as good as Chen Mu's ability to master the whole community's movements, it's easy to avoid the small number of pedestrians in the community in advance. Zhang Huilan follows behind with a small bag. It's exciting. It's quite the thrill of a spy when he's on a mission. In the end, no one met with any acquaintances. The 3 successfully left the community, took a taxi to the airport, and began a journey to celebrate Chen's recovery. When they come back, the neighbors will only think that Chen Jing's recovery and the trip made them younger when they saw their great changes. Chen Mo hurriedly came back to rescue Chen Jing this time, but he didn't care to make more arrangements. He came back secretly in steel battle clothes. It was a stowaway, and it was inconvenient for him to appear in front of outsiders. So after Chen Jing and his 3 people boarded the plane successfully, Chen Mo set out to return to Los Angeles. In fact, Chen Mo, in his new identity, arranges in advance to make some distant relatives. It's no problem for him to come back to visit his parents. But as soon as he comes back, Chen Jing recovers, which will inevitably cause unnecessary doubts. It's better to let him wake up himself. When he wakes up, everyone will only marvel at good luck and miracles, but there will be no such thing other ideas. But if it is to be rescued, things are not simple but not easy to be accepted. Now Chen Jing himself wakes up, and even if Chen Mo comes back in another capacity, he will not arouse suspicion. However, he still hasn't figured out how to recognize his parents. In any case, it's convenient to visit him back and forth because of his iron and steel battle clothes and mental strength. Chen Mo is not in a hurry to return home. At that time, we will have to fly back and forth, which is not as fast and convenient as steel war clothes. The only advantage is that they can appear in front of others in a positive way. At least at present, this demand is not urgent. Chen Mo can take a long view and find the best way. In any case, during this trip to China, Chen Mo finally solved the biggest problem in his heart. He not only woke up his grandfather Chen Jingde, but also strengthened him and his parents. X-Gene Serum endows them with strong self-healing ability. In addition, the improved Super Soldier Serum strengthens their physical quality, which makes them have enough self-protection power even in case of accidents. However, these abilities are beyond ordinary people's imagination after all, so Chen Mo also tells them to pay attention to confidentiality and try not to show them in front of outsiders. But even if it's exposed accidentally, it doesn't matter. Chen Mo can save them himself. With Chen Mo's current strength, almost nothing can stop him. Of course, it's best to be safe. After all, Chen Jingde and his three like the living environment. In fact, if it wasn't for fear that the three people could not control well and be easily found abnormal, Chen Murphy would strengthen the 4 varieties of abilities for the 3 people. However, they are not fighters. Some offensive abilities do not need to be strengthened at all. If they are self-protection, the self-healing ability plus the enhanced Super Soldier Serum will be enough for them to cope with any situation. Even in case of gunfight and explosion, the 3 can escape unharmed. So Chen Mo is not worried about the safety of the 3. Nevertheless, he still let Jarvis monitor their situation at any time to ensure their absolute safety. An hour later, Chen Mo returned to the castle, half a day after he left, and it was 5 or 6 o'clock in the morning in Los Angeles. The golden, red, and bright sun began to spray on the eastern horizon. Chen Mo didn't sleep in the night, but his spirit was surprisingly good. He solved the problems at home. Chen Mo finally put down a big stone in his heart and relieved his heart. At this moment, he was invisible and suspended over the castle in a steel battle suit. Looking at the splendid morning glow in the east, Chen Mo felt extremely calm and relaxed. Unexpectedly, he became gradually into a state of total selflessness. The spiritual strength that has not been increased for a long time has also become loose and began to grow. In fact, in the world of Wolverine, after more than 100 years of close training, Chen Mo has felt that his spiritual strength is about to break through. But perhaps because of the pressure in his heart, there is no movement and stillness. This time, after finally returning home to solve the problem, Chen Mo is not worried, and his spiritual strength has finally broken through, accumulating in the past 100 years at this moment. The state of emptiness erupted, and Chen Mo's spiritual strength began to slowly increase. When the sun rose from the horizon, Chen recovered from the selfless state. At the same time, he was surprised to find that his mental strength had been improved again. Although the improvement was not large, it finally broke the stagnant state that lasted for a long time. The biggest change in this promotion is Chen Mo's space. Originally, the space with a side length of 10 meters and a volume of 1,000 cubic meters expanded to 12 meters, and a volume of 12,728 cubic meters, which is 70% larger than the original space. However, the changes in other aspects are not significant. Although the physical quality and other aspects have been improved, they are not as obvious as the mental strength. There is still a gap between them and the physical quality that is 9 times that of ordinary people. Chen has long found that the improvement of mental power is not the same as that of physical quality. Comparatively speaking, the improvement of mental power is much larger than that of physical quality. Does this also mean that the upper limit of mental power, or the potential of future development, is greater than that of physical quality? Chen Mo has no idea for the time being, but at least in the short term, his physical fitness is still his main way of fighting. At the same time, he will also consciously exercise, and use the new mental abilities of mind power and electromagnetic control in the future. This doesn't mean that Chen Mo wants to change the way of walking a mage. In Chen Mo's view, physical fitness, or the essence of everything, Chen Mo will not relax the improvement of physical fitness at any time. It's stupid for Chen Mo to concentrate on one subject and ignore the other. Only when both physical and mental aspects are improved at the same time and reach a high level together can it be counted as for the real strong. There is a warrior who has a strong physical quality but knows nothing about the use of spiritual power, and only a mage who has a strong spiritual power and a weak body has a fatal weakness. Only with balanced development in all aspects can he become a real strong. However, these are all afterwards. In any case, Chen Mo is still surprised by the great improvement of his mental strength. With a relaxed and happy mood, Chen Mo turns around and dives to the ground, flying in under the garage steel gate slowly rising on the side of the castle. As soon as Chen Mogeng got in touch with the steel battle suit and put it into the space, two figures appeared in front of him in an instant. It was Wei De and Agent Zero with two knives in their hands. They were sleeping in the room, but they were awakened by Chen Mo's voice when he came back. The alert two immediately picked up their weapons and started blinking to the place where the voice came from. When they saw Chen Mo coming in, they couldn't help but relax and put away their weapons. "Boss, you are back. Did you have breakfast? Shall I make you a bacon omelet? Or sandwiches?" Wade obviously forgot yesterday's lesson after sleeping and began to talk in front of Chen Mo again. Chen Mo glanced at him lightly and said lightly, "I prefer soy milk and fried dough sticks." Wade couldn't help but stop listening. He didn't even eat these two things. How could he do it? He had to smile and shut his mouth honestly, but he could not help muttering, "What kind of soybean milk and oil stick can have the most delicious sandwich in the world?" When Su Wan's soy milk and oil bars were served at the breakfast table, Wade immediately threw the previous idea out of the sky. Wade said vaguely as he wolfed down the golden pastry in his mouth, "It's delicious. Boss, you Chinese are so happy. This is the best thing I've ever eaten in my life. No one, hell with sandwiches. Can I have this for every meal after I apply?" Agent Zero disdains Wade, who has no hope of success, but he picks up a long strip of oil from the plate again and eats it slowly. Compared with Wade, who can't even use chopsticks and doesn't care about knives and forks, he can only use his hands. As an Asian number 0 agent, he looks more elegant. He holds chopsticks in one hand and takes a sip of soy milk in the other hand from time to time, but the speed of eliminating the oil sticks is no slower than Wade. If Chen Mo reads his thoughts with his mind, he will find that there is no difference between the thoughts in Agent Zero's brain and Wade's. It's delicious. It's just delicious. Damned Wade, the last one, he can't take it. While struggling with the oil stick in his mouth, he did not forget to stretch out his oily claw to Wade, who was alone in the last oil stick in the dinner plate. He was keen to find the murderous gas suddenly erupted from Agent Zero. He hastened to speed up and vowed to seize the last one in front of Agent Zero's chopsticks. Chen Mo watched coldly as Wade and Agent Zero fought for the last oil bar on the table. Turning to the side, he drank soy milk with a cup and looked at Su Wan, who was fighting for the oil bar with a puzzled face. "I'll have soup dumplings for breakfast tomorrow." "All right, boss." The last oil stick was grabbed by Wade, who was directly in charge of it. The angry agent number 0 glared at him, but he could only watch him put 2 oil sticks into his mouth and chewed them happily. Bradley looked at the fight with a smile on his face. Strangely, he used chopsticks to hold most of the remaining oil sticks and enjoyed them slowly. Good things, enjoy them slowly. At this time, Chen Mo's words to Su Wan spread to the three people's ears. The look on the three people's faces changed suddenly, and Bradley couldn't laugh. He couldn't help turning his head to look at Chen Mo, and his face was full of incomprehension. "Why don't you eat such delicious food? But what kind of soup bags do you want to eat?" Chen Mo didn't care about the three people's expression. After that, he took his napkin and wiped his mouth. Then he went back to the room to mend his sleep, leaving the three people looking at each other. At this time, Bradley suddenly felt that Wade's eyes fell on the oil stick on his chopsticks. He was afraid that this guy who did not play according to the routine would steal his food face to face. Bradley hurriedly raised his chopsticks and bit most of them. Wade saw this and shook his head regretfully. Suwan could not help but smile and said to them, "You can try tomorrow's dumplings. They taste good." Wade shook his head firmly and said solemnly, "No, my heart is only fried dough sticks. No food can replace its position in my heart," said Wade. Raised his head, a face of firm and fearless. "Tomorrow I will go on a hunger strike with my boss." Agent Zero rarely agreed with him. He nodded approvingly, but Bradley smiled at Suwan and said softly, "I'm looking forward to it." At breakfast the next day, Wade and Agent Zero slapped their faces and gobbled up delicious soup pouches. Leaving behind their vows of loyalty to the fried dough sticks and their hunger strike statements yesterday, Bradley and Suwan smiled at each other, but they did not slow down to put soup pouches on their plates. As for the menu ordered by Chen Machin, the three of them have no opinions anymore, so they followed Chen Machin to start their gourmet journey in the real world. A week later, all the R&D work of the new model was completed, and the first batch of sample vehicles were officially offline. The next thing to do is the performance test. This time, Chen Mo didn't show up in person. Compared with the same type of cars in the world, these two new models are definitely the top supercars. Any car company will attach great importance to them. However, for Chen, it is just for the development of Shendan Automobile Company. It's just two high-end mass production vehicles designed by hand. Neither technical level nor performance is his top level, which is far from the Batman in his space. The original Knight off-road vehicle was the first vehicle that he personally participated in the research and development of Shendan Automobile Company after he founded it. It was also the first battle to launch the name of Shendan Automobile Company, and it also made him pay attention to some of them. Chen Mo, two new models of the same grade as Knight, was not very happy. He gave Suwan full responsibility for the matter, but he himself had more important things to do it. These days, Chen Mo did not stay in the castle all the time. Jarvis solved the identity problem of Wade's three people and created three new real identities for them. After that, the three people officially became Chen Mo's legal employees. Then they ushered in the first task of Lord World. Driver Bradley driving, bodyguard Wade and Agent Zero escort. Four people driving Chen Mo's night car around the ranch in Los Angeles began a frenzied sweep. To be exact, it's a big purchase. Before entering the world of Wolverine last time, Chen Mo felt homesick after an autumn rain and felt that the manor was too cold and lifeless. In the world of Wolverine, Chen Mo had rich experience in ranching life after 100 years of ranching in Brooklyn Manor. Therefore, after solving the health and safety problems of his family, Chen Mo was forced not to and to start the manor transformation plan. Chen Mo's plan is very simple. It's just like raising some animals on the ranch. Otherwise, such a large grassland looks too monotonous. Chen Mo didn't buy beef cattle, cows, goats, and other livestock. He had only one goal: horse. As a knight group led by him in the Middle Ages conquered the city and occupied the whole European Knight Lord, Chen Mo was very familiar with horses. Since he decided to raise animals in the manor, the grassland area was large enough. Chen Mo naturally chose to buy horses without hesitation. These horses will be kept in the vast pasture at the foot of the manor mountain. Chen Mo can ride them when he is free. It's also a special taste to gallop on the vast pasture. But buying Marco is different from buying other things. Chen Mo has to go out in person and select carefully. He has lived in the United States for more than 100 years in the Wolverine world and is the largest rancher in the United States. Chen Mo also knows a lot about the types of horses in the United States. In general, the breed of horses in the ranch is mainly the flower horse with gentle temperament for people to ride. It has strong short-distance sprint ability and is suitable for cowboy sports and grazing, as well as the pure horse specially used for horse racing. The purebred horses with the most expensive value are of high value, and the cost of breeding is also very high. Compared with the other two kinds, the quantity is much less. Generally, the smaller ranch will not breed, only the stronger large ranch will have. And Chen Mo's goal is these thoroughbred horses. After a week of mopping up, Chen Mo has purchased more than 20 good thoroughbred horses from more than a dozen ranches. On the day of offline test of 2 new model sample cars, Chen Mo is making his last purchase in a large horse farm in the east of Los Angeles. This large-scale horse farm is Chen Mo's last stop, and it is also the most powerful one. The other Huama and Quater horses don't mention that the expensive pure blood horse alone has hundreds of horses. In just one morning, Chen Mo picked out several of them that are not bad. Chen Mo himself has a deep understanding of horses. With the exploration of perception and mental power, even the situation in horses can be clearly understood. The functions of bones, heart, muscles, and viscera are all clear at a glance. It's not too easy to provoke horses. Of course, the horses that Chen Mo usually looks on are also the stars of the horse farm, and the price is not cheap. The price of thoroughbred horses is generally more than US $100,000. According to the factors such as their pedigree and competition results, they are worth hundreds of thousands to millions of US dollars. Even some top thoroughbred horses that have won many honors in the competition field are worth tens of millions of US dollars. The cost of one breeding alone is up to millions. Among the horses Chen Mo bought before, the cheapest one cost more than 300,000 yuan, and the most expensive one with a good pedigree, a pure blood horse, cost more than 2 million yuan. In fact, in Chen Mo's opinion, the situation of the two horses is not very different. Of course, it's not that Chen Mo was killed, but that the other horses were cheap. After all, not everyone has Chen Mo's ability to understand the actual situation of each horse, and not every pure blood horse with ordinary blood has mediocre talent. Chen Mo, relying on his own eyesight, picked out good horses from ordinary horses at a relatively low price. Even so, the purchase cost Chen Mo more than 10 million yuan for more than 20 pure blood horses. However, for Chen Mo, this is just a common purchase, and 10 million yuan is only the price of 2 night cross-country vehicles. Chen Mo, a wealthy man, swiped his card to pay for the pure blood horses he had just selected, and was ready to return to the castle after finishing the purchase. Naturally, the horses would be sent back by the horse farm. With the enthusiasm of the owners, Chen Mo and his party walked out of the racecourse. Agent Zero stepped forward and opened the door for Chen Mo. Just as Chen Mo was getting ready to get on the train, his keen hearing was clear. He heard a sound of wood splintering in the stables, accompanied by a loud sound, but with some young and clear horses neighing. Chen Mo's face could not help showing a look of interest. Instead of rushing to get on the bus, he turned around and looked at the owner of the racecourse. The owner of the stables is a tall, middle-aged white man. Because they are in front of the stables now and there are buildings blocking them, he didn't hear the sound of the wood board breaking in the stables behind them, but he still clearly heard the loud horse neighing. Seeing Chen Mo's questioning eyes, the owner of the racecourse explained with a smile. It's a mixed breed horse in the stable. It's not mature yet, but it has a big temper. The biggest characteristic is its loud cry. Obviously, the owner of the racecourse didn't pay much attention to the horse. Chen Mo hears the words but smiles. The temper is not small. The owner of the horse farm is confused when he hears the words. You don't see the way he looks when he loses his temper. You just hear his voice, and you know that he has a big temper. However, he didn't think much about it, just thought Chen Mo was ready to deal with it. Just as he was going to continue to send Chen Mo, the big customer, away, one of the farm's employees suddenly ran from the direction of the rear stables, regardless of the presence of guests. Before he could stand still, he shouted at the owner of the stables. "Boss, no!" The firearm smashed the stable door and ran out. The owner of the horse farm turns pale when he hears this. It doesn't matter if other horses run out of the stables. It's no matter if they are led back. Most of the horses in the horse farm are trained to run around and don't have to worry about hurting people, except for guns. This horse, as he said to Chen Mo, has a bad temper and is very bad. The horse trainer has not been able to tame it so far, not to mention normal riding. Even putting it out of the stable will run wild. After many unsuccessful efforts a few days ago, they gave up their training completely and kept it in the stable. Maybe it was just because of this that the firearm that had been locked for too long would burst out completely and smash the stable recklessly and escaped. But before they put it out for training, they would tie the reins and saddles well in advance, barely able to control it. Now it's not tied at all, so it's impossible to control it. If it's not good, it's likely to hurt people. The owner apologized to Chen Mo immediately and ran to the stable in a hurry. "Boss, let's go back first." Wade, who had already stepped into the front passenger's seat, inquired at Chen Mo from the open window. Although he said it back, Chen Mo could clearly see the real idea in his heart from his flashing eyes without reading hard. I don't know how much he wants to see. In the driver's seat, Bradley also turned to Chen Mo and waited for his instructions. Chen Mo said with a slight smile at the corner of his mouth as he turned around and walked towards the stable. "Let's go and have a look." Wade opened his mouth, opened the door, and jumped out of the car with a smile. Bradley followed. Agent Zero glanced at Wade scornfully and followed Chen Mo ahead. The stable is just behind this row of buildings. Chen Mo needs to go around from one side to reach the stable behind. Before Chen Mo had gone far, he heard the sound of horses neighing and staff shouting from the open space behind the house and in front of the stable. "Come on, stop it. Be careful. Get out of the way." As soon as Chen Mo got to the side of the row of houses, a dark figure rushed out from the direction of the stables behind him and came straight to Chen Mo. After seeing the horse, Wade, who is behind Chen Mo, can't help but look surprised. This is what the owner of the horse farm called the underage wild bastard pony. But look at the size of this horse, where it looks like a minor. It's obviously a big part higher than those tall adult thoroughbred horses. Chen Mo looks at the horse coming at him with a smile on his face. The horse's fur was black and shiny, and there was no speckles on his body except for a flash of white hair on his forehead. Its body is tall and slender, and its muscles are long and protruding. With the rhythmic contraction and rhythmic rhythm of running, its long and powerful limbs are light, fast and powerful, and very flexible. Its stride is extremely long, and the outline of joints and tendons is also very obvious. The long neck is thick and straight, slanting to the front. The horse's head is high, and it can't stop neighing and roaring. The huge black and bright eyes are full of pride and stubbornness. Looking at the runaway wild horse in front of him, Chen Mo can't help but think of his mount in the world of the legend of the night, Thunder. Their appearance is very similar. The size of the horse is similar to that of the Thunder before he strengthened it. The main thing is that Chen Mo is very fond of its unyielding strength and stubborn and wild nature. Chen Mo decides to buy it, but before that he had to stop it. Although the horse escaped, it didn't hurt people. After seeing Chen Mo, he would run away from him. However, when it rushed past Chen Mo turned around quickly, stretched out his left hand and put it on his horse's back. At the same time, he jumped hard at his feet and easily turned over the horse's back. After getting on the horse's back, Chen Mo's legs firmly clamped the horse's belly. His hands directly grasped the thick mane at the back of the horse's neck, and his whole body firmly sat on the horse's back. The super-large foal, called the musket, is running late at ease. It feels that there are more people on its back, and the pleasant color in its eyes disappears in an instant. Instead, it is full of anger. Originally, he was so brisk that he bumped up and tried to shake off the man on his back. However, no matter how hard he tried, the man on his back was still riding on him steadily. Moreover, the two legs clamped on his horse's abdomen began to tighten more and more, which was like an iron band that made his bones ache, and even gradually he could not breathe. Vigorous exercise needs enough oxygen supply. Breathing difficulty makes it lose the strength of running very quickly. The footsteps are heavier and heavier, and the struggling movements are weaker and weaker. At last, it has to stop and stand in place quietly, leaving Chen Mo riding on its back. Seeing that he stopped struggling, Chen Mo slowly released his legs and let him breathe again. After feeling that his body had recovered its strength, a flash of light appeared in his eyes. The front hoof was so strong that his upper body was raised. The whole horse's back was almost vertical to the ground, and he stood up on the back of his legs. Chen Mo, who was riding on his back, was also raised by him more than 2 meters high. The law, it can't help making a proud hiss in its mouth, and its eyes are full of stubbornness. But without waiting for him to shake off the shackles on his back the next moment, his hoop-like legs again held his horse's belly. At the same time, a pair of big hands hugged his thick neck and pulled back hard. Hiss! Hiss! He tries hard to struggle forward while shaking his head and neighing. He wants to keep his balance, but the arm that encircles his neck bursts out stronger force than him. He tightly holds his neck and makes him tilt back involuntarily. It feels like if it struggles again, its neck will be broken. Seeing that the body is about to lose its balance and fall back, it finally has to choose a compromise, quickly dropping the standing body and stepping on the ground again. Wheeze, wheeze. He felt the iron hoop-like legs of his abdomen relaxed and let go of his neck to grasp the mane again. He panted hard. This time, he did not dare to try anymore. What he was riding on his back was a monster. His strength was even greater than that of him. But because of this, he was obedient in the face of the existence of more powerful and even death threat. Choose to tame, stand where you are and stop running. When Ronald Burke, the owner of the horse farm, led the staff, took the lasso and chased the musket to the corner of the wall in a hurry, what appeared in front of them was not the back of the musket running away, but the tall Chen Mo sitting on the back of the horse and the tame and quiet new horse under his crotch. Everyone can't help but stare in surprise. Is this still the firearm that just broke the gate of the stable and ran out in the backyard and escaped from the crowd's siege? Are you sure it's not another warm-blooded horse that looks like a firearm? Ronald Burke went to the horse with a complicated face and looked up at Chen Mo, who was sitting at the horse. He couldn't help but lament that people can't look good. Chen Mo knows the value of his Knight SUV. Although there are many famous horses worth millions of dollars in his horse farm, Chen Mo's car still shows his financial strength. In addition, those 2 bodyguards who are tall, vigorous, and strong and have strong temperament follow him. In his eyes, Chen Mo is a rich young man with rich financial resources, or he is more likely to be a rich second generation. After all, Chen Mo seems to be only in his 20s. He didn't know how Chen Mo tamed the fierce horse in the short time they chased him out, but he knew that the young man who was sitting on the back of the horse in front of him was not a rich young man who liked to raise horses as he thought before, and he was still a very powerful rider. You know, there are no saddles, reins, stirrups, and other riding tools on this horse. It's very difficult to ride, let alone tame it, but the young man in front of him did. If at first he was only polite to Chen Mo as a customer, now he admires Chen Mo very much. This young man has done what many experienced old horse trainers here can't do, and tamed the strong horse they have given up easily. Mr. Chen, you really surprised me. Chen Mo leaned over and jumped off the horse's back, stroked the glossy fur on the horse's back, turning his head and laughing at Ronald Burke. I know horses very well. Chen Mo didn't explain much, and the other side didn't ask much, just thought he loved horses and became crazy, so he was proficient in riding and horse training. Just then, Wade, who had been standing aside, suddenly asked Ronald Burke, "Hey, didn't you just say it was a young foal? But it's bigger than the adult horses we bought. Have you hidden all the real good horses?" Ronald Burke was not angry. Although he wondered why the guy who looked like a top professional bodyguard would cut in casually, Chen Mo didn't mean to scold his bodyguard, so he explained with a smile. It's true that this horse is not an adult yet, and the reason why it is so tall is that there is a part of Sharma in its bloodline. I bought it back because of its size and strength at the beginning, but it's obvious that in addition to the docile Sharma, its bloodline also includes the bloodline of the fiery hot-blooded horse, and its rebellious level is even more fierce. Sharma is a kind of horse with huge size in England. In ancient times, it was the main war horse of heavy cavalry. However, after the heavy cavalry was eliminated by history, the original bravery and speed of this heavy war horse gradually disappeared, leaving only huge size and powerful power. More of it was used for pulling cars and agricultural production, completely losing the ferocity of its ancestors as war horse and blood. However, The horse in front of him made Chen Mo see another shadow of the horse, so he turned to Ronald Burke directly. "This horse, I want it." Ronald Burke looks at Chen Mo and stands in the same place under his touch. He doesn't see the fierce and furious firearm before, smiling and shaking his head. Agent number 0 beside Chen Mo saw the cold light flash in his eyes, but saw Chen Mo gently shaking his head at him with a smile, and the cold in his eyes gradually disappeared. Ronald Burke knew nothing about it. He was looking up at the tall and majestic body of the firearm. I had given up the horse, and no one would want to buy it because of its violent temper, so I was going to euthanize him. Chen Mo hears the words without any accident. Such a large-scale horse farm is used to raise and train pure-blood horses for professional competitions, so as to make a name of its own horse farm and earn competition bonus. Each horse is not only expensive, but also expensive in daily maintenance. Nowadays, such a strong horse that can't be tamed can't bring benefits to the horse farm. If it can't be sold, it will stay in the horse farm every day, continue to consume a lot of money. I believe that any horse owners will choose this way. This is business after all. However, it has been several days since he decided to give up. Firearm is still alive. It can be seen that although he said this in his mouth, he still felt reluctant. Seeing Chen Mo's eyes without any disdain or unhappiness, it was obviously to understand his practice. Ronald Burke smiled happily and tried to touch the horse's head of the firearm, but he was swept away by it. "Ha ha, you see, what a little guy with a vengeance." Ronald Burke laughed, turned to Chen Mo and said with a smile, "Now it's yours free." Chen Mo sniffs at the speech and smiles. Instead of refusing, he reaches out and hands out a business card to the middle-aged man. "Then I'll take it and please accept my gift. You can choose any of our 3 products free of charge." The middle-aged man smiled and reached for the card. Instead of looking at it urgently, he said with a smile, "Then I'm welcome." In his mind, Chen Mo's gift should not be too cheap, but his horse also spent $50,000 to buy at the beginning, and it was a real foal at the beginning which did not take advantage of Chen Mo. Of course, even if Chen Mo's gift is just a doll, he will gladly accept it. He had intended to give it to Chen Mo. Accepting Chen Mo's return was a kind of reciprocity, but the price was not important. Chen Mo, who had planned to euthanasia, was able to tame him and find a new master. He was still happy for it. But when he looked down at the business card in his hand, the top line of company name made him frown and feel very familiar. Shendun Motor Company. Seems to have seen it somewhere. Chairman, Black Chen. I didn't expect that this young horse trainer was not just a rich second generation as he thought, but it's also normal. It's certainly not that easy for a person who can tame such a fierce horse as Firearm. When Ronald Burke raised his head and was about to joke with Chen Mo and ask him what kind of car his company produced, he inadvertently glanced over the Black Knight SUV on the other side. There was a flash of electricity in his mind, and Ronald Burke instantly reflected that Shendun Automobile Company was not the company that produced the Knight off-road vehicle. Then he finally knew the real identity of the young man in front of him, as well as what the gift in his mouth was. Ronald Burke looked at Chen Mo in shock and said unbelievably, "You're going to give me a Knight?" Chen Mo laughs and shakes his head. When Ronald Burke is confused and thinks he has made a mistake, he hears Chen Mo say with a smile, "The company has 2 new models that are just coming off the production line today and will soon be available to the public. Then you can choose one of them." Although Ronald Burke doesn't know the details of the other 2 cars, they are also top-class luxury cars of the same level as Knight. That is to say, Chen Mo gave him a top-class luxury car worth at least 5 million yuan in order to thank him for the mixed race horse he gave him. You should know that the failure of taming the Firearm was intended for euthanasia, but its own value is only $50,000. Chen Mo's reply is 100 times more. It can be seen from Ronald Burke's plan to give it to Chen Mo after Chen Mo tamed the Firearm, instead of starting at a false price, that he is not a man with money in his eyes. If you want to be a shrewd businessman with Chen Mo's financial strength, you need hundreds of thousands of dollars less, blow it into a peerless famous horse, and raise the price to millions of dollars, there is no possibility, let alone the fact that he failed to tame and plan to euthanize. After Chen Mo proposed to buy the firearm, Ronald Burke did not take the opportunity to raise the price, but gave it to Chen Mo happily. It can be seen that Ronald Burke is also a real lover of horses. It's not just to make money to run the horse farm. Chen Mo even doubted whether he would kill the firearm if he didn't decide to buy it. In Ronald Burke's view, giving the firearm to Chen Mo is a good home for him, and he doesn't have to worry about whether to euthanize it or continue to waste money, which is also a big problem for him. No matter how many dollars or tens of thousands of dollars is Chen Mo's reply, Ronald Burke can accept it. But a Knight SUV worth $5 million is too expensive. The most expensive pure-blood horse in his horse farm is only worth more than $1 million. $5 million has been enough to buy a top champion horse with the best pedigree. So Ronald Burke responded by looking at Chen Mo gravely and shaking his head. The present is too expensive for me to accept. Chen Mo smiled, looked at the big and powerful horse behind him, and said to Ronald Burke seriously, "In my opinion, its value is far more than that. Maybe in the future it will become a world top champion horse with a value of tens of millions. Are you sure you won't regret it?" "It's too late to take it back." "Of course not. If it is true as you said, it is also your own credit. I just helped him find the real master." Ronald Burke shook his head without hesitation. In his opinion, the investment in the firearm has failed. Chen Mo's ability to tame it does not mean that others can. Firearm has always made him not give any hope for it. Since it has been sent, he will not regret it. Hearing this, Chen Mo spread out his hands with a smile. "Well, so do I, obviously." Chen Mo will not take back his gift. Feeling the sincerity and persistence in Chen Mo's eyes, Ronald Burke smiled helplessly, but nodded to accept Chen Mo's kindness. "Then I'll take your gift." Chen Mo stroked the thick and soft black mane on the thick neck of the firearm and smiled. "This is the most precious gift." Later, with the help of Chen Mo, the staff of the horse farm successfully put the irascible firearm back into the stable. Later, it will be loaded and transported back to Chen Mo's manor together with other horses purchased by Chen Mo. Before leaving, Chen Mo did not forget to remind Ronald Burke, "Don't rush to make a decision. After a few days, the 2 new models are officially released, and then it's not too late to make a decision. At that time, as long as you use your identity to carry out real name authentication from our company's website, you can book directly." Without Chen Mo's special explanation, Jarvis, who is highly intelligent, has automatically made a record in the background of the company. Ronald Burke can order directly when the time comes. Ronald Burke smiled and nodded. "I'm looking forward to it." This is actually Chen Mo's first active disclosure of his identity except in the company and when necessary. In the past, Chen would not have revealed his identity to Ronald Burke. The real world is different from the movie world. Here is his essence. Unlike the movie world that can be shuttled freely, even if it's broken, it can go away. Here is his essence. Here are his parents and relatives, and it's the main plane for him to cross the movie world. Unless Chen Mo is willing to leave everything, give up the chance to continue to cross the other world, and never hide in a movie world he can't leave. Therefore, in the real world, Chen is more cautious than in the movie world. He has been used to being low-key and hidden. Despite Chen Mo's high-profile development of Shendan Automobile Company, it seems that he is still very careful to take the power. Most of what he brought out is the world's top technology. Even as a new super alloy for Knight, bulletproof armor and frame main structure, the powerful H2 special alloy, in fact, has the same performance as the current super alloy in the world. The difference is only the cost. Those super alloys are extremely expensive, and they are mostly used in military, aerospace, and other fields. In fact, the H2 alloy made by Chen Mo's top technology is very low in cost, but the price announced by Chen Mo is no cheaper than those of the super alloy. Therefore, although many people criticize the super high price of the off-road vehicle, they really know its performance and configuration of people, but only feel super value. In the development of Shendan Automobile Company, Chen Mo has not put all his efforts into it. It seems that the rapid development speed is incomparable. In fact, there is still a lot of room for improvement. This is especially true of his own identity. Although he has registered an account on Twitter, released several pieces of information, and even has millions of fans, in fact, not many people know Chen Mo's real appearance and specific information. Chen Mo's Twitter account is more like an official Twitter of Shendan Automobile Company, and there is almost no personal information about himself like other people do. Fans only know that it is God, the boss of Dun Motor Company, named Black Chen, knows nothing about his height, weight, appearance, character, and hobbies. The only personal thing about him is the calm, decisive, amazing and extraordinary driving skills, as well as the last figure and a short sentence of the video, which are revealed in several videos of the attack on the manor. The reason for this is that Chen Mo has always had a lot of concerns in his heart. Grandpa, parents, national power, the importance of the main world and other factors still bind him like a shackle, which makes him unable to fully play according to his own wishes. It's hard to do things without some constraints. Even tweeting, because of many concerns, chooses to hide some information. Now, Chen Mo is not going to hide in the dark as deliberately as before, at least not so careful. After the enhancement of the world variety ability of Wolverine, Chen Mo now has enough strength to protect himself. Even if he is on the opposite side of the world, depending on his own strong strength, many magical varieties and powerful high-tech equipment, Chen Mo can come and go in the real world at will, spending a month's shuttle cooling time without any questions questioned. He doesn't need to worry about it anymore. He is cautious everywhere, for fear of being stared at by the government and unable to stand in the real world. Now he has the strength to fight against a country. Chen Mo's biggest concern before is that his parents and family can rest assured. As long as he doesn't face the devastating attacks such as nuclear explosion, there's no problem with safety. Chen Mo has completely put down his scruples. He doesn't need to fear anymore. Instead, he can open his hands and feet and develop his own power in a positive way. Chen Mo doesn't mind appearing in front of the world. This time, for example, when he handed out his business card to Ronald Burke, Chen Mo stopped worrying about his identity. In the past, Chen Mo felt that he was a good person and a kind person. Later, he gave Chen Mo the firearm tamed by Chen Mo, and Chen Mo gave him a car worth $5 million in return, regardless of the influence. Chen Mo's character is like this: you respect me 1 foot, I respect you 1 foot, and vice versa. Before, he had never officially disclosed his identity in front of others, nor did photos and videos on Twitter show his face, because he was used to being low-key and cautious due to his worries. But now he is tired of this forced low-key and cautious, has enough strength, and has no worries. Why hide? The real world is his home. It is the place where he can rest and relax after he comes back from the movie world. He doesn't want to live behind the scenes carefully. He wants to return to the sun completely. Later, he will return to the bright future home, of course, in its present capacity. After all, his original identity killed people. Now that he has made such a big change, it's better to just use this identity. There's no difference for him. It's just a different way of life. I'll say goodbye to the ordinary and low-key person who had the ability but was cautious. However, it's just a change in Chen Mo's mentality after his strength improved and he broke away from the shackles. It just means that he won't be tied up and worried about everything. But it doesn't mean that he will directly post his photos on the company's website and find various media to interview and report on him. Chen Mo's later practice, to be exact, should be to let it be as it is and do as it pleases, just like Chen Mo's business card today. At the same time that Chen Mo finished horse purchase and drove back to the manor, Shendan Motor Co., Limited, also finished the test of 2 new models that had just come off the production line. Chen Mo, the boss, didn't show up in person because of the more important thing, but Shendan's senior management is quite a lot. Although the significance of these 2 vehicles is not as important as the chivalrous, off-road vehicle of Shendan Automobile Company, It is also a very important step in the development process of Shendan Automobile Company, which is related to whether they can completely occupy the top of the pyramid of the whole automobile market and the top-end automobile field. Although bulletproof off-road vehicle is powerful, the demand is relatively reduced after all. The real mainstream is also the largest demand in this cutting-edge market: super sports cars and luxury cars. Today's offline test is such two super cars. In addition to the top management of Shendan Automobile Company, there was also a person who was the only non-company employee on the test site: Enron. As Chen Mukin's company's imperial advertising plan, more than a week ago, Suwan gave the information of the two new cars to Enron under Chen Mo's instruction, and asked her to prepare a new advertising plan, and she had some general ideas, and made a preliminary plan. After watching the test of the two new cars on site, in addition to marveling at the beautiful appearance and strong performance of the two cars, Enron has a new idea of the advertising program. After returning that day, Enron revised and improved the plan overnight. While Enron was busy in front of the computer, her boss, Chen Mo, rode in the vast ranch with 3 legs. Ronald Burke's efficiency is very high. Not long after the Chen Mo 4 get home, the horse trailer arrives. After Jarvis opens the gate of the manor, the Chen Mo 4 drive from the castle on the top of the mountain to the stable at the foot of the mountain. Looking at the black horse in the trailer car, which is obviously a part higher than other pure-blood horses, Chen Mo can't help but smile. When all the horses got out of the car and were locked in the stable, and the trailer left immediately, Chen Mo came to the stable with the fire gun closed and looked at it with a smile. He was very dishonest when he got off just now. It was Chen Mo who went up to control it and put it in the stable. Chen Mo can imagine that Ronald Burke must have spent a lot of time to put it on the trailer. The descendant of the former knight's horse, though not yet fully grown, is a large part taller than other pure-blood horses in the stable. The average back height of a pure-blood horse is about 1.65 meters. Chen Mo's selection of these horses is relatively excellent. The back height is mostly more than 1.7 meters, while the body height of the underage firearm is more than 1.8 meters. When standing naturally, the head height is 2.4 meters. Moreover, its body shape is very strong and its muscles are smooth. It is neither thin nor overstaffed. On top of its 4 hoofs there are fine long hairs, which fall on the horse's hooves in a gentle and elegant way. Moreover, with its majestic body and proud eyes, it has its own dignity. Standing in front of the stable, Chen Mo was more and more satisfied with the horse. After telling Wade to saddle it and bridle it, Chen Mo turned over and put on the horse directly. With a skillful rein and a light knock on the belly of the horse, the fierce horse, which was difficult for ordinary people to tame, began to run forward obediently. Although we have got a certain understanding of its physical quality through the mental exploration, Chen Mo still wants to ride on it and see how its strength is. The stable was built at the foot of the mountain, next to the vast grassland under the mountain, carrying Chen Mo. The black horse, like an arrow from the stable, rushed out to the deep grassland. Before that, because of its violent temper, it had little chance to run outside and run as fast as it could. Even if it came out, it was usually in a round fence, which could not be fully developed and galloped as much as it could. So at the moment, although Chen Mo on his back makes him a little bit unaccustomed, he still hasn't made a meaningless struggle when he knows that the resistance is invalid. So he carries Chen Mo on his back, gallops on the vast grassland, and enjoys the rare freedom. The thick mane on the horse's neck and the long hair on the 4 hoofs are flying in the wind in the galloping, free and unrestrained, powerful and unrestrained. The strong and developed muscles have regular rhythm in the running, which outlines a perfect curve full of power and speed beauty. At the same time, its mouth also from time to time issued a way of excited and happy hiss. Hiss, hiss. Feeling the excitement of the horse in the crotch, Chen Mo's face also showed a smile, shaking the reins with both hands. Firearm felt the urge of the master, the force of the 4 hoofs. The speed soared again and ran forward at full speed. Looking at Chen Mo's horse galloping on the grassland, Wade was greedy. He felt as if he had two claws scratching his heart. His eyes wandered around. He saw several saddles hanging on the wall and more than 20 high-grade pure blood horses in the stable. His eyes couldn't help but brighten. He went straight up to take a set of harness off the wall, carried it to a red horse with the most pleasant eyes, black mane and black tail, and installed the harness for it at the same time. As the boss's bodyguard, I must protect his safety. Agent number 0 on one side saw that there was a flash of contempt in his eyes, but he watched the horse gallop away. Chen Mo, who was farther and farther away from them, immediately took off a set of harness and selected a pure black, 4 hoofs and white horse to equip directly. The rest of Bradley shook his head, but he didn't lag behind at all. He picked a brown horse and began to equip it. However, when the 3 men rode out, Chen Mo was no longer in front of them. Only in the distance they could hear the clattering of horses' hooves and the loud sounds of horses. The 3 rode in the direction of the sound, but Bradley was the first of the 3, because Wade and Agent 0 never rode. As a CIA-born Agent number 0 has been trained in various means of transportation and even tank and plane driving, but he has never learned to ride. After all, modern horses are rarely used as means of transportation. In addition to a small number of mounted police and royal knights, horses are mainly used for horse racing and leisure riding, and top agents like Agent number 0 are rarely used. Wade is even more so. As a top mercenary, he can drive tanks, but he has no experience in riding horses. But Bradley, a country boy, has always ridden horses since he was a child. His riding skills are much higher than those of the 2. However, he didn't leave them alone. Seeing that they are not good at riding, Bradley slowed down his speed and explained some riding skills and notes to the 2. Both of them are extremely intelligent people. Under Bradley's guidance, they soon took charge after grasping the main points. The speed gradually increased. However, no matter how fast they speed up, they can only listen to Chen Mo's voice and follow him far behind. They can't even catch up with his shadow. If it wasn't for the limited space in the pasture, Chen Mo would have been circling around all the time. They would have been unable to hear Chen Mo's voice for a long time. The boss's eyes are too fierce. I can see all the horses, but he can pick the most powerful one at a glance. It's amazing. Wade couldn't help exclaiming as he listened to the high horses in the distance. Or the boss is the boss, and you can only be a soldier. On one side, Agent 0 on the back of the black horse sneered. "Hello, are you not the same?" Wade looked at Agent 0 and said defiantly. Agent 0 looked at Wade, showing a row of white teeth, and smiled smugly. "I'm a soldier who can't talk nonsense." Wade couldn't help rolling his eyes, but he didn't pay any attention to Agent 0. His legs were tucked in his stomach, and the horse under his hip rushed up again, leaving Agent 0 behind. Agent 0 naturally didn't want to fall behind Wade and immediately caught up. Bradley at the back grinned as soon as he saw it. These 2 guys, the boss, were the same when he was away. However, he did not have any leisure in his hands. He quickly followed them on horseback. No matter how the 2 people in front fought each other, he followed them closely and never pulled far away. With Chen Mo's keen perception, he naturally knew that the 3 men had also come after him on horseback, but he didn't wait for the 3 people specially. So he let the firearm run with all his strength and felt the situation in his body through his mental strength. He can feel that the steed under his hip has exerted all its strength. In terms of speed, although it is very fast, there is still a certain gap from the top champion horse. The fastest speed of sprint can reach 17 meters per second, and the fastest speed of long-distance running can be maintained at about 15 meters per second, while the fastest speed of thoroughbred horse is 19 meters per second. He wants to achieve a short-distance speed ratio. The champion of the competition must have a speed of at least 18 meters to have a chance. But don't forget that the body of Firearm has part of the bloodline of Sharma, so its body will surpass most of the adult thoroughbred horses when it is not an adult. The ancestors of Sharma are actually heavy cavalry horses. Speed is not their strength. What they are really good at is strength and endurance. This is also evident in the firearm. The speed of thoroughbred horses is the fastest of all horses, but what they are really powerful is their explosive power in a short time, and their endurance is not very strong, so they can't keep running at high speed for a long time, and they are only good at sprinting in short and medium distance, which is why they are the most suitable speed horse for racing. Because the distance of speed-type horse race is usually between 1 and 5,000 meters, which is just suitable for pure blood horse to play its full strength. Pure blood horse also dominates the world with its short-distance powerful speed, creating and maintaining world records of various distance speeds within 5,000 meters. While the ultimate speed of the firearm cannot reach the top level of the pure blood horse, but its endurance is far beyond a lot. The full speed sprint of 17 meters per second is at least 2 kilometers long. We need to know that the speed record of 19 meters per second of the pure blood horse was created in the competition of 1 kilometer. The longer the distance of the competition, the greater the speed decline, 2,000 meters. Their speed has basically dropped to about 17 meters. After that, the speed of the firearm is much slower than that of the pure blood horse. It can even run at a high speed of 15 meters per second for a long time, while the speed of the pure blood horse will soon decrease. That is to say, after 2 kilometers, firearm will gradually close the distance with pure blood horse and eventually anti-super. Others don't say, at least in the 5-kilometer speed race, it's no problem that the musket forces the top pure blood horse to win. This also means that Chen Mo almost did nothing to gain a top-level horse race with 5,000-meter championship strength and greater potential. What a treasure! Who would have thought that a half-breed horse almost euthanized in an ordinary race course would have the potential of a top horse race? Moreover, it is not yet an adult, and lack of training. Chen Mo believes that as long as after a period of training, its speed will definitely improve greatly, and the top speed match of 1,000 m is not without hope to win. It's also because it's so grumpy that it can't be tamed, so it has never been formally tested for speed, so it's almost buried. But this is only its own strength. Chen Mo has the same improved super soldier serum that can strengthen animals. His Mount Thunder in the world of Legend of the Night has been strengthened. Chen Mo has not seldom rode it to attack cities and break through doors, which makes the noble warlords in Europe panic. However, Chen Mo is not in a hurry to inject serum into it. It is not too late to further strengthen it after its own strength reaches its peak. Chen Mo would like to know how much potential it has. For the moment, at least, it's not a loss to give Ronald Burke a $5 million luxury car. In the long run, I've taken advantage of him. But as he said, no one can tame the fiery horse except Chen Mo, and only in Chen Mo's hands can the horse have all the potential. After fully understanding its strength and huge potential, Chen Mo rode it on the grassland for a while, only feeling happy and incisive. It seems that when he led the heavy armor cavalry to conquer Europe, Chen Mo's heart surged up with a desire to conquer again. Looking at the vast land in the east, Chen Mo felt a desire to conquer again. Finally, I conquered again. Wade and his 3 men rode after Chen Mo for a long time, but they couldn't keep up with him. At last, they even lost him completely. When the 3 men rode back to the stable on 3 exhausted top pure blood horses, they found that Chen Mo's horse Musket had returned to the stable, and his harness had been unloaded and hung on the wall, but Chen Mo's figure was not seen. Instead, the night cross-country vehicle parked beside the stable was still parked there. Obviously, Chen Mo had moved back to the castle. Wade and Agent Zero saw that Chi looked back at Bradley. The next moment, a flash disappeared in the stable. Bradley couldn't help being ridiculous. He was looking at his 3 horses with 6 big eyes. Bradley, a happy old man all day, could not help scolding angrily. These 2 ungrateful bastards. But after scolding, he had to unload the harness for 3 horses by himself and put them in the stable. Bradley's physical fitness is just a little better than ordinary people. If he does, these 3 sets of heavy harness will be enough for him to work for half a day, and he will be tired. But Bradley has a better way. After putting the 3 horses in the stables, Bradley stood in front of them and habitually pressed his finger on his temple. Then, the harness on the 3 horses began to untie and fall off automatically. Finally, it slowly floated from them, flew to the wall and hung on it. After all this, Bradley smiled contentedly, but then his face sank again, obviously thinking of Wade's betrayal. "Wait for me, you two, and get ready for Master Bradley's wrath." When Bradley came back, they were still proud of each other. But when they went back to their rooms that night, Wade and Agent Zero were punished. All the lights are out of order, switches, sockets, clothes hooks, and even all kinds of leakage on the door handle. One of them will be electrified accidentally. Although there is no danger in their physical quality and their strong self-healing ability after strengthening, the pain after being electrified is still there. A series of electric shocks made the 2 people nervous. They dared not touch anything in the room. They carefully went to bed in the dark and took off their clothes to go to bed. But who knows how they can ignite such a big electric spark when they take off their clothes when they don't even wear sweaters? The whole room is almost illuminated, and the electricity makes 2 people show their teeth. Fortunately, Bradley is more kind. After electrifying the 2 of them, he finally took a breath and turned off the lights to sleep contentedly. Otherwise, 2 spherical lightning might have to blow up in their bedclothes to accompany them through a sleepless night with thunder and lightning. Chen Mo is aware of all this, but he is on Bradley's side. Those 2 lazy guys deserve it. When the castle was completely quiet and everyone went to sleep, there was a person in the west of downtown Los Angeles, dozens of kilometers away from the castle, and in the Los Angeles branch of the University of California, who was still fighting at night, constantly improving the advertising program on the computer. The next morning after breakfast, Chen is smiling at Wade. Agent Zero and Bradley are fighting for the last oil stick on the table. Since the last time when they enthusiastically taught Wade to ride a horse, they were ruthlessly betrayed by them, and Bradley, the good man, also fought with them. Originally, the fight between Wade and Agent Zero spread to 3 people. If something was okay, the 3 people could always fight for various reasons. Although Bradley's close combat power is not as good as that of Wade and Agent Zero, his electromagnetic control ability makes him a powerful electrical magician, and the unexpected current attack makes Wade and Agent Zero embarrassed. Although the 3 people have strengthened their mental power, the soldier, who is used to solving problems with knives and guns, and Special Agent Number 0, are far inferior to the experienced magician, Bradley, in the use of mental power. The 3 people usually fight with each other, but in the presence of Su Wan, an ordinary person, they can't expose too much strength. It often falls. For example, now, Agent Wade and Agent Zero reached out their hands and chopsticks to the last strip of oil in the center of the table. Just before they came into contact with the tempting target, their movements were suddenly fierce. Then they watched as the last golden strip of oil was lightly pinched by Bradley, who was 1 beat slower than them. Wade and Agent Zero turn their heads and glare at Bradley, the hateful guy cheating again, even paralyzed their arms with electric current. Although it's only a short moment, it's enough for Bradley to snatch their favorite fried dough sticks easily. In the face of their blazing eyes, Bradley had no pressure. First, he stained the dough sticks in the soy milk, and then slowly put them into his mouth and took a big bite. Wade looked at Bradley's satisfied expression, listened to the crisp sound of the dough sticks, and his nose was full of the rich fragrance of the dough sticks and soy milk floating from the front, which made him swallow a mouthful of water involuntarily. Filled with regret, he took a look at Bradley's shorter and shorter oil bars. Wade angrily picked up the soy milk in front of him and drank all the soy milk. Put down the cup, Wade looked at Chen Mo with a resentful look and said bitterly, "Boss, can we buy more next time?" Chen Mo does not have the good gas. White Wade One Eye categorically refuses the way. "Eating too much breakfast is bad for your health." Wade sniffed at the words and asked in defiance, "Is this Chinese theory of health preservation? I don't think it's working for me." Chen Mo shakes his head slightly and looks at Wade and says slowly, "No, it's science." At that moment, Wade was completely silent and sat there glum, like a child who didn't have a toy. Su Wan can't help laughing. The 3 bodyguards of the boss don't know where to find them. At first glance, they look cold and fierce. After a long time, they find that it's not the case at all. Agent Zero is the most normal. Although they occasionally have schizophrenia, they fight like children with Wade. Bradley is more like logistics technician. Wade didn't have to say. He was childish, and Soo-won seriously suspected that Agent Zero was led by him. When Bradley finished eating, Chen-mo said to the three, "When you're full, go down the hill and let the horses out of the stable and let them run." "Yes." The three men took their orders immediately. It's enough to be noisy at the dinner table. Now Chen-mo has assigned tasks. Although they are going to be cowboys, the three of them still take the lead seriously. Bradley was going to go to the garage to drive, but just out of the restaurant, it was sure that Soo-won could not see them. Then Wade and Agent Zero started blinking almost at the same time, disappeared, apparently by blinking to the bottom of the mountain. Bradley couldn't help but turn a white eye. These two guys, it's a tacit understanding. But the next moment, his body's shape also disappeared in place. Chen-mo naturally knows their actions like the palm of his hand, but he just shakes his head helplessly in his heart, without saying what they mean. He had only told the three people not to show their exaggerated ability in front of Soo-won, and didn't ask them to hide all their strength carefully. They behaved like ordinary people. They still trusted Soo-won completely, but they were afraid to frighten him. After all, she is an ordinary person, and her ability to exaggerate beyond her comprehension can easily cause her fear, such as the sudden movement of spirits and the mind control of moving objects out of the sky. As for others, it doesn't matter if she finds some abnormal places. Chen-mo believes that she will never say anything casually and doesn't need to be careful to guard her. After the three men left, Chen-mo got up and went to the sofa in the living room to sit down. Soo-won immediately took a cup of freshly brewed coffee and put it on the coffee table in front of him, then stood in front of Chen-mo and said softly, "Boss, after visiting the test of the new model yesterday, I worked out the advertising plan overnight. Would you like to have a look at it?" Chen-mo was also interested in hearing the words. He was very satisfied with the advertisement of the last off-road vehicle for Cavaliers. He was curious about the advertisement scheme that Enron designed for these two new models, so he nodded gently. Soo-won immediately took out the tablet computer and quickly transferred out the documents sent by Enron to Chen-mo. Chen-mo is not in a hurry to drink coffee. After taking over the tablet computer, he leans back, leaning on the back of the sofa, and quickly flips through it with one hand holding the tablet. Chen-mo soon finished reading the two plans and handed back the tablet computer to Soo-won. Chen-mo said with satisfaction, "Yes, let's start shooting as soon as possible. In addition, we can start preparing for the conference." "Yes, boss." Soo-won took over the tablet and nodded in response. She got up this morning to see these two plans, but the time to see them was more than 4 a.m. apparently. She stayed up all night for this plan. She has also seen the content of the plan. It's true that the whole advertising plan is simple and direct, and there are not too many fancy things, but it has accurately grasped the core points. The most powerful feature of these two cars is performance. Like the ads of other auto companies, they overemphasize the originality of the ads instead of putting the cost to the end. So Enron didn't go out of its way to make any new creative ads to show its ability, but simply showed the strong performance of the two cars directly. Unlike the night off-road vehicle, which focuses on bulletproof and off-road, these two new models are super sports cars and safe and comfortable luxury cars that pursue extreme speed. Although they are not inferior to the strong defense of the night off-road vehicle, they are actually a major feature of Shendun Automobile Company. Functions shared by all models like this don't need to be advertised every time in particular. It needs to be explained in the press conference and website materials, and the advertising is mainly to show the biggest characteristics of their models. This is also Chen-mo's original intention to launch these two new models. In addition to the field of bulletproof off-road vehicles, it has occupied the market of super sports cars that pursue speed and passion, and top luxury cars that pay more attention to luxury, comfort, and safety, and has thoroughly established the name of the top automobile brand of Shendun Automobile Company. Wait. Just as Su Wan was about to turn around and leave, Chen Mo suddenly thought of something and stopped her. Su Wan turns to look at Chen Mo with doubts. You should prepare according to the advertisement plan first and don't contact her in a hurry. All right, boss. Although Su Wan didn't understand Chen Mo's meaning for a while, she nodded her head and agreed. After getting on the bus, Su Wan suddenly understood the advertising plan in her hand. When she just reported to Chen Mo, she said that the two plans were made safely by staying up late. Although she didn't say in detail that they were emails received at 4:00 in the morning, the two complete advertising plans would certainly not be completed in a short time. So Chen Mo asked her not to worry about contacting Ayn Rand, in fact, to let her have a good sleep. Otherwise, she would call Anne today, however. There is no need to rest. After understanding it, Su Wan's smile came out from the corner of his mouth. The cold boss had a meticulous and considerate side. I don't know if Enran will be moved after knowing it. She has always been biased against her boss. Chen Mo did it himself. When he met Enran for the first time, he was almost recognized by the old classmate. Chen Mo was so cold and arrogant in front of her that Enran was very angry with him, but he completely denied the doubt of his identity. As for today, it's just the concern for old classmates, but Su Wan obviously doesn't think so. After Su Wan left for the company, Chen Mo was the only one left in the castle. Looking at the coffee still steaming on the coffee table, Chen Mo leaned on the sofa and didn't want to get up. He directly used his mind to control the coffee cup to float to the front of him. Then he reached out and drank it slowly. While drinking coffee, Chen Mo ponders the development of the real world. Since there is no worry at all, Chen Mo can also step up the pace of the development of the real world. Some ideas and plans that previously thought were too compelling and had the wrong time can also be implemented. Just as Chen Mo was thinking about which step to take first, Jarvis's voice suddenly sounded in his ear. At the same time, the huge LCD TV on the wall opposite the sofa started automatically. "Sir, I think you should have a look at this." As Jarvis's voice fell, a surveillance picture began to appear on TV. Chen Mo recognized the parents and Grandpa Chen Jinged in the picture at a glance. Looking at the surrounding environment, they should be playing in an ancient city. The streets paved with bluestones are full of tourists. Looking at the smile on their faces, Chen Mo can't help smiling. He doesn't worry about the danger of the three. First, he doesn't say the strength of the three after strengthening. If there is a real danger, Jarvis won't play the video to him so slowly. But then, Chen Mo's vision shifted from his parents to a black and thin young man in front of them. Then his vision quickly scanned the crowd again, and a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. The development of the next thing is not expected by Chen Mo. I saw this black and thin young man closely following the two young lovers in front of me, quietly stretched out his hand to open the zipper of the backpack behind the girl, reached in and groped for it, and soon took out a pink wallet. I have to say that his eyes were very poisonous. At one glance, he saw that the girl's wallet was put in the backpack, and without attracting the attention of two people, he successfully stole it in a few seconds. However, although he blocked the vision behind him with his body, and two people on both sides seemed to help him cover it unintentionally, Chen Jing still saw the scene of stealing his wallet. The old man is not the kind of person who stays out of trouble. At the first time of discovery, he quickly stepped forward and grasped the black and thin young man's wrist. Next, the young couple found out that their wallets had run into other people's hands. The tourists around also stopped one after another to blame the thief. However, the black and thin young people who were caught were not afraid. On the contrary, they were unbridled. At the same time, they severely threatened people not to meddle with their own business. At the same time, they struggled hard. However, to his surprise, Chen Jing, who seemed to be quite young, struggled surprisingly hard but failed several times. Seeing the threat didn't work, the black and thin youth immediately winked around. 4 or 5 young people immediately came up from the crowd, and the hands of several people were all holding sharp blades. All the onlookers around were shocked, including the couple who had been stolen. They all backed away in fear. In the middle of the flagstone road, a large area of open space was opened up. Only Chen Jing and the gang with knives stood in the middle. Seeing that Chen Jing still didn't let go, the black and thin young man caught by Chen Jing suddenly showed a ferocious color on his face. He saw that his left hand, which was not caught by Chen Jing, pulled a dagger out of his waist and stabbed Chen Jing in the stomach without hesitation. His face was full of ferocity. Chen Mo can't help but flash a little cold in his eyes. This man has been sentenced to death in his eyes. But he didn't worry about Chen Jing at all. Just a little thief can't threaten Chen Jing at all. The next thing is just like what Chen Mo imagined. Facing the stabbed dagger, Chen Jing's face became cold. He grabbed the thief's hand and didn't let it go, but his body flashed past the stabbed dagger. At the same time, Chen Jingdekong with the other hand is a fierce fist toward the thief's throat hit. As a result of Chen Jing tightly holding an arm, the black and thin youth can't dodge. Chen Jing hits him in the throat with a firm fist and deeply sinks in. Chen Mo can't help but shrink his pupils, but then he shows a happy smile. Good fight. At the next moment, Chen Jing coolly released the thief's arm and left his body limply on the ground. The onlookers around, including the stolen couple and the thief's accomplice, were somewhat stunned. They were foolishly looking at a black and thin young man who had been beaten to death. They were all quiet for a while, but one of them did not stop. When Chen Jing suddenly came to catch the thief, Chen Weiguo didn't react until he saw the lady purse in the thief's hand. And then when the thieves surrounded with knives, Chen Weiguo's gentle eyes suddenly became sharp. At the same time, when Chen Jing knocked down his black and thin youth with a fist and attacked him with a knife, Chen Weiguo also rushed to several thieves around. When the simple and fierce fighting skill of the army was put into practice, several young men with knives fell to the ground in their breathing, one by one, with broken tendons or broken bones, lying on the ground and rolling painfully. However, compared with the black and thin young people who were paralyzed to the ground, they were already lucky because he was dead. That's right, Chen Jing saw that the other side was so ruthless and wanted his life when he came up. He didn't leave his hand at all. He smashed the other side's throat and killed him. Under the double strengthening of X-Gene serum and improved super soldier serum, it can recover strong physique, surpass Chen Jing, who was at his peak when he was young, and recover the ferocity when he killed enemies in the battlefield again. Chen Mo takes a glance and stands aside, obviously eager to try, but afraid of not doing anything. He just kicks a thief in front of her while no one is paying attention. Then he pretends to be his mother. He begins to doubt whether he is right to strengthen their physical quality. How can a gentle mother become so violent? Super soldier serum can enlarge the characteristics of human beings. Does it mean that there are violent genes in the gentle and virtuous mother's bones? Looking at the three Chen Jing standing in the middle of the circle surrounded by the crowd on the screen, Chen Mo calmly asked Jarvis, "When is it?" "Just now. The police have just received the alarm. It's 10 minutes before they arrive at the scene. Do you need to contact them?" Looking at the three people whose faces are not flustered on the screen, Chen Mo smiles and shakes his head. "No, save the video on site, pay close attention to the progress of the incident and report to me at any time." "Yes, sir." As Jarvis's voice fell, the picture on TV faded. It's not that Chen Mo doesn't care about them, but he knows that they will be okay. If they are in a place where no one is, it's okay. So many people on the scene have seen the whole story, and Chen Mo can't cover it up. Moreover, Chen Jing and Chen Jing are obviously brave. Although they have killed the black and thin youth, they are also under the circumstances of his knife attack. There is no doubt that self-defense depends on how the police deal with it. Normally, the three didn't break the law and should be released soon. If they don't do justice, Chen Mo will go to rescue them and take them back to the castle. Looking at the mental state of the three, Chen Mo didn't panic, so he chose to watch the change, as if their trip had added another stop. However, Chen Mo was not in the mood to do anything else, so he leaned on the sofa to think about the possible development of this event and what impact it would have on his family's life. Soon, Chen Mo seemed to think of something, suddenly sat up from the sofa and said in a deep voice, "Jarvis, let's play the video again from where we started." "Yes, sir." As soon as Jarvis's voice fell, the video of Chen Jing and 5 gangsters fighting began to play on TV again. Chen Mo looks at the actions of Chen Jing and considers their exposed strength. In addition, Chen Mo also carefully observes the look of the surrounding crowd and analyzes their thoughts from their expressions. At the end of the battle, Chen Mo watched the crowd's surprise, shock, and adoration on their faces, and there was a smile on their faces. Switch to live screen. Yes, sir. As Jarvis's voice fell, the screen changed, but it was not very different from that just now, except that the circle of onlookers became smaller, and the number of people around became more. The three parents in the crowd didn't leave. Chen Weiguo, his father, was on the phone. He should have called the police and was connected. Chen Mo immediately asked Jarvis to edit a paragraph, which will be displayed on his mobile phone screen after Chen Weiguo makes a phone call. The two of Chen Jing showed much stronger strength than ordinary people just now. Although the top special forces can be reached, it is strange considering the two of them are now old. Therefore, the three of Chen Moring and Chen Weiguo make a confession in advance. If the police don't ask, it is okay. If they are found abnormal in physical quality, it is said that they have been practicing since childhood. As for the family martial arts, we don't need to show anything. Martial arts are confidential. They can't be spread outside. Anyway, they just give a reasonable explanation. Chen Weiguo in the picture is about to put away his mobile phone after making a phone call, but he seems to find it. After a quiet look, he puts the mobile phone back in his pocket, as if he just looked at the time. Later, while waiting for the arrival of the police, Chen Weiguo seemed to whisper a few words to Chen Jing and his wife, Zhang Huilan, while Chen Jing and his wife just listened quietly, with nothing on their faces. Chen Mo couldn't help laughing. These three, if they were in the period of the Republic of China, would be the material of the party. A few minutes later, the police finally arrived and saw that Chen Jing, the three men standing in the middle of the crowd, were all surprised. That is, they killed one of the assailants and the rest were all down. Looking at the black and thin young people who have no voice on the ground, the four people who are howling constantly, and the several murder weapons scattered on the ground, and then looking at two old people who can be their grandfather and father, they are still very difficult to connect the two brave heroes in the police call with the two people in front of them. Shouldn't they be two veterans or Sanda fans? Even the two masters of Shaolin Temple can accept it. What's the matter with these two old people who should retire and provide for the aged at home? No matter what, after asking about the situation, they still invited the three people to the police station. After all, they killed people. Even the old people in their 80s have to be investigated and interrogated. Finally, they have to follow the law. Of course, they have mastered the basic course of things, and the records and videos of witnesses on the scene also show the situation at that time, so they didn't treat Chen Jing as a general murderer with no handcuffs, and Chen Jing's age there, so the treatment in the police station is not bad. However, he killed people after all. Before the investigation of the case is completed, he can't be let go. Instead, Chen Weiguo and Zhang Huilan are allowed to leave temporarily after they have finished their notes. However, they should be ready to cooperate with the investigation at any time in the later stage. Chen Weiguo didn't worry too much about his father. This old man has killed more people than him. Although it's not on the battlefield this time, the truth is the same. The other side will kill me. Can I fight back? So the psychological quality of people who have been on the battlefield is different from that of ordinary people. If ordinary people have been numb in this situation for a long time, it's killing. But Chen Jing and Chen Weiguo can face it calmly. Chen Weiguo is very clear about this matter. They are not wrong, and they believe that the state will give them a just and satisfactory result. Therefore, Chen Weiguo is not worried about the safety of his layazi. As for the conditions in the police station, they are not good. He is stronger than me, and he will not catch cold when he sleep on the floor. Am I worried about this? So Chen Weiguo led his daughter-in-law out of the police station, went directly into the opposite hotel and stayed down, sleeping safely. It's night in China, and it's morning in Los Angeles. Chen Mo has been paying close attention to the progress of the event. Some unexpected things are that, just after it happened, it became hot on the internet. The 80-year-old man is brave enough to catch the thief. The old man caught the thief but was killed by the theft gang. The thief attacked the old man with a knife but was killed. At the beginning, only some witnesses on the scene posted information on the internet, and with the increasing attention of the incident, more detailed information has been exploded. The father and the son fought 5 gangsters with swords. The gangsters were killed and injured 4 times. It is understood that the father and son of these 2 brave men are 84 years old, and their son is 55 years old. They are all old soldiers who have been on the battlefield. The old man even participated in the anti-US war and aid Korea, and they are still very strong today. When they were traveling, they met with a gang of thieves. They stopped them. In the face of the thugs who took out their weapons, the 84-year-old man killed the enemy in one move. The 55-year-old man alone brought down the remaining 4 thugs. According to the hospital, the throat of the dead man was broken, and he died on the spot, while the 4 wounded suffered from multiple fractures and joint injuries. One of the patients received the doctors said they initially thought they were wounded by armed group beating. When they learned that 5 people were injured by 2 old people, all were shocked. And the reaction of netizens is also very strong, but most people are still skeptical of the news. I made it up very carefully. Iron veterans. We old people are not easy to mess with. A crutch will kill you. Experts are among the people. Deceitful. My grandfather can't even beat me in his 70s. At 84, he killed the gangster with a knife. That's bullshit. Besides, I'm 14 years old. Murderous upstairs. Not even my grandfather. Upstairs brain damage. I don't know. It's not impossible. There is an old man in the park next to my house. He must be 80 or 90 years old. Even a strong man can't push him. He pushed him out a few times. It turns out that he is a martial arts expert and a martial arts family. I want to see my teacher. Be careful not to be cheated. However, with the live video taken by a nearby surveillance camera being sent to the internet, the voice of doubt disappeared instantly, and the whole thing was witnessed. Especially the pictures of Chen Jingde and Chen Weiguo. Everyone was shocked. When we first saw several gangsters holding daggers around, most of us thought that the 3 members of the family would be cool. Even those who had heard about the news before did not believe that these 2 masters could deal with 5 gangsters. 2 middle-aged couples in their 40s and 50s, plus an old man in their 70s and 80s, all of them are worried about facing 5 vicious knife-wielding thugs. Run, how dare these guys kill? That's right, we've got thieves killed. I hear it's really dead. I don't know if it's this old man, how pitiful he is. These thieves are so hateful that they not only seek money but also kill. Social cancer. All right, all right. When they saw the black and thin young man stabbing the dagger at Chen Jingde, many people couldn't help but close their eyes and feel sad for the brave old man who stood up to catch the thief. It's over. It's too hard. It's human life. But this honest old man, seeing that the honorable old man is going to be killed by the bad man, everyone feels angry and impatient. Is this poor old man going to die because of his justice today? And then Chen Jingde nimbly dodged the stabbing dagger, and the crisp and neat scene of breaking the black and thin young man's throat with a fist surprised all the people who worried about him. Many people stared in shock. How could it be? Is the reversal too fast? Is this really an old man? Isn't it easy for special forces? This huge contrast makes them a little difficult to accept for a while. The lamb was in danger to be slaughtered at the first moment, but the next second became a raging tiger that ate people, which is too different from the situation they imagined. Although they don't want the old man to be hurt, what's the matter with this second counter killing? Are the old people so fierce now? The barrage on the video also erupted the full screen exclamation completely. My God, am I blind? Strong. Cow force. Fuck, the news I read before is true. Father and son fought 5 gangsters with swords. The gangsters were killed and injured 4 times. The news that had been made up as a little editor before has also been turned over by people, many of whom have clicked in and learned more about things. Over 80. Is there any mistake? Society, my lord, there are not many cruel words. It's your grandfather. You are fierce too. Barehanded, 1 vs 4, armed gangster force value seems to be still above the old man. martial arts master. Hidden world high man. It's like father and son. It seems to be a unique family tradition. I want to see my teacher. I want it too. As a victim who lost 6 mobile phones, I'll see who dares to steal my mobile phone when I practice my peerless skill. It doesn't seem that losing your cell phone has anything to do with learning martial arts, does it? It's about genes. It's a unique family tradition. You don't have to think about it if you want to pass it on from man to woman or from inside to outside. Don't you kill me, will he be sentenced? All thieves should die. It's against the law to kill the thief, regardless of the upstairs, but he was attacking the old man with a knife. At this time, the old man's counterattack belongs to self-defense. Don't worry, he won't go to jail. I hope so. With the crazy forwarding and hot discussion of microblog, post-bar, forum, and other platforms, the video spread rapidly on the network, and the total number of hits increased rapidly. The elderly fight for justice against the murderer, and the father and son fight 5 murderers, 1 dead and 4 wounded. They are also quickly on the hot topics of microblog and the hot search rankings of major websites, and with the fermentation of the event, the ranking is also rising. The event is also known by more and more people. To Chen Jing, 2 people's behavior. On the net, one side pour all is the praise voice. One after another requests the police to release the person as soon as possible and severely punishes the gangster who is arrested. The police also accelerated the speed of handling the case under the great pressure from the internet. The black and thin man who was killed by Chen Jing was autopsied that night. The final conclusion confirmed that it was a boxing that broke his throat and finally led to his death. That night, the local police issued a notice of the case, the content of which is basically the same as the previous online news content, indicating that the case is under further investigation and processing. However, looking at the contents of the case report, my father Chen, 84 years old, killed Zhao, 34 years old, my son Chen, 55 years old, seriously injured Kian, 29 years old, son 31 years old, Li 28 years old, Zhou 32 years old. Everyone still felt a strong sense of disobedience. Many of them didn't know the situation before. First, people who knew the incident for the first time doubted whether the police had written it wrong. Isn't that the wrong age, 84, 55? It should be 48 and 25. The case report can also be wrongly written. It's too careless. Yes, it's totally illogical to kill a knife-wielding gangster at the age of 84 with nothing. These 2 men must be special forces. Their combat effectiveness is very high. Are you new to the internet? Age is right, link to see for yourself. After the announcement of the case, with the official statement, the matter was completely confirmed, and related topics quickly reached the top of the topic and hot search list, and did not fall down until the next day. The next day, the local procuratorate also intervened in the case in advance, and the whole case was sorted out quickly. In fact, the case itself is very simple, but the necessary legal procedures must be completed, such as case filing, investigation, autopsy, notification of the victim's family members, record, witness testimony, evidence collection, case analysis. Therefore, even if the police speed up, it is impossible to rush through the matter in a short time. Chen Mo has always paid close attention to the progress of things in China, and there are also problems in the preparation for the shooting of advertisements in Los Angeles. In the morning, Chen Mo told Su Wan not to rush to contact Enron, so that Enron, who had worked through an all-night plan, could have a good rest. So Su Wan started the preparations before shooting according to the plan. All the others are easy to say. Su Wan can rent the shooting equipment and equipment directly from the school. The rest is nothing more than the preparation of some venues, vehicles, and drivers. The venue was very easy to solve. There was money to open the road. Su Wan quickly rented the needed venue, but there was a problem with the vehicle. Enron's super sports car advertising program needs to use an F1 car, but Su Wan contacted all F1 teams, but no team was willing to rent out. After Enron finished the plan and sent it to Su Wan in the early morning, he couldn't hold on to it. He fell asleep and didn't wake up until nearly 12 noon. Seeing that it was so late, and Ron contacted Su Wan immediately even though his head still hurt. Well, Sister Wan, has the plan passed? It goes without saying that our talented director's own advertising plan can't fail. The boss is very satisfied. Let's start shooting immediately. And Ron was very happy to hear the words, but then he saw the time displayed on the clock hanging on the wall and asked puzzledly, "Then why don't you call me?" "I forgot to set the alarm clock. I didn't get up until just now," Su Wanwen said with a smile on the phone. "Our boss heard that you had spent the whole night in a hurry for the plan. He specially asked me not to contact you and let you have a good sleep." After Enron listens, but cannot help but wondering how to be possible. Is that arrogant guy so considerate? Enron can't help but think of the indifferent face of the CEO of Shendun, who is similar to Chen Mo in 3 aspects, but with a cold and domineering personality. Shaking her head, Enron didn't think much about it. She was most concerned about advertising. "Let's start to prepare for shooting now. I can put the personnel and equipment in place today and start shooting officially tomorrow, but the venue and vehicles still need your help. I just want to tell you about this. There is no problem with the venue. I have already made a reservation, but I haven't rented the F1 car you want. They are going to have a race soon. The training and preparation work are very close. The car can't be rented." Enron's face was also a little dignified when he learned about it. After frowning and thinking about it, he said to Su Wan at the other end of the phone, "Or I'll change the plan again." Su Wan shakes her head at once. "No, I'll find a way for the boss." Enron didn't hope for this. F1 racing is the most important thing for all teams. In order to prevent technology leakage or damage and affect the competition, it would not be easy to lend. Especially the World Formula One Championship is just around the corner, and it's impossible to lend out the most important racing vehicles. At first, she wanted to be simple. She only considered the advertising effect, but ignored it. The actual situation is omitted. However, after all, Chen Mo nodded his head in person and could not change it without saying. The plan after the change is certainly not perfect as it is now. Su Wan still has great trust in her boss. She believes that Chen Mo will have a solution. So helpless, Su Wan had to turn to Chen Mo for help. When Chen Mo heard about it, he just said something lightly. "Then we can build one ourselves." That night, a complete drawing was handed over to the R&D department of Shendun Automobile Company. Chen Mo personally ordered that the F1 car be built in 3 days. So the R&D department just finished the follow-up R&D work of the new model is busy again. But this time, although the time is more tense, but the whole set of drawings has been prepared. What they have to do is just to build a sample car, plus 1 overtime work is no problem. Enron learned from Su Wanku that Chen Mo plans to build an F1 car in 3 days, but he is crazy. Although your Shendun Automobile Company is very powerful, it is impossible to build the world's top F1 car in 3 days. The design of the whole car will take at least several months, let alone the manufacturing and assembly. If a go-kart, Enron may still believe that it can be made in 3 days with the strength of Shendun Company, but is the world's top Formula One car so easy to make? Enron didn't know that Chen Mo had finished the design work for several months in one afternoon. Of course, Enron didn't know about it. She just thought Chen Mo, the arrogant man, didn't know how difficult it was to make F1, so she easily boasted about it and forcibly assigned the task to the company's people. However, there is no other way. She can only first take a luxury car advertising, while thinking of a new sports car advertising program. But before filming, Enron urged Chen Mo to name the 2 new models as soon as possible through Su Wan. Because until now, the names of these 2 new models are just a code. If the night off-road vehicle is a Sun, then these 2 new models are definitely picked up. Until now, the sample vehicle has finished the test offline and has started advertising shooting. It will be released soon. Their name is still just a code. Chen Mo even forgot to name them. After Su Wan reminded Chen Mo of this, he thought about it. After a little thought, Chen Mo soon had an idea. Since the first car is called Night, then the 2 cars in the back must keep the same style. The name of Night, off-road vehicle, is inspired by the world of the legend of the Knight. Comparing the bulletproof off-road vehicle to a knight in heavy armor and invulnerable to guns, The super sports car with unparalleled speed is naturally related to speed. The fastest Chen Mo has ever seen in the world of The Legend of the Night is his Mount Thunder. Therefore, the name of the super sports car is named Thunder by Chen Mo. Except for himself, no one knows that the thunder refers to a war horse, not the thunder and lightning from the sky. But this does not affect its meaning at all. Thunder itself represents the speed of transcendence. As for the limousine, Chen Mo named it Lord to commemorate his lord's career in the world of The Legend of the Night. 3 days later, the advertisement of Lord was filmed under the super efficiency of Enron. During this period, Chen Jing's case of the old man's brave and courageous killing had more and more influence, which caused a heated discussion all over the country. Most people thought that Chen Jing was attacked by the thief with a knife when catching the thief and killing the thief was just and courageous defense. However, with the identity of Chen Jing as a veteran of the Korean War, and later, after the news of his martial arts came out, it was also proposed that Chen Jing had the ability to subdue the gangster without killing the gangster at that time, so his killing of the gangster should be an act of defense. Around this case, many lawyers, scholars, and ordinary people have participated in a fierce discussion. But in addition to whether it is self-defense, more people are more concerned about Chen Jing's martial arts. Taejequin, Xingyequin, Yanchengquin, and other traditional martial arts have been heard and even touched by many people. But no matter in the movies and TV, or in the reality and on the internet, most of the master duels they see are younger martial artists, such as Li Xiaolong, Yi Wen, Huang Feihang, Hou Yuanjia, or some famous masters in the reality. Most of them are young and middle-aged people who are rich and powerful. Most people, even the older ones, will not be over 70 years old. After all, reality is not a martial arts novel. There is no strong internal power and internal power. People's physical quality will continue to decline with aging. Martial arts masters in their 50s and 60s can still defeat more powerful opponents with advanced skills, but in their 70s, even if they have great kung fu, they can't stand the decline of their strength. So most martial arts masters at this age don't formally start, but cultivate themselves and teach their disciples. Some videos of 80 or 90-year-old masters circulated on the internet are basically action demonstrations or push hands and other skill performances. Their actions are also obviously very slow, and the speed and strength shown are obviously in line with their age. However, the strength and speed displayed by Chen Jing in catching the thief and dodging the dagger attack, as well as in the final counterattack to kill the enemy, are far beyond ordinary people, and are no worse than the top special soldiers in the peak state. It is also the first time that people have seen with their own eyes that an old man in his 80s has shown such a strong speed and strength. What kung fu did he practice? At the age of 84, he still has such a strong physical quality. His face looks like he is in his 70s. In addition to Chen Jing, who killed people, Chen Weiguo, who was also shot in the video, also received great attention. If Chen Jing is because of his age-related physical fitness and ruthless determination to kill, then Chen Weiguo is totally because of his strong fighting ability. Although he didn't kill like Chen Jing, his achievements and performance were actually more dazzling than Chen Jing. He fought alone with his bare hands against 4 swordsmen. In this case, even the more famous Wulin experts in reality couldn't guarantee to defeat them intact and undamaged. However, in just a few seconds, Chen Weiguo was able to kill 4 of them, although the whole process is short. The dodge, capture, attack, and defeat are dazzling and amazing. It's just a dozen seconds of fighting process, which is much more wonderful and real than the fighting scene of experts in the movie. I don't know how many people have played this section back and forth countless times, and even someone directly edited it and sent it to the internet alone. This 1vs4 video is also widely spread among many martial arts enthusiasts. Naturally, some people recognize that Chen Weiguo uses the simplest military fighting technique, but no one thinks that this is his real kung fu. People are more willing to believe that he is not willing to show his real kung fu outside easily, so he will fight with military fighting technique, which also shows that he didn't do his best. Many people have guessed how strong Chen Weiguo is. As his father, he is 84 years old, but his physical quality is better than that of young people. What's his strength? The argument about the strength of Chen Jingde and whether Chen Jingde is over defense has been going on, and it is getting more and more fierce. Some experts have come out and said that from the strength of Chen Jingde's father and son, Chen Jingde can completely subdue him after avoiding the attack of the victim. There is no need to kill him ruthlessly. This is a kind of subjective intentional homicide should be handled according to defense. Of course, more people are still on Chen Jingde's side, and a lawyer refuted the expert's remarks. Self-defense can be divided into general self-defense and special self-defense according to the severity of illegal infringement. In general, when we encounter crimes and illegal acts, we need to maintain the necessary limit for self-defense. If we exceed this limit, it is improper defense. If we encounter ongoing murders, killings, robberies, rapes, kidnappings, and other violent crimes that seriously endanger personal safety, the defense at this time belongs to special self-defense, which is unnecessary. There is no overdefense. In this case, we can clearly see in the video that the assailant with the knife has stabbed the old man with the dagger. At this time, the condition of being killed has been met. The old man's counterattack belongs to special self-defense, and there is no defense. So just wait for the old hero to come back safely. Seeing the lawyer's clear analysis, many people are relieved that Chen Jingde is in danger, so it seems that Chen Jingde will really be okay. The former expert didn't have a voice for a while. After all, the law was there. He wanted to make a fuss of others. He fooled ordinary people who didn't understand the law. Now, a professional lawyer has moved out the relevant laws and explained them clearly. No one can listen to him even if he wants to make a mess. Can't he say that the laws formulated by the state have problems? But before long, just when people thought that the expert had ceased, he jumped out again. But this time, instead of arguing about whether Chen Jingde had been defended properly, he accused Chen Jingde of being too cruel and ruthless to have any military virtue. In my opinion, this brave old hero is a fierce murderer. He is very good at martial arts. He can easily subdue each other, but he chooses to kill each other cruelly. Although the victim is a thief, he is also a person, so we should give him a chance to reform. If the old hero in your mouth doesn't kill him, the law will give him a fair trial, and he will also be punished, but certainly not the death penalty. This young man who goes astray will have the chance to change his ways and become a new man. In addition, the one who seriously injured 4 victims should also be arrested. Those 4 people have not yet started. They are likely to just want to scare them, and the middle-aged man in the video, that is, the murderous son, is just as fierce as his father, even came forward and beat them seriously. It's not just defensive, it should be intentional injury. We strongly appeal to the police to arrest and bring the victims to justice. As soon as his speech came out, it was greeted with a terrible curse. You have talked about defense before, and people who don't understand the law can be regarded as matters of fact. But now he has risen to the level of human nature. To belittle Chen Jingde from military virtue makes most people feel disgusted, fair and free, and requires an old man who is attacked with a knife and whose life is in danger to give the perpetrator a chance to be a new man. This is exactly what happened. Bullshit. The accusation against Chen Weiguo is even more ridiculous. When 4 armed thugs come to you, do you have to wait for the other side's knife to stab you to fight back? Countless people left a message below and scolded him for being a bloodbath. There must be a limit to being unconventional and grandiose. What kind of expert dare you call yourself, even if you don't know the basic right from the wrong? I don't have back pain when I stand and talk. Did you take the money from the gang? I thought that this speech would turn the situation, but it attracted more crusades. After losing in law, I finally found a new reason to attack. I intend to stand on the moral commanding height and use human rights to pull back around. The eye-catching expert is surprised. It's not the first time that he has played like this. rubbed against the hot spots and published some theories that are inconsistent with the mainstream views. On the one hand, if you can speak the law, you can speak the law. If you cannot speak the law, you can speak the morality. If you cannot speak the morality, you can speak the human rights. In the past, if there were reasons on both sides of the incident, or if there were support for and opposition to the target he attacked, in this case, his move might work, but this time he chose the wrong object, or his past success made him too confident and made the people think too silly. Everyone has a conclusion about who is good or bad, who is right or who is wrong at a glance. Most of the people are firmly on Chen Jing's side. At this time, he came out to sing against each other, only to arouse public anger. In addition to the outrage and condemnation of many netizens, the lawyer who refuted him before sent another refutation for the first time. If you don't kill, it's benevolence. If you kill, it's righteousness. I don't know martial arts. I don't know whether this 84-year-old man, as someone said, can easily subdue the other side in the face of the attack of the ferocious gangster with a sharp dagger that can be deadly. I also don't know whether the ferocious gangster who can't steal and directly pull out a knife to kill will be reformed and renewed be a man. I only know that at that moment, the life of the old man was threatened, and the lives of his relatives and the people on the scene were also greatly threatened by these gangsters. In this case, how do you ask a person to stay? This is not a game between adults and children, but a counterattack between life and death. How can you ask a person whose life is greatly threatened to show mercy to the murderous gangsters? The old man shows mercy, and the gangsters with knives show mercy. According to someone's theory, when the police catch the murderous gunman in the future, they should not use live ammunition but should use an anesthetic gun. Even if the gunman shoots to resist arrest, they should also give him the chance to be a new man. Here, I don't want to discuss human rights. I just want to say that connivance at criminals is a violation of the safety of innocent people's lives. If the expert was standing in the encirclement of 5 gangsters at that time, I am sure that he would not say such cool words again. Why don't you feed an eagle with your body when you ask others to take risks with your body? As soon as the lawyer's speech was released, it was welcomed by countless people. All the messages on the microblog of the expert who made a fuss but caused public anger became the unified, "Why not feed the eagle with his body?" Seeing that he was playing a little bit, he aroused the public's anger completely, and the expert was also a little flustered for fear that he would be killed by angry netizens in the future, and would not care to wash himself white, so he simply stopped talking. This incident is just one of many arguments about Chen Jing's anti-killing incident. All kinds of relevant arguments have never stopped. In addition to the argument about whether Chen Jing belongs to justifiable defense, in fact, it is more concerned about and questioned about Chen Jing's strong strength. Even someone dug out Chen Jing's accident and hospitalization. According to what I have learned, Mr. Chen was seriously injured by a car a few months ago and turned into a vegetable. He just woke up a few days ago, and people who knew him didn't know that he knew martial arts and never saw him and his family show it. Seriously injured by the car, with his martial arts, shouldn't it be easy to escape? Is the video fake? Or is he just lucky? Potential explosion. I'll tell you how an old man in his 80s can be so powerful. Woolen experts won't have an accident. How fast are people? No matter how strong they are only 10 meters per second. Where's the car? 30 or 40 in a second. Make sure it's reality, not martial arts novels. I was seriously injured and became a vegetable. I could wake up in a few months. I still recovered so well. I believe that the old man has martial arts and it's absolutely peerless. I'm going to the police station and wait. I'll go to see my teacher as soon as the old man is released. The old man has a good physical foundation and strong recovery ability. With the strong will of the warrior, he can recover and wake up so quickly. Others don't know that only means that they are low-key and have unique martial arts, but they don't publicize them. This is what the hidden martial arts family should look like. I'll see you at the police station gate. Let's call on the division. After Chen Jing was knocked into a vegetable, it didn't cause people to question his strength, but because he recovered quickly, It made people believe that he had martial arts. People are more interested in Chen Jing's family martial arts. Many martial arts enthusiasts even went outside the police station to meet Chen Jing and learn from him. Under the concern of the whole nation, the handling speed of cases is much faster than the normal situation. 3 days later, at the same time that Enron finished the advertisement shooting of luxury car Lord, the case of the old man's brave and courageous killing, which attracted the national public's attention, finally came to an end in China. The local Public Security Bureau and Procuratorate successively issued circulars and determined that Chen Jing's actions belonged to brave and justifiable defense, and he was not responsible for criminal acts. The public security organ revoked them according to law. Chen Jing, who lived in the police station for 3 days, finally came out. At the door of the police station, reporters and cameras came to meet Chen Jing's martial arts enthusiasts who wanted to learn from him, as well as the crowd who watched the news to see the bustling crowd surrounded the door. At the front of the crowd, Chen Weiguo and his wife, Zhang Huilan, were waiting. It's not that no reporter wants to take advantage of this opportunity to interview Chen Weiguo, but he ignores no one, just standing there, staring at the police station gate, waiting for his lazy Chen Jing to come out. And this scene, in the eyes of the public, has become a master demeanor. I don't know how many people look at the nearby eyes and see the stars straight, which is worthy of being an expert, and it's different to see this demeanor unlike those so-called experts. An interview with a reporter is like a good chance to become famous. I wish I could say that in the last hour like this one, fame and wealth are like dirt. Many people can't ask for an interview opportunity, but others even ignore it. It's not just reporters. All those who are close to each other, including those who want to go to school, have been completely ignored by Chen Weiguo. He doesn't regard fame and wealth as dirt, but he's afraid that the old man will come out and see that he doesn't welcome him well. If his attitude is not correct, then he will lose his face. After a while, Chen Jing finally came out. He was in a very good mental state. He didn't look like he had been locked up for 3 days. In fact, Chen Jing's life was very good. He didn't suffer from severe treatment in all aspects of food, just couldn't walk around. As the old man walked out slowly, the flash of the camera lit up. Many reporters and the masses were excited, and they could not help but start to crowd forward. During this period, Chen Jing's online exposure and popularity were quite high, once overwhelmed several stars, and occupied the top of the hot search list in Weibo topic, which could be said to be an overnight hit. Reporters hope to be able to interviewing Chen Jing, the new Netrid. The onlookers want to have a close look at the 84-year-old man who killed the robber with a knife in the video. However, just before their action, one person grabbed in front of everyone and rushed to Chen Jing, who came out of the gate, quickly ran to Chen Jing and stopped. Under the gaze of all the people, the man fell on his knees with a plop and shouted to Chen Jing, who was surprised. "Great Zia. Please accept me as an apprentice." There was a sudden silence at the entrance of the police station after the shouting. This picture and the lines are familiar. It seems that they were learned from the ancient martial arts TV series, right? Some people are shocked, some don't understand, some despise, and some regret. How could I not think of that? This guy took the lead. It's really treacherous. After Chen Jing's reaction, he saw the young man kneeling in front of him with a firm face, raised his feet and walked around him. The young man kneeling on the ground didn't turn around to look at Chen Jing until Chen Jing walked for a long time. "You just ignored me. What about the good master demeanor? The script shouldn't be played like this, right? Shouldn't you say no first, then I'll show my determination again and again, and finally you'll nod your head and take me down? It's the way it's played on TV. Why don't your father play cards according to the routine? Did I fail in my carefully prepared practice?" Chen Jing walked around the young man kneeling on the ground and came to Chen Weiguo. "Dad," cried Chen Weiguo. Chen Jing nodded but did not speak. He glanced at the dense crowd around him, only to find that the door of the whole police station had been blocked by reporters and the 3 layers outside the 3 layers of the crowd. Chen Jing's brow immediately slightly wrinkled, which was said to Chen Weiguo and his wife. Go home. After Chen Jing finished, he walked forward directly and Chen Weiguo and his wife hurriedly followed. When the reporters around saw that the three were going to leave, they could not help being polite. They quickly reached out the microphone and asked Chen Jing, "What do you think of this, old man?" "Master Chen, what kind of kung fu are you skillful in? Can you talk about it?" Old hero. In the face of the reporters' questions, Chen Jing didn't say a word. Just like Chen Weiguo before him, he walked directly to the crowd. A reporter in front of him saw that he wanted to ask questions, but he saw Chen Jing reach out his hand and gently push on his shoulder. He couldn't help but move aside to make way for Chen Jing. Chen Jing walked by even though he had passed him go. Chen Weiguo then followed his wife closely behind Chen Jing and walked into the crowd. The onlookers in front were easily separated by Chen Jing, and all the people from both sides and the back were blocked by Chen Weiguo. In this way, the three people walked through the crowded crowd in Chen Jing's open road and came to the periphery. Finally, they took a taxi and went straight to the airport. After this incident, although there was nothing wrong with the three of them, they did not have the mood to continue playing, so they simply returned in advance. But behind them, they are all ignorant, so they left. Are martial arts experts so cold? But I like it. I don't know how many people look at the back and eyes of the three people. This is just like a real Zayak. When it's over, I'll brush my clothes and hide deeply. But can they really hide? After Chen Jing's three people left, the rest of them reacted violently. How did they get through the crowd just now? The people pushed away by them only feel a slow and soft force, but they are full of hard force acting on themselves, and then they can't help but retreat. Is it the legendary internal power? Chen Jing's inadvertent actions were deified again, but in fact, it was only Chen Jing who slowly and softly used his huge power, which was equivalent to an adult slowly lifting a child. The other side would not feel uncomfortable, but the whole person was lifted up. It's not a deep method of exertion, not to mention a deep kung fu. The reason why Chen Jing is so powerful is that he can push away the crowd easily and even control it calmly. If ordinary people, even a strong man, are surrounded by the crowd, he can only push hard to pass in this process. It is difficult to control the force, which will definitely make people feel the impact and push. Chen Jing is definitely not as gentle as Chen Jing. With Chen Jing's acquittal, the old man's murder case, which attracted great attention nationwide, was finally settled. However, the follow-up impact of this incident and that live video was still fermenting. Chen Jing's three people's sudden departure at the police station's door covered the whole incident with a layer of mystery. Surrounding many questions about this incident have not been answered, but have become more. If Chen Jing is just lucky to kill the assailant with a knife, then he can easily separate the crowd and nobody can stop him. What's the matter? Whether this family has any martial arts or not, will it just be as they have shown, with strong body and excellent fighting skills? Or they really have a high and profound martial arts, but they always act in a low-key way and never publicize it? Just as they are in a rush to leave when they are greatly concerned, they have no intention of taking advantage of the opportunity to become famous, but they leave without leaving a word. In the following period of time, they completely disappear and fade out of the public's vision. At last, the domestic affair came to an end. Chen Mo watched Chen Jing's three people leave by car through the video lens transferred out by Jarvis, and a smile appeared on his face. During this period, he was not idle, and those arguments on the internet could not but be helped by him. Through Jarvis, Chen Mo has been guiding and mastering the direction of speech behind the scenes. He does not want to pressure the police through public opinion. Chen Mo has read many legal books. In theory, he is no worse than a regular lawyer. The case of Chen Jing is very clear and belongs to self-defense. Therefore, Chen Mo is not worried about this. The reason why he has been influencing and guiding the public opinion is that he wants to take the opportunity to build a reasonable explanation for the super strength of the three Chen Jing people. After the improvement of the super soldier's serum, their physical quality has tripled, and some differences have been shown in this event. Instead of always hiding and not using these forces, It is better to give a reasonable explanation that can be accepted by the public, so that they do not have to hide the truth, the power. He has experienced it himself. He is not comfortable being careful all day long. He doesn't want his parents to feel the same after that. Therefore, Chen Mo used this incident to make up the identity of a hidden martial arts family for the three people, and now it seems that they have been fully accepted by the people, so that they can use their ability safely in the future, and don't worry about causing unnecessary doubts. As for the fabricated family martial arts, don't forget that Chen Mo himself is a master of martial arts. He has reached a very high level in both swordsmanship and kung fu. Although there is no internal power, there is no problem in creating a profound and powerful family martial arts by integrating Taiji and other national skills. Although we can't really achieve Chen Jing's healthy and powerful state in his 80s just by cultivating, he is definitely no weaker than any top-level national skill. People with talent can still reach a high level by persisting in cultivating. After all, Chen Jing has been cultivating for decades. No one can verify that this martial art cannot let the old man have the same super physical quality as Chen Jing in a short period of time. Besides, practicing martial arts is also about talent. If other people fail to reach the level of Chen Jing, they can only say that the talent is not enough, and they don't reach the level of peerless talent. In addition, Chen Mo put forward the name of the martial arts aristocratic family of the hidden world, which actually has a deeper intention. But it's not the time yet. This event is just a seed that Chen Mo planted. When the time is right, Chen Mo will naturally have a further plan. At this point, the domestic affairs have come to an end for the time being, and the later affairs will be better. Chen Mo took the time to create family martial arts, while focusing part of his energy on the development of the company. In Chen Mo's opinion, the previous development was too slow and conservative. Some plans that had been planned for a long time should also be implemented. Chen Mo here is planning for greater development of the company. Enron has also completed the advertising shooting of super luxury car Lord. In these days, she has also made a new advertising plan for Thunder Super Car. As for Su Wan's telling her that Chen Mo promised to build an F1 car in 3 days, she has rationally ignored it. It's not a go-kart. It's just a matter of pounding the drum. It's the F1, Formula 1 car that represents the highest technical level of sports cars. How can it be built in just 3 days? So although Su Wan reassured her, Enron made a new plan. The advertisement of super luxury car Lord has been filmed. When the later team made the final editing, Enron rushed to Shendan Automobile Company with her new plan designed for Thunder Super Car, intending to ask Su Wancheng for some details of the new plan. After all, the new plan had to be decided by Chen Mo. As the Royal Advertising Planning and Director of Shendan Automobile Company, Enron's information has long been recorded in the company's access control system, so Enron drove the night off-road vehicle sent by Chen Moqiang directly into Shendan Automobile Company's yard and stopped in the parking lot in front of the office building. Opened the car door and climbed down from the car holding the computer. Yes, Enron climbed down. The size of the night SUV is a little too big for her. Although she is tall and has long legs, she has to step on the pedal under the door to make a transition before getting off. And the pedal is nearly 30 cm from the ground. If it's normal, Enron can stride down, but unfortunately she's wearing a skirt today, so she has to learn from Su Wan, grasp the door handle and climb out of the car. This may be the only place where she's dissatisfied with the Night SUV, which is still the chassis of the Night SUV under the premise of height adjustment function. When parking, you can adjust to the lowest height, otherwise, it is estimated that she can only jump down. After getting out of the car, Enron secretly decided not to wear a skirt anymore. At least when it is possible to drive, how about changing the car? Although Su Wan gave this car to her by force, she didn't get a cold at first for the big guy who was obviously suitable for men's driving. But after a long driving time, Enron also gradually had feelings, not to mention the wide vision brought by the height of the standing out of the crowd. The performance of this car in all aspects is indeed not good. No matter whether it's acceleration, off-road, braking, I don't know how much better the handling is than her original used car. She doesn't have any trouble driving such a big car. The longer she drives, the more she likes it, and the car seems to have intelligence. It can automatically play music according to her mood. When the temperature in the car is low, it can start the heating by itself. She doesn't know whether it's the intelligent system of the car itself or a simple car computer fault. But at least when she's sad and lost, the car gives her warmth. When she's lonely and confused, it's like a guard night generally. It brings her enough sense of security. When she stays in the car, she can feel steadfast and stable. So, if she wants to choose between wearing a skirt and this car, she would rather choose this big guy who looks a little ugly to her. Holding the computer, Enron went directly into the office building and greeted the reception at the front desk. Enron got up the building and came to Su Wan's office area. The president's office was the president's assistant office outside the company. Enron knocks on the door and enters the room. Su Wan is still busy with something, so she tilts her head towards Enron and signals her to sit first. After this period of time, they have been very familiar with each other. In this foreign country, they would have been more friendly to their compatriots, and their personalities also fit well, so they have become a pair of good friends. Su Wan is several years older than Enron, so Enron directly called her sister Wan. Seeing that Su Wan was not finished, Enron went to the sofa beside him and sat down, turned on the computer and called out the new plan. After a while, Su Wan is busy. First, she stretches. Then she gets up and goes to the sofa and sits next to Enron. That guy didn't come again. Enron looked at Su Wan's slightly tired look and asked angrily. Su Wanwen's words remind her of Chen Mo's special care of her not to contact Enron early in the night so that she can have a good rest. She can't help but look at Enron and tease. What, miss him? Enron can't help but turn a white eye, but that charming and moving look is to see Su Wan is very excited. Miss Wan, I have no interest in that arrogant guy. Su Wanwen doesn't agree with Enron's criticism of Chen Mo and quickly explains to her boss. You may have misunderstood him, but the boss is very good. After Enron listens, it is a face of unbelief. You even speak for him. No matter what his own work is, it's all on your head. See what it's like to make you tired. Su Wan knows that Enron loves herself, but she doesn't think Chen Mo has any problems. I'm his assistant. Shouldn't I help him? But you're just his assistant, and you're going to help him manage everything in the company. Enron looked at Su Wan's loyalty and wondered if the arrogant guy had brainwashed her. Su Wan looked at Enron's angry appearance and couldn't help laughing. Enron was very talented in advertising, planning, and directing, but he didn't know anything about the workplace. He was silly and cute. However, I was relieved to think that she had not graduated, just a very talented student. I smiled at her and explained, "It's normal that you haven't worked and don't understand. The boss can give me everything about the company. It's his trust in me. How many people can't get it?" Enron, who was only a senior student, obviously didn't understand these things very much but was still upset by Su Wanaming. But he is squeezing you. Why do you get the salary of an assistant but it is in the heart of the president? Su Wan can't help but smile at his words. Do you know what my annual salary is? How much? Enron was at a loss when he heard that he had no idea how much the assistant's annual salary was. Su Wan stretched out a palm and shook it gently in front of Enron. $5 million. What? Even if there is no concept of money, Enron knows that a general assistant's salary can never be so much. Although I am the assistant to the president in name, in fact, the boss has always regarded me as the president of the company, and I am responsible for all the affairs of the company's management. Looking at Enron's surprised expression, Su Wan points her finger on her forehead and says with a smile, "Do you still think he's squeezing me now?" Enron shook his head gently. "Well, he has a bit of vision, but he's arrogant." Enron was about to talk about F1 racing, but suddenly there was a huge engine roar outside the window. It sounded louder and deeper than the sound of night SUV running at full speed, but it was not the sound of Lord or thunder. Moreover, the sound also made her feel familiar. A loud roar of the engine rang out of the window. "This is..." Enron couldn't help turning to look at Su-Wan. Su-Wan naturally heard the roar of the engine outside the window, stood up from the sofa with a smile and went to the window to look out. Enron was curious to see the past, with Su-Wan side by side stood in front of the window. Su-Wan's office is on the side of the building. From the window, you can clearly see several huge factories and the special place for car testing that she has been to before. Enron soon followed the sound and turned his eyes to the car test ground. At the next moment, Enron, who could see clearly the situation in the test field, was shocked and his eyes widened, and his face was unbelievable. "I saw a white-coated F1 racing car speeding in the ring track outside the field, and the huge noise from the racing engine came on the surface, which made people feel excited. The test track is specially used for speed test. Although it's not a professional F1 track, it's enough to give full play to the F1 car. However, the drivers in the test run don't seem to have enough ability, so they can't give full play to the speed. Even so, Enron can be sure that it's a real F1 car." "Is this?" Enron stared out of the window at the speeding F1 car for a long time and then turned to Su-Wan. He asked with some uncertainty, "This is the F1 car that the boss promised you. The boss designed it himself. How about it? Isn't it good?" Su-Wan looked at Enron and said proudly, "He designed it." Enron was very surprised to hear that. She thought Chen Mo had let the design department of Shendan Automobile Company complete the design of F1 car, but he did it himself. But how could it be? The whole company's design team can't complete the design of an F1 car from scratch in just 3 days. How can Chen Mo do it alone? It's true that Night, Lord, and Thunder are all the core designs completed by the boss alone. The design department of the company just helped him finish some finishing work. Our boss is a unique genius. What? Enron knew for the first time that several models of Shendan Automobile Company had been designed by Chen Mo and participated in the advertising, shooting, and testing of the 3 vehicles. Enron, who owned a night off-road vehicle, naturally had no idea about the power of the 3 vehicles. She had admired the people who designed the 3 vehicles, but did not expect that people are Chen Mo. Enron looks at Su-Wan's adoration, but she can't say anything against her. She thought Chen Mo was just a conceited rich man. She left the company to Su-Wan, regardless of whether she asked about it. She lacked basic knowledge about the development of cars, and even threatened to build an F1 car in 3 days. After mistaking him as Chen Mo at the beginning, Enron can't help but compare him with Chen Mo. By comparison, compared with the low-key, introverted, and modest displayed by Chen Mo, who possesses peerless martial arts, Chen Mo is much worse, arrogant, domineering, and self-righteous. However, knowing Chen Mo's trust and reuse of Su-Wan, and the fact that he designed 3 supercars himself, and actually designed and manufactured the F1 car outside in only 3 days, she had to reflect on whether her previous view of Chen Mo was wrong. Perhaps because he looks like Chen Mo, which makes her misunderstood and even lose her attitude in front of him, will he have a prejudice against him. Looking back on the performance of Chen Mo at the first meeting, although he was a bit arrogant at that time, he did complete the difficult shooting in the end. Maybe it wasn't the arrogance he thought, but the confidence of the real powerful people. Looking at Enron's thoughtful look, Su-Wan couldn't help laughing. "Let you look down on our boss, this time take it." Then she thought of another thing, couldn't help but look at Enron and ask curiously, "I heard that when you first met, you mistook him for someone else." Enron smelled that his face was gloomy, and he said in a sad whisper, "Yes, he looks like a friend of mine." Enron said, but looking out of the window, her eyes gradually lost focus. But Su-Wan was still keenly aware of the sadness that appeared in her eyes, and her heart couldn't help but feel some heartache, which must have happened some sad things. Su-Wan wanted to enlighten her well, so she hesitated for a moment, but she bit her teeth and asked her questions. "Can you tell me something about your friend?" After Su-Wan finished speaking, Enron was still staring out of the window, but he didn't talk for a long time. Just when Su-Wan thought Enron didn't want to talk, Enron suddenly spoke. He is my high school classmate and the most honest, powerful, and special person I have ever met in my life. Enron's eyes are still looking out of the window, but the focus of his eyes is gradually getting. Looking at himself reflected in the window glass, Enron falls into the memory. When Su Wan heard her description, she could not help thinking of her boss, Chen Mo. In her heart, isn't Chen Mo the most upright, powerful, and special person she has ever met in her life? However, Enron's story soon brought Su Wan back to his senses. Su Wan was also very curious about Enron's classmate. What kind of talent would Enron, such a good girl, miss so much? He seems to be able to do everything, no matter what, but he never shows off. Instead, he is extremely low-key and introverted. Listening to Enron's story, Su Wan could not help but see Chen Mo in her mind. If she didn't know someone else Enron said, she would think that what Enron said was Chen Mo. I thought he would live a low-key life forever, but a few months ago, something happened to his family. His grandfather was seriously injured and unconscious by someone, but the person who hit him was very powerful in the local area. He found someone to commit the crime and he was at large. However, a few days later, this man, together with his all-evil subordinates, died in the fire. Hearing this, Su Wan was surprised for a while. It seems that Enron's classmate is really not easy. Kill in one rage. Well, it's similar to his boss. When she was on a desert island, her boss was furious and killed the 3 foreigners who intended to rape and the blacked-out Wang Jianqiang. Enron's story continues. Although the police didn't issue a notice, I know he must have done it. Enron's voice, however, was full of pleasure rather than fear of murderers. Originally with his ability, change a place to still be able to live very good, but at this point, Enron's voice couldn't help falling down. The plane he left on crashed at sea. When Su Wan heard this, she was shocked. Her face was even more unbelievable. Fortunately, Enron was looking out of the window and fell into memories. She didn't notice her look. How could this happen? This year, there seems to be only one flight that crashed in China, the one she took at the beginning. That is to say, Enron's special classmate was also on the plane and fell to the desert island with them. Although Enron didn't elaborate, Su Wan could also feel from her lines that her classmate was definitely not an ordinary person, at least a powerful killer. When it comes to killers, Su Wan can't help but think of Chen Mo. Chen Mo felt like a powerful killer at the beginning, but they thought Chen Mo was originally on this island. Su Wan can't help but have a surprising guess when she thinks about the fact that Enron mistook Chen Mo for her classmate at the beginning, and the fact that she kept thinking about Chen Mo in the whole process that Enron just told. Can this student in Enron's mouth be Chen Mo? Enron didn't know Su Wan because of her story. The heart has already set off a rough wave, from the memory back to God. Enron raised his hand to pull the long hair falling from the earlobes, turned to look at Su Wan, gently said, "At first I couldn't say that in any case, but it's been more than 4 months. He should have died, or he survived and hid in a corner of the world. In a word, he can't appear again. We can't meet again in our life. I don't need to keep these meaningless secrets anymore." In fact, what Enron has said is nothing more than information that can be known as long as it is carefully checked, and what the police have already mastered. As for Chen Mo's martial arts and powerful talents in all aspects that he has been trying to hide, Enron is still regarded as his most important secret and will never tell. If Enron had not told anyone about these things before, all the things related to Chen Mo were important and mysterious to her, she would keep all the secrets for him firmly. Now, Chen Mo has died, or as she said, is the best result of her heart's prayer. He hides his name in a corner of the world and starts a new life. Then these things are not so important, so she will tell Su Wan. She has been repressed for a long time, and now she really needs someone to talk, even if it's just the most superficial secret. After this period of time with Su Wan, she also has a deep understanding of Su Wan's conduct. Although she knows nothing about the workplace, Enron is not stupid. She can tell whether others care about her from the heart or hypocrisy. So in addition to the deepest part of his heart, even if Chen Mo was dead, he would continue to keep the secret for him, and Enron confided to Su-won what he had suppressed for a long time. Although she didn't mention her feelings for Chen Mo in a word, Su-won felt her deep love for Chen Mo through the true feelings in her words. However, her mind was still excited by the amazing speculation in her heart, and she could not help sighing Enron's deep feeling. She calmed down her emotion a little. Su-won looked at Enron and asked what she had said. "Can I have a look at his picture?" In Su-won's uneasy and expectant eyes, Enron hesitated for a moment and nodded softly. Then turn on the phone and call up a picture of Chen Mo. This photo is the head portrait of Chen Mo's micro-blog, and also one of the few photos he uploaded to the internet. Su-won repressed the excitement in her heart and turned her eyes to the mobile screen. After seeing the people in the photos, Su-won's heart was suddenly stormy. Like, too much. Although the people in the photos are slightly green and astringent, their temperament and body shape are quite different. Even their facial features are not the same at first glance, but if you look carefully, you will find that there are still many similarities between them. In fact, the people in the photos and Chen Mo today will feel totally different at first glance, but the more they look, the more they will feel like them. Especially those who are particularly familiar with Chen Mo will feel the similarities between them at the first sight. Su-won can't say it, but Chen Mo himself is very clear that this is the optimization of super soldier serum to the body. Not only the physical quality and mental strength, but also the 5 senses have been strengthened, which is completely different from the original natural at first glance, but also optimized on the original basis. So the familiar people will find similarities when they look closely, which is also Enron Chen Mo, who initially saw a great change in appearance, was able to recognize the reason at a glance. Although the heart has basically identified that Enron's classmate is her boss Chen Mo, but Su-won is still trying to control himself. If it's someone else who cares about Enron so much, Su-won will tell her own guess without hesitation, but this person is Chen Mo. Since Chen Mo didn't recognize her at the beginning, there must be his reasons. As Enron said, Chen Mo actually killed and absconded on the plane at the beginning. Now he has started a new life in the United States in a new identity, which will not be exposed again. But for Enron, it is too cruel. Enron believed in her and told her about Chen Mo, but she had to hide her truth out of her loyalty to Chen Mo, which made Su-won feel very guilty. She wanted to comfort Enron, but found Enron quickly came out of the sadness, wiped off the tear mark on the corner of her eyes, smiled at her gently with red eyes, and talked about the advertisement again. "Now that the car has been built, I can shoot according to the original plan, but the driver's problem has not been solved." Su-won also had to let go of her guilt and discuss the advertisement with Su-won. Originally, Carlos Sainz was the best choice for the driver, but he has led the Shield team to Paris for the upcoming Dakar rally. When Su-won contacted old Carlos Sainz and asked him if he knew the right driver, he recommended his son, Carlos Sainz the younger. Carlos Sainz, Jr., is a young F1 driver, but he has only been a test driver before and has not been given the opportunity to participate in the F1 race as a formal driver. But Carlos Sainz is confident in his son, saying he has enough ability to drive F1 cars to complete the advertising. Su-won has no doubt about it. An F1 test driver is the only way for most F1 drivers to pass before they officially enter the competition. To be a test driver has proved that little Carlos Sainz has enough strength, but what he lacks is only an opportunity. After all, there are only about 20 drivers who can drive F1 every year, and they will not be replaced easily retired in. There are fewer vacant positions. It's up to luck how long it will take to play after becoming a test driver. Now that Carlos Sainz has recommended his son, Su-won believes he has no problem. Even when the driver of F1 is determined, the driver of Thunder is not easy to find. What they want to show is the strong performance of Thunder, Super Run. Naturally, they want to give full play to the speed and control performance of Thunder, but it's easy to say, but it's more difficult than driving F1. Because of its super speed and the huge centrifugal force in turning, F1 racing car has a high demand on the strength, physical strength, psychological quality, reaction speed, and other aspects of the quality of the drivers. And in terms of performance, it is even higher for the drivers if they want to play its super performance and shoot the pictures they need. It is estimated that only the top drivers of the previous F1 championship level can meet the requirements. But these people are not so good to invite, especially to ask them to drive the Thunder to beat their own favorite F1 car. The invitation may be even lower. In other words, even if it's really invited, can it give full play to the peak performance of Thunder or two? What they want is not just to win. In the face of unsolvable problems, Su Wan naturally thought of her omnipotent boss. You prepare for the shooting first. Little Carlos Sainz will arrive tonight. The Thunder driver should be able to solve it today. If there is no accident, the shooting can start tomorrow, Su Wan said to Enron and began to pack up. I'll go to the boss and find a way now. Although Enron wondered why Su Wan didn't call directly, she had to go back in person, but she didn't think much about it. She packed up her computer and went downstairs with Su Wan. The two climbed on their respective night SUVs, drove out of the company one by one, parted ways on Highway 1, and drove towards both sides. Looking at Enron in the rear-view mirror, Su Wan's mood is extremely complicated. Not only is he aware of the real identity of the boss, but also because of Enron's pure and unrequited feelings towards Chen Mo. If Chen Mo really dies, it's all right. In fact, like Enron expected, he has changed his identity and lives in another part of the world, but the difference is that they can't meet again in their whole lives, but they don't know each other when they meet. Or Chen Mo doesn't want to know each other. But Su Wan thought it was unfair to Enron. Because of her loyalty to Chen Mo, Su Wan didn't tell the truth, but she felt it was necessary to tell Chen Mo about it. As for his final decision, Su Wan didn't know whether to reveal his identity to Enron as she wanted, or to continue to hide it. But in any case, she will respect and obey Chen Mo's decision, even if the result is not what she wants. With full of worries, Su Wan drove into the manor and drove all the way to the foot of the mountain along the asphalt road beside the grassland. Wade, who was riding the horse, grazing, watched Su Wan's car coming from afar. He could not help but stop his horse and look at it. Wade waved to the car. Usually Su Wan would slow down and say hello to them, but today he didn't slow down at all. Instead, he drove at a faster speed and disappeared at the foot of the mountain. What is she doing today? Wade looked at Agent Zero and Bradley strangely and asked puzzledly. The other two were puzzled. And the time is not right. Wade raised his hand and took a look at the new watch he had bought on his wrist. It's not time to get off work now. I don't think it's going to be bad for the boss because of her aggressive appearance. Agent Zero and Bradley gave him a bad look. Chi pushed forward and stopped talking to him. Hello, do you two want to betray the boss? You won't be bought by Sue, will you? When Wade saw that the two were ignoring him, he shouted at the back. Boss needs us. We have to save him. Agent Zero and Bradley were not interested in his boring behavior. Seeing that they didn't cooperate with him at all, Wade had no choice but to stop the performance as he rode farther and farther away. Well, the boss needs Wade cowboys to help him herd. Guys, wait for me. Su Wan, full of worries, didn't notice the existence of Wade. She drove all the way on the mountain road and quickly reached the top of the mountain. The car into the castle, parked in the garage, Su Wan pushed open the door, directly jumped down towards the villa quickly. At this time, it was not noon. Chen Mo was practicing fist techniques in the training room on the first floor. He planned to integrate several national skills he had mastered and create a new and more profound martial arts, which was the family martial arts of Chen Jing. When Su Wan came back, he naturally heard about it, so he quickly stopped practicing and came out in loose training clothes. He happened to meet Su Wan in the living room, who came in from the garage. Why are you back at this time? What can I do for you? When Chen Mo saw Su Wan's thoughtful appearance, it was obvious that he had met with something. He didn't think much, just thought it was about the company. Su Wan takes a deep look at Chen Mo before he opens his mouth. Chen Mo feels something wrong. After a careful look at Su Wan, Chen Mo discovers the problem. She seems to have something to say, but she looks at Chen Mo and stops talking. Her eyes are obviously flashing with complexity and hesitation. Chen Mo immediately stopped guessing and directly put his mind out into Su Wan's mind. Chen Mo soon sensed Su Wan's thoughts at this time. He also understood why Su Wan was tangled and hesitated. In fact, Chen Mo doesn't care that Su Wan knows his real identity. Su Wan is a person who can be trusted after his test. Chen Mo doesn't worry that she will betray herself, so many things can't be concealed from her. Su Wan knows his real identity. It's morning and night in Chen Mo's eyes, but another thing just read from Su Wan's thoughts is to his great surprise. Enran was so sad because of his death. However, because his present mental power can only read the thoughts at that time, and he can't look up the memory at will, Chen Mo doesn't know the specific situation about Enran. But Su Wan looked at Chen Mo's deep eyes, but did not know what to say for a while. When she finally managed to organize her language and wanted to speak, Chen Mo nodded to her first. "You're right, I'm Enran's classmate." Su Wan was surprised at the beginning. Chen Mo didn't know what she wanted to ask and admitted it directly. However, Su Wan was not surprised when she thought of Chen Mo's powerful ability that seemed omnipotent. However, Chen Mo confessed his identity to her so frankly, which moved Su Wan very much. She knew what Chen Mo's real identity meant, and she also knew why Chen Mo cheated Enran, so Chen Mo could tell her the truth, which showed Chen Mo's trust in her. But Enran, with Su Wan thinking and Enran, Chen Mo also gets some information about their conversation from her mind and roughly understands what's going on, as well as Su Wan's thoughts. It's no wonder that Chen Mo wondered why Enran recognized him at the first time when he saw him, and he was so excited. He didn't think much at that time. Until now, he realized that Enran had been paying attention to him since his accident, and believed that he was still alive until now. It has been more than 4 months since the plane crash, and she gradually put down her last hope. Suddenly, I know that a girl is so concerned about herself. Chen Mo still has some feelings that can't be said, but at the same time, he is also very surprised. He and Enran are only high school students, but they have never had any contact since then. If not for his good memory, it's impossible to recognize her when we meet in the United States. Why does she care about herself so much? What about it? What is the matter? He still has to explore it for himself. So, without waiting for Su Wan to ask about Enran, Chen Mo raises her hand and stops her. "I only know about Enran. Go back to your room and have a rest. I'll think about it." Su Wan didn't say anything, nodded to Chen Mo, and went upstairs to the room. She was a little excited today and really needed a good adjustment. When Su Wan returned to his room, Chen Mo went to his study. After sitting down behind his desk, he called softly into the air, "Jarvis, at your service, sir. Check all Enran's information and find out what I have to do with it." "Yes, sir." Jarvis accepted Chen Mo's order and immediately began an in-depth investigation of Enran. Microblog, Twitter, email, and other accounts were thoroughly checked, browsing records, computer storage, cell phone memory, and all the privacy was gone under the invasion of Jarvis, including the most secret things that were hidden in their own computers, which Jarvis soon found. After screening and sorting out all these things, Jarvis listed them in order and presented them clearly to Chen Mo. Since Enran came to the United States to study, he began to write a diary in the computer, which recorded many things related to Chen Mo in the past. One of the diaries recorded the process of Chen Mo's rescue from the rogue. Chen Mo finally understood why Enran was so concerned about him. When Chen Mo saved Enran, it was late at night, and the light around was dim. Chen Mo only knew that he was saving his schoolmate, but he didn't pay attention to who it was. He only saved people out of his own heart, whether he intended to seek return, so he didn't pay special attention to the identity of the rescued girl. Chen Mo didn't know until now that what he saved was Enran, and Enran always knew that the man who saved her that night was himself. What he didn't expect to save was his classmates. He didn't expect that Enran would recognize him because of a back figure. Seeing this, Chen Mo can't help being funny. He wanted to hide his identity, but he was recognized by Enran the next day. Enran didn't deliberately want to hide his identity, but he didn't know that what he saved was her until now. Thanks to him, he always thought that he hid well. As he continued to look down, Chen Mo was even more surprised. Knowing that Chen Mo was the great Zia who saved her that night, Enron has been paying close attention to him behind his back and naturally found some special things in him. Although Enron didn't know his most secret spatial ability, he found his strong physical quality and excellent brain power and understood it as martial arts. And in those years, she has been quietly guarding the secret for him, and he inadvertently revealed some special points and made others suspicious when trying to help cover up, dispel their doubts, so that he can continue to be his hermit. Chen Mo found that if he was not safe, his ability would not be so good. Although it would not be completely exposed, he would have some troubles. It is precisely because of too much energy expended on him that Enron, who originally had the best academic performance in the grade, failed in the college entrance examination and had to retake the exam. Even Enron finally chose the major of director. Because of his influence, Enron firmly believed in the existence of martial arts and became obsessed with martial arts and movies. After she came to study in the United States alone, Chen Mo became her greatest spiritual sustenance in a foreign country. She would seriously watch every microblog she sent several times, but never leave a message. Just like she was at school, she always paid close attention to herself silently, but never showed it. It was only after Chen Mo's plane crashed that Enron sent him the first message in so many years, but it didn't get any response.